So, okay. So we're beginning a new run of RimWorld today because our last run did die to bugs. There was a very short-lived bad patch on RimWorld's unstable branch for a couple of hours yesterday, and unfortunately we got killed by the bugs. So we are going to make a new colony, and the intent today is that we are kind of doing a Odyssey practice. And the way I envision that, I'm still going to put it on a decent difficulty and all that kind of good stuff. We are obviously not going to have Odysseys, spaceships, and all that to do a proper test. But the intention here is, my theory is that we are going to be dealing with a lot of fighting in closed spaces, not having the availability to really kite stuff. We're going to be breaching into enemy areas a lot more than we already do versus them coming to us. So we're not going to be able to build like a big kill box. So we're not going to do like the big defensive positions nearly as much, and we'll figure that out. With all that, I still want to do Lost Tribe because I just like the Lost Tribe starting scenario. But my intention is to lean pretty heavily in on the melee side, and this is entirely going based on theory, no inside knowledge whatsoever. So we're going to go here. This probably doesn't matter at all. I usually just do that to give me better odds of getting what I want. We'll leave all this stuff here because we don't have the new faction. Yeah, I don't care about that. Trying to think if I wanted to change the mounts, because the way I'm going to mimic whatever you want to say, the way I'm going to try to mimic a like the interior space is we're going to make our base like a little ship or whatever as like a middle area, the actual fighting area, whereas like where I build my houses and all that'll probably be in the back. And we'll just see how that goes. We'll figure that out as we go. But the big point is I want most of the fighting to happen where I'm either pushing into what is effectively a faux ship, or them pushing in on me in the faux ship. And the way we're going to accomplish that is by effectively using mountainous terrain and all that. We're probably not going to be dealing with a high rate of disease. So a tile like that should give me a lot of mountainy area. Now granted, we don't have, because we're using the 6.1, we don't have a lot of the preview stuff. So I am expecting to deal with a lot of headaches with that. I'm kind of looking right now if there'll be an area we can trade, because we're definitely going to want to experiment stuff early on. Is that close enough I'm going to get penalized by those? Nah, okay, we're good. Because that was... Please tell me you didn't lose your spot. Okay. Because that's a temperate forest. Year-round, that's fine. And all that. And whatnot. Because I am planning on trying to figure out what I want to do for my ideology stuff later. Yeah, I'll just do ideological. Now, before when Odyssey actually comes out, I'm still debating what I want to do. Because, on one hand, I feel like 99.9% of people are going to immediately do the new start with the ship. And I do think there's a very large justification in doing that. But I am debating doing, like, if we're able to, just jumping into, like, the lava biome as, like, a normal colony. And then building the ship and doing the ship. Just to be doing something different, because I think that's going to be an interesting start. But we'll sit there and figure all that out. One moment. Okay. Now for our colony, with what we're doing here, I'd probably want to go with something like transhumanist. But right now, we'll just go with Prolicizer to begin with. Yeah, we're gonna probably pivot later on, and all the rest of it we're not gonna care about. Edit. Remove the clothing requirements. I don't really care about that. Ibex are apparently going to be our venerated animal. That could be interesting. Okay. So I'm mostly just looking that people don't have really horrible stuff. Well, what is... We just randomly rolled this to begin with. To clarify, we have not re-rolled a single pawn. Every single thing here has a passion. Nobody here has a starting injury. Every one of these pawns are solid choices. What is this RNG? We've got Undergrounder, Fast Walker, Nimble, Quick Sleeper, Steadfast. They're not violent, which is pretty bad, but that's okay. Night Owl, Steadfast, pretty. They can't do Dumb Labor, but that's fine for 1 pawn. Quick Sleeper, pretty. Kind Sanguine, Body Purist. Body Purist, some people have a pretty strong thing, and I would say pre-biotech, this is a really bad trait. Nowadays, with, like, Anomaly and that's a nothing burger. But yeah, so we got actually a really good range of people. Having a pacifist isn't the greatest, and apparently everyone is related to everyone, which is just a weird thing for a start. But that is strange. So we're gonna go ahead and move forward with that. I like that I don't have to re-roll the pawns a bunch of times to try and get rid of, you know, a bunch of, like, misogynist, abrasive people and all that. Okay, so did we get a good tile for messing with? I would say that's a good tile, especially since we can see that this is whole thing. Now, this is one thing with 1.6, for those who don't know. They did massively change the world generation. Right now, we're on Strive to Survive. We're going to be doing some experimenting and all that. They did change the world generation in 1.6, and as a result of the world generated changes, when you choose a mountain tile, they tend to be far more generous on the mountainside. I don't need to be doing any of this. It's actually not worth my time. But what we're going to go ahead and do, and that's a good geothermal for our purposes, we are going to build back into the mountain, because like I said, we're going to make kind of like a faux ship in here as our battle area, so we're not going to make like your traditional, like, you have a defensive line, all that. I want it to be a thing where I'm going to have to kind of go back and forth and fight into the ship and fight back out of the ship kind of thing, while having an actual colony back here so we can actually function. So for the moment... yeah, we can probably do is put like our actual growing stuff back here for right now. And like I said, this will be our combat area. We're going to make a fake ship there, and then a real colony back here. So unfortunately, this does have a big ruin on it. So I think for the moment, we'll set up here. So we'll start by dropping some rice. Let's get to our schedules, get all this sorted. And usually what I'll do there is I'll set everyone to all their passions, and then I'll start sorting people out. You were the pacifist? Yes, you go over there. So, shooting. Everyone has a passion for both shooting and melee, except purple. This is such a weird start. Okay. So I wouldn't say, other than maybe the argument of jogger or fast walker, which doesn't work because that person's going to be a ranged person. So for right now at the start, so Fox is getting the Equa, Crab is getting, where's your dagger? And then Purple and Vex for the moment are going to get the range. We are going to be trying to focus very heavily on... I will start with that. We are going to be focusing very heavily on trying to go with... Yep, and one of them started pregnant, which is fine. Let's go to our assignments, foods, lavish, do not eat corpses. Oh, also, before I forget, lavish, since there's going to be a baby, do not eat baby food. It's nutritionally worthless to you. Everyone gets tribal medicine as their assignments. Oh, we also need to go in here to assign default, tribal. Okay. All right. So let's start making a faux ship. So you put a couple little spots in there to go in here. Because I have no idea what they're going to make the ships look like. We'll pretend that's like a bridge. We'll have a little bit of a corridor back here. We'll have like a common room there. And then off of the common room, we'll put some like really tiny bedrooms, like a tiny barracks actually. So a little tiny barracks off this side. Little tiny storage room. This will be where, like, the core thing is that they've got. No, pretend these are like engine rooms or something. I have no idea what we're gonna do. Oh, I don't have a run command, sorry. And then on this side, we'll have another path through that'll lead to our actual bases. That's the plan at the moment. Okay, so I didn't get your permission set, that's right. Let's go ahead and get everyone here. You're my next best doctor, and you're my pacifist, so you're going to be a doctor whether you like it or not. Okay, so looking at our passions. Alright, I am seeing one big negative. My construction and my growing person are one and the same. We do have 2 people who can mine, so you're going to be my researcher, you're going to be my mining person. You are going to do construction as well, even though you don't have passion for it. We've got ourselves a crafter and an artist. I'm going to take you off of that. And you are going to clean and haul. And I think that's what we'll get going for right now. While they're getting started, let's start naming people. So we've got our first melee person going on here, which will be Itchy Tenma. And then we'll have our person who is... What do I have you set up to do? You're a cleaning person. You're the one who's gonna run around cleaning and hauling. That will be cute. Goksu. After that, we've got our cook, I believe. It is nice. Oh, actually, I don't have someone assigned. You're my cook, so you are my cook. That might change later on, but right now, you're my cook. So that'll be Sniper Spice. I misspelled that. Let me fix it. And then we've got our mining / construction person. No, actually, you're my researcher, aren't you? The ints. And then finally, we got our pacifist, who is, I believe, our construction. No, you're the pacifist, our planting person. And that'll be Infinity Simplex. Alright, so everyone's named. Cool. But so you're really not excited for the spaceship aspects of Odyssey, but the new biomes and the map generation and everything has you super hyped. Japanese nicknames of the first 2 draws? Hey, it happens. So get that door there. Alright. So we got pens needed. What animals did they give me? They gave me 2 pet animals that have no hope of survival and a warg, which I might actually keep. We'll see. In the meantime, we can go over here and say, could you go ahead and make a stockpile here and a dumping pile there. Alright. So yeah, so we're making our faux ship here, and we're gonna live in the faux ship temporarily. And then the intention is to live back here. And the idea is where... Screw you, RimWorld. Alright, disregard that faux ship. Spent the time to design that, and there's just a big hole in the mountain. Okay. You could probably fit it here, too. Granted, this is looking like there's a lot of iron there. But it also kept the order which it entered the queue, but it happens just randomly. Yeah, that's, At least it cut the map edge, have had that before. Oh yeah, no, that's 100% thing. Alright, so let's go and make ourselves a new faux ship. Yeah, keep in mind that the map generation has changed. It did get an update with 1.6. All right. And I fully acknowledge I'll probably need to seal some of this off, but okay. Okay, there's our replacement foe ship. Yeah, look at this giant mountain I can dig into. Like 3 blocks later, you cut into the giant mountain and it's just open. Yep. Okay, so we got the fallen monolith down there. We'll probably mess with that stuff later. In the meantime... potatoes. Strawberries. Corn. Medicine. Nope, don't do that. We can make you cotton. We can make you psychoid. And all the way on the farthest end over here, we can make that the dye. Which is overkill that I don't need. But we are letting them slowly work on this. Travelers seek alms. They would like a tiny bit of silver. Who is our highest social person? Looks like Infinity. Let's go ahead and give them that and get them out of here. Let's check one thing real fast. Oh, that's got lots of hollow back there. Yeah, all these places where it's blinking red are hollow spots. So it's mostly filled in over here, but we got a lot of hollow places. Like, this is all hollow over here. This is all hollow over here. That's hollow back there. Yeah, so I think we have entire cave systems back in here. I can't remember how close away we can form a caravan. Because I'm a little tempted to just mulligan this and just move like 2 tiles over and form a new colony. Which I probably shouldn't do. But I'm gonna do. Normally I wouldn't do this. Oh, I physically don't have... I have 0 days of food? Just get out of here. We're gonna mulligan it and do it again. Because for our experiment, this isn't gonna work well. All right. And it'll be sandstone and granite versus marble and sandstone, yeah. Settle. But did you adjust the mineral in New Colony? I don't know what you mean. Okay, so let's check this again. Yeah, so that might just be an ancient danger right there. Okay, that's more so. It looks like there's an ancient danger back there. Let's see, new map tiles spawn with less minerals in 1.6. Oh, I haven't made any change. I left it exactly the way it is. So if there's like a reduction in what we get, we just live with that reduction. Okay, so with that, we're gonna go ahead and go here. Replant this. This puts us at a little bit of a disadvantage because we wasted all that food we could have been eating. Alright. So, once again, let's make our faux ship. Make it have a little bit more so we can path them in better. That'll be like the core room. The common room. I don't know what these rooms are going to be up here, but I am liking the vaguely triangular shape. We have no idea yet what the one appropriate shape or anything for ship would be, so go back here, and this will be where our actual base ends up going. So worry about that later. So that's our faux ship. We'll get that all going on. We want to put stockpile here for right now. Dumping stockpile there for right now. So they move around stuff. Let's get them planting those berries and all that. I wonder if that'll vanish after a while. Because for those who missed why we abandoned and started over, our mound was full of holes and all that, so for testing our experiment, we didn't really have much options. You have your schedule stuff, right? They can help mine us then. You won't say it's permanently locked that tile? Yeah, and that was the thing. I know that's how it used to work. It was just curiosity that with some of the changes, if that would stay the same. Alright, so the Ince is a night owl. And that was 11 to what time? 11 to 1800. So for the Ince, 11 to 1800 is your sleep time. Your recreation before that. And there you go. Alright, so we're going to be a little bit behind where we normally would be because I have taken the time to, you know, reposition, go to a new map. So we kind of lost a day, which is all that food we ate. The one thing I do need to remember is the ibex are venerated. We do not want to eat ibex. I didn't choose that out of my way, we just randomed it. But the goal here is to do most of our fighting in this area. Part of me has an idea for a corridor when we're going to make our own ship. That'll be something like this. For what I'm looking at doing. You know, and then there would be our door in, and we could potentially have a side room or whatever. And that the idea is going for a melee heavy group, you know, we'd drop some grenades or smoke grenades in here. You'd have shield belts run in with at least one fire foam popper in the mix, and a couple people could rocket pack. So the enemy would naturally go to the cover in these pockets, and you'd just swarm them by just jumping the melee on top of them as they try and get in there. That's at least what I'm thinking on paper. I don't know if that's going to work out in reality. But that's why we're doing a little bit of experimentation. That we like right now we're ranged just because this is what we got. But I do want to lean a lot more into a melee heavy focus as the run goes on, with just a little bit of range support for like the smoke grenades, maybe a chain shotgun or two, but mostly just people running in melee and using a mix of stuff to try and give ourselves an advantage. Now, you are over here. Where are you going? Oh, you're walled off on this side. Okay. Alright, we gotta watch out for that. I didn't see that there's a tiniest little wall here. So this whole area is pocketed in. I could technically close that off. You liked how in FTL you could vent atmosphere when you get boarded? Well, they've already said life support is going to be a thing in Odyssey. So that's one of my curiosities, is we won't know this until we get closer. If it would be a good strategy if you have like your spacesuits or whatever, if you could go into an enemy ship or space station, just light it up with incinerators and kind of just hold the door. And just, you know, kind of smoke them out, if you will, where you just burn up all the oxygen in there. Hey, Ultra! How's it going? Can we get a shout out for Ultrasaurus, by the way? It's good to see you. So I'm really curious how it's gonna go once we get Odyssey. Like, and I'm not even talking necessarily like the heat burning side of it. Oh yeah, no, it's all good, Ultra. It was what it was. The colony was in bad shape for a while. I had taken some pretty bad losses. So honestly, I'm not too heartbroken over it. I was kind of waiting for the other foot to drop on the whole colony anyways. So, not a big deal. Alright, so let's go and get these other fields going. Oh, you said you got killed by a bug? So, for only a couple hours yesterday on RimWorld, they had a really, really bad bug for, the unstable build that basically broke the tick rate. So it made burst weapons where they would fire just a single bullet, and then they would stop functioning entirely, so you'd have to draft and undraft them just to fire one more shot. And that was pretty bad. That wasn't what really did us in. It didn't help, but it's not really what did us in. But from there, you had crops wouldn't grow just at all. Like literally 0%, it would just stay that way. And then food rotted at 250 times the normal rate. So they would instantly, like, they would starve trying to actively... Geez, rolling in with the minigun. Can't afford that, but that's okay. Actually, I have nothing I can give you, so okay. Strange signal source. We are going to accept it. That'll bring the monolith onto the tile. But yeah, so it was pretty bad. Like, Loon's got a very good track record, but that was an unusual outlier for just a really bad buggy time. All right, well, we're hungry. And you're giving me a gift of uranium. Cool, man. That's certainly a decision. So we don't really have what we need to go with this, because we're in a little bit of a bad spot here, because I did start and then immediately caravanned to a new tile. Because the old tile wasn't going to fit our needs. So we're a little bit short on the food front. So these alpaca here, they're dinner. So let's go to our cook. Yeah, you should just run over there and hunt them because you have nothing better to do. Unfortunately, we are rocking short bows and no one's good with them yet, so you know. This is just what it's gonna be for a little bit. Med bugs. But yeah, so it was unfortunate that like it was a lot of bugs. Like I said, Luden Studios, the ones who make RimWorld, have a really good track record, so it's a bit of a shocker that such a buggy build got out. My guess is it's probably one of those things that like they went to do the push out and the wrong build got pushed out, so it wasn't like it just failed QA or something. Oh, we didn't actually highlight it. But like literally they, you know, sent out the wrong version. That's my guess. I obviously don't have any insider knowledge or anything on that. Take that apart. Take all this crap apart. That'll be steel and all that. We don't need to worry about. Grab that. Usually you probably don't want to take the time to do this. It's going to be people walk. Let's not do that. What does that rabbit have against Sniper Spice? Ran through like 4 people to go after you. Yeah, so the reason I'm like, oh, I should unset those is very genuine. What's going to happen is because that's closed off, they're going to walk the whole way out and around, and they're going to start starving on the way back and forth and get really mad and upset. And those materials just aren't that important. There are so many alpaca, which is normally a good thing. Alpaca are my favorite animal to grab in this game. They just give you a lot of good utility. But that's a lot of alpaca. Alright, let's check. So what do I need to train you? Make sure I've got someone who can actually train it. Because remember, wargs are pretty high. So 6 handling. So we need to go to our work. Handle 6, you're good. I wanted to make sure, because sometimes I'll start a run, and I'll find myself with animals I can't actually keep tamed. And you get where that becomes a problem, as the animal gradually goes wild and then has to be killed because now I've got a dangerous animal living in my midst. Okay. So like I said, this is just going to be simulating a ship. I'll use it as my base to begin with. As we expand too much, I'll just live behind the ship. But the goal here is to use a place like this for our actual fighting, because we're not designing it to be, you know, generally sound for fighting in it. That's kind of the idea, is we're just trying to have an enclosed place that represents what breaching a colony or station might be like, and then trying to see what does and doesn't work in that scenario. You got colony wipe because of mad alpaca? I think the worst I've ever had was a single mad squirrel. That my colony was just like on its last limb. And, you know, the one last person got up. And I'm like, cool, we can recover from this. And right as I was getting the last person towards the door where I could do it, there was a mad squirrel went up, got one little nip on my heel. And then there was no one to save the colony. And you're kind of staring at it going, Randy, really, man? Oh, that's interesting. So, we didn't get the choice to name the area we're at. Just the faction. I don't know why that is. Breaking Space. I don't know. A terrible name. So, where I made this new location, I guess the name of our colony here is going to be Guatsrare. Okay, sure, why not? Cargo pods, bison wool. The back bears are such bullies, they'll just come up and try to bully you around and annoy you. Most typical bears will leave once they realize you're not an easy target. Most. Gotcha. Get a single chinchilla kills 7 people, including a level 20 melee brawl and a recon armor with a mono sword. That is ridiculous. Like I've got clips where, you know, sorry, I've got clips floating around here where like a guinea pig went and killed a rat or a panther and all that, and you're just kind of sitting there going, how did this happen? Alright, so we're kind of targeting the animals nearby first. Not going to be the best for the amount of food we get for effort. But I'm trying to save on walking, because I saw there's some of the alpacas over here. If we hunt them, we got to walk the whole way out and around. And that won't be any good for anybody. Plus, if we hunt all the animals in this little area, then they can't eat my food. You can hunt them next, because those will actually be decent food. Okay, you found the fallen monolith, that's good. Where are you going? Oh, you're hauling the bison leather, that's fine. Or bison wool. You need to buy some more different colored string? Yep. You just had to see a black bear in Florida, but the guys you work with see them a lot. Never had them do what happened to your friend. There's a long claw mark on his right leg. Eek. Yeah, no, you don't mess with bears. I mean, you don't mess with any wild animal, but you especially don't mess with wild animals that have that kind of strength and power behind them. That's how most animal attacks happen? Yeah. Alright, so we do have one dude with club showing up. They're nimble, steadfast, and capable of 90%. A really heckin' good doctor. Has a torso injury. So we're gonna try and get here because it's Sniper Spice. It's kind of, unfortunately, in bad positioning. I think Sniper Spice should get ahead. Oh, wait. Oh, you're not attacks immediately? Okay, well in that case, let's go here. We're gonna make this entire interior area here our first zone. I'll be cautious, I'm not gonna include the actual upper corner there. Because my luck is someone goes smooth the wall, run the whole way to the other side to do it. Then we can just go like this. Alright. So yeah, so we're gonna let Kimmy do Kimmy things over here for a minute. They do have medicine, which we want. Why are you on a break risk? You are oh, we didn't build recreation. That's on me. Okay. So good news is the rice is going to be up in not too long, and I won't have to go and run around and hunt scattered animals. So, in this particular instance, we're just gonna fight it. Not put a whole lot of thought into it. Because I don't have my faux ship set up enough to do anything. Could you fight us up here, please? Okay. Invade things but Simplex thinks we should name the settlement. So it's weird that the timing, I'm assuming it's because we move stuff. Sure for clothes? Nah, I looked at their clothes. I'll double check it, but I think they were worn out. The space ship. Cool, whatever. Gear. Yeah, no, they got a 27% quality or 20% durability left shirt. And we can't befriend wasters. That's like the game literally won't let us. The game decided that wasters aren't people, they're machines. I don't have a good place to deal with the bodies on this one. Because that's pretty far out of the way, but it's gonna be what we do. Storage, clear, a low, corpses, human-like. We go up here, do not make that a home zone. And then for here, zone, only unnatural corpses. You're kind of surprised there was never a hostile Hussar faction. Yeah, I mean, probably the Gojuice dependency is the thing with them. They kind of have, like, a chemical requirement just to live. So I think the idea is they kind of become dependent on other colonies and all that just to function. Did wasters? This is true. So we're going to make one of these front rooms into a kitchen. One of these will be storage, one of those will be, like, the barracks. That'll be, like, the common room. Because that'll be another curiosity for making your entire base a spaceship, is we're going to have to get, I forget what they call it, is like gravstone or whatever, that will determine how big your ship can be. And so I'm assuming your earlier ships are going to be really, really small. So that'll be a whole thing to worry about. Alright, we can go up here. So plan for you to be cotton. And you can be psychoid. Oh, there's stone floor there. And you can be our die. Alright. So we got a major break risk because people are starving. Right about to get that rice out of here. You are really far away. Is there an animal right here that we can... You know what, Warg? We're just gonna deal with you. Warg's made out of food. Warg eats food. Wargs are cool animals, but they can't do the hauling and all that. They can just attack things. So they're pretty limited on their utility function. Any new issues discovered within the 1.6 patchwork? No, so they got... It was probably that last update we had when I was like, no, I'm gonna switch. Like, I got hit by too many bugs too fast. I'm like, yeah, let's just, you know, go switch games like we did yesterday. So that last update, I think, did fix it, because they came out with the issue, they had the bug build, then they pushed a hotfix, But they forgot to actually include the hotfix in the hotfix, which, you know, that's kind of a whole thing. So we'll go over here, fueled stove. But then afterwards, you know, they got it all sorted out, kind of deal. Okay, so it's getting really, really close to being grown. All right. I see we're doing dwarf style today. Well, yeah, so the idea here is I'm making a fake spaceship, and while we're probably going to live back here just so I can do a bunch of stuff with the colony and all that, I want to do a lot of the fighting in the fake spaceship to kind of try and get a feel for, you know, these small, compact areas for fighting in. Because a lot of your strategies you use in RimWorld these days involve stuff like kiting, or where one enemy goes through into an area where you can have a whole bunch of your people. And I think we're going to find that while we can control what our spaceship looks like and make decisions around that, it does seem like the primary place we're going to get most of our goodies are going to be attacking other ships and space stations and whatever. So I kind of want to lean into just seeing, like, okay, what's some of the stuff we can mess with to make that more of a thing. An experiment. Obviously, I'm not going to have this giant grow area outside my place. Bills, add, cook simple meals, do until you have 10. It's fine, we're gonna go ahead and choose order, harvest. Get everyone some rice real quick to avoid starvation for a little while longer. But yeah, so we're going to see what we can do. That we're going to really mesh these. This room I'm going to keep open because I'm assuming we're going to have like the ship core or whatever in that space. You know, in reality, in the actual game, you'd probably put somewhere central and, like, seal it off. Because I'm imagining that's going to be a targeted thing inside your ships. But that's all stuff we won't know until we get to the actual DLC being out. Otherwise, this is a lot of guesswork. Ambushed Patriarch? Actually, I don't care about that. Alright, so stuff's gonna have to be moved around out here. Okay, they're starving again, but now we're actually harvesting. So, we should start getting to be in the clear pretty soon. And what we'll end up also needing to do is later on we'll have to put like hydroponics or whatever. I don't want to get into the thing of like building out, like, because I can't really build the ship to test what it will be like to fly our own ship. We just don't know enough about the gravstone to even make the, like, at all an informed decision. Which is why this isn't designed to represent the colony I live in ship. This is just to be a generic ship that we might run into. Okay. Yep, so you're sad about your animal. That's fair. Meanwhile, you're gonna be our moral guide. Because then we can tell believe was it the Ints that was upset about it? No, it was Kyotsu. So we can go ahead and just tell them to get over it, and that'll definitely not go badly. Hey, have you tried not being upset about your animal? Hey, look, it worked. All we had to do is walk up to them and be like, yo, could you try not being upset? And they're like, oh man, that's a very compelling argument. That's definitely how this would turn out, that I would just get over it suddenly and abruptly without any real difficulty. Yeah, man. Certainly wouldn't get upset over that. Oh yeah, nowadays you have a penalty for having the research. We'll put the research in the other side. Not gonna worry about the art bench at all. But I'll put a couple of the art production benches in here. This will be like a mini production room. Okay, and we will go Bill's Butcher forever. Get rid of that butcher spot. It's not needed anymore. Actually pull up a decent amount of granite. Visitors to the colony, that's fine. And this will become a research room. Because then we'll be able to put the big research bench there, and like the little micro analyzer over here. And then this is meant to be the common room, rec room, whatever you want to call it. These in the back, they're just thrusters or whatever. I might put like chem fuel or something in it to represent that. I don't really have a plan. And get a furniture. I put a 3x3 table there to represent the core. Because I believe the core's 3x3. I'm down to do that. Okay, those will be our dining tables. It's weirdly like a caveman spaceship. It's like a caveman saw a drawing of a spaceship and was like, "Unga bunga, I want it." And so tried to make like their desperate attempt to recreate, you know, rocketry and all that, but with wooden sticks and stones. Yeah, so that represents the core there. I got Drifter approaching the colony. Joyous Void Fascination. It has 4 death refusals. Or, sorry, jealous. That's very different than joyous. So there's a colonist who has death refusal as their only real benefit. I'm probably going to say no to this one. Death refusal is cool and all, but they don't really bring much I want on the table. Yeah, they could bring construction and crafting, and that's certainly not nothing. But in this particular case, we got a good setup here. So let's all walk outside, because sometimes they turn hostile when you tell them to beat it. So we're gonna have our pacifist have a talk to him because they're our socializer. So Scarlet, friend, pal broski, I need you to leave. Ugh is Captain Ugh say make so. Yep. Okay, so we're gonna start deprioritizing this spot and prioritizing this one so we start carrying stuff inside so don't let it rot out there. Just need Captain Caveman as your leader? Yep. You know what's up. We do need a little bit of steel. I'm hoping we find it here. If not, there's plenty of steel around. There's steel over here. I'm pretty sure I saw some up along this top area somewhere. Hide in room due to awful barracks. That's fair. Okay. And this is going to be our actual barracks. It's also weird having right at the beginning someone I can have as a dedicated cleaning hauling person. I usually don't get that till we get a couple of, you know, additional colonists in here. But like weirdly, like no re-rolling of single pawn. We just hit go and got like an actual pretty good setup for 5. Like again, the worst thing here is just having a pacifist, which is not that big a deal for having one person in every single passion. We did have the one negative of our grower is also the one who has a passion in construction, but that is what it is. It's fine. Psychic drone, and then Clay will join. Clay is an artist at skill 11. That's fine. So it is one of those things that I do like now that they give you some information about them, because I can certainly see, like, I'm still probably going to shoot down most of the random joiners you don't see. But if you're sitting there going, oh man, our cook just died, I'm desperately looking for a cook, and you get the random joiner, it's like cooking 10, you're like, alright, you're in. Yes. The answer is yes. I have immediate need for a cook. Starvation again. That rabbit will die. Harvest some berries. Unfortunately, it's raining, so we're taking an accuracy penalty. Like, it's not the person starving who immediately goes for the food. Yeah, those are right about to come up. You're going to need to be a larger zone. We can delete this zone now entirely. Really don't want to pull these up early, but we need to. Okay, so everyone stop starving for a couple of seconds. Once I get a chance to settle, we'll be good. Let's see, is this the new stuff with the spaceships and all? The new stuff with the spaceships and all is not out yet. That doesn't come out for a little longer. We're doing kind of like a faux representation of it to mess with figuring out some strategies while doing a run. So we're still doing a normal run, it's just instead of having a kill box or kiting or anything like that, we're going to use the spaceship as our fighting area. The spaceship. This is the quality of life improvements for the base game then? Yes, there's lots and lots of quality of life improvements to the base game in this version. Let's go ahead and, for the time being, go up here. Deconstruct that. I also just remembered we do have one of them started pregnant. So that's going to be a whole thing we're going to have to deal with in not too long. As the interesting stuff, the improved pathing was hell on your defenses? Oh yeah. I mean, it is improved pathing. Very genuinely, it's better pathing than it was. But it's really rough on defenses. The bigger thing, honestly, for the defense is it used to be the enemy would just kind of walk in and just let you start ripping shots into it, and they wouldn't stop a lot of times. Whereas now they're doing a lot better about stopping... That's fine, we'll set you to hunt. They're doing a lot better about stopping on the way to start firing, so they actually get a chance to, you know, defend themselves and that kind of thing. So let's trade with you. Alright. So I get a whole bunch of trace amounts of leather. Let's go ahead and get that out of here for some cash. I don't want your meat, it's gonna rot almost instantly, so that doesn't do me a whole lot of good. You can give me a book on blacksmithing, plants and mining book, cooking and shooting book. So ditch this research book. So do I have something more I can give you that I want to give you? I can give you the bison stuff. Give you the dye. Alright. So we did get a pair of books out of that. Books are nice because it's a recreation source. Plus we get skills when we use it. We'll bring the Game of inside as well. Actually, put along the side here. Nurture. Thing of the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, Pill Crew is attacking. They're going to prepare before they get here. We have one person who is not actually that big of a concern for us. Depending on how long they take or which way these guys path out, that might be a self-solving problem. But my expectation is I am intending on having this be a very melee-focused colony, because that should help us in these confined places. That's the odd question. Does having a venerated animal prevent them from being able to rabid or mad encounter? No. But there is a concept of the animal being, like, guilty or whatever that helps mitigate penalties. Basically, if you're attacked by the venerated animal, I can't remember if you just don't get the debuff, or if it's far less severe kind of thing. I don't remember exactly how it works. But yeah, no, venerated animals can absolutely still manhunter pack and mad and all that stuff. Okay. And this is probably a colony we want to get blacksmithing early on. To give ourselves armor and go into the melee side of things. Oh, good. We're getting a free horse to eat. Because those shots were entirely friendly fire by the trade people, not me. They were shooting at the alpaca, but they were bad at it. Alright, let's go over here and queue up for one of you to mine some of that steel so we can get this research bench online. Yep, so right now they're gaining, was it cooking on that book? Which book was that? Yeah, you already finished. But yeah, the book there will give a lot of skill points. Alright. So we're cleaning up all the blood. So let's go in here. Let's wait. We'll want to get the barracks and all that in line. It's fine. Okay, I don't know what we're doing with these back rooms. I might just make them storage for now. We're just trying to have like a simulated ship here as best we can. Because that'll be the curiosity. Alright, so we're at baby prep. So we are at the point that we are going to need to go in here and say, hey, I need to keep some of that, their baby food on hand. Go ahead and make side tea forever. Spaceship Training Ground Simulator, basically. So we're making our faux ship. And then the goal is going to be doing most of our fighting inside the faux ship. I'm going to live behind the ship just so we can make a decent-sized colony to get experiments and all that kind of stuff in. Like a kid in a refrigerator box? Yeah. Wearing a paint bucket on their head. Cut 2 holes into it. Oh, lovely. Lovely. They sent me a big pile of skulls. Thanks, man. I feel real welcome here. You just really know how to make people feel like welcome into your community. You just mail them a bunch of skulls, a bunch of human skulls. Alright, so we'll start smoothing out the break room. Okay, guess we'll get ready for our Septoberween holidays. Yep. Muscle parasites. Oh, goody. Muscle parasites suck real bad. In a lot of ways, I find the muscle parasites to be one of the worst diseases in the game. They're just a continuous inconvenience that makes everyone angry because they're in just ridiculous amounts of pain. Yeah, so make this another stockpile. And later on, this stockpile will be stuff like, chem fuel, whatever. Because I'm sure there's going to be some stuff volatile in the ships you're going to have to worry about. We got a raid that's attacking immediately of one Yatkin who is bad at existence, I guess. Literally everything. Okay, so you could take the 2 terrible clubs. And I don't want anything you have, so I'll take your $1. Thank you for your patronage. You are in serious pain, asking when will it end? Thank you for the assist. Got me some free wake up and all that. Yeah, we've already got the, Wait, that should be countered. Ah, well, we failed on that, so we made them more upset. That's cool. Okay, and we're about to finish hollowing out what is the spaceship area. Like I said, we'll set that up as kind of like a beginning base, and our actual base will be back here. But with the intent of this being a place that we would go to fight the enemies. I'll probably keep it furnished. Again, to kind of simulate what's likely to be there, that we're not going to have, like, perfect corridors and all that to work with. My assumption when the players design the ships, you're going to have a lot of that in mind. So like I said, you'd probably do something like this, where it'd have, like, you know, your corridor with your firing lines. You know, and then you'd have this area down here. You'd have, like, where your melee could get into position. Do the classic choke points like that. You know, do all that kind of stuff. But I'm expecting there's going to be a lot of going into enemy ships and bases and stations based on what information they gave us. And I expect that to be a fiasco. That you're just going to have to really fight in, you know, circumstances you normally wouldn't want to. You're in serious pain. Potatoes. Okay, we actually already have food and all that. And then it'll start carving this area back here and whatnot. And this one will probably just put like a production room and the usual stuff for an underground base. All right. Okay, so who is our person who does the mining? You? Okay, so what we're gonna do, we have you go up here and break like 3-4 of those blocks to get that research bench online already. Nah, it could stay out there. That's on the other side of existence. Okay. And that'll also be a storage room for right now. Because we'd probably put something like power in one of these and storage room there. This might have like a bunch of things. You have like your equipment or whatever. Your break room, your barracks, a production room. That'd be the core of your ship. I'm sure there's something else we'll need here. There might be a helm to control it or whatever would probably be up there. But we'll figure it out. Alright, so we'll probably do for our priorities, we'll go furniture, clothing, then I might go directly to smithing, And when we hit smithing, I'll probably start getting everyone switched over to being primarily melee. We do want to have one person who would probably stand back and hit things with smoke grenades later on. You're the one who has no melee skill. Everyone else does. So Sniper Spice here, later on, we'll give him a smoke grenade and all that. Can the pacifist throw, like, a flashbang? No, I don't believe the pacifist can throw, like, EMPs or smash flashbangs or smoke grenades. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure they can't. You can put, like, the smoke grenade belt pack on them and stuff like that. They can technically, you know, make themselves useful in that manner, or you can put, like, the fire foam pack on them to still have them, you know, assist in a fight, but you can't make them actually throw anything that, you know, impacts other people and whatever. Transport pod crash. They get a refugee from the Empire. A brawler with chemical fascination, psychically deaf Hussar. I would like to rescue this person. I don't think it's gonna happen. We have one of our people's a fast runner. Why can you not interact with this person? Oh, you're not downed. I don't think you're gonna make it off the map. There you go. We're probably not gonna get there in time. Yeah, we'll do a field tend here. Because I'm not looking for this person to join me. We don't want them. Not yet. Like, later on I'd consider a Hussar. But right now they would just slowly die from me not being able to take care of their need for go juice. So instead, we're just going to kind of run up there and patch them up, get them sorted, send them on their way, and hope for the reputation. Okay. So we've got that going on. Oh, we could just make a pen in here. I was like, I do want to potentially build a pen to keep alpaca in. I was like, no, if I go and I put that, I'll end up needing to defend that point, and then that defeats the entire idea of the run. But I can put a pen up here and just let them loose on that. Let's see, you're new to RimWorld. Why is cannibalism considered to be so powerful? So, basically you got a bunch of things. If you set up your colony where they don't have a problem with cannibalism, which used to be very hard, but now it's very easy to do in the game, then usually what ends up happening is you just run to the whole situation where, like, you just have food practically showing up on your doorstep. Because normally the idea is, yeah, people attack you no matter what you do, so it's effectively a food delivery service if you're a cannibal. But normally you would have all sorts of mood penalties and all that you gotta deal with. But if you're running a cannibal colony, that's not a thing. Then human leather actually has a pretty high value as well. So it's one of those things, it does kind of trivialize things. Oh, that's fine. I don't care about that. So it's just kind of one of those things that it is a thing that makes the game objectively easier. We did a cannibal run as a, normally I don't run cannibalism or anything like that. for not only that reason, but it's just nothing I'm that interested in simulating. You have gone berserk because you got rebuffed from the inns. And you have some melee skill. We're gonna try... Oh, you've got a baby. Don't do that. Well, I hate to break it to you, I don't have a whole lot of people who can rough you up that don't have a risk of killing you. So, you are making that decision there, buddy. But yeah, so just one of those things, it does make the game considerably easier if you just open yourself up to cannibalism. That's true of a lot of those kind of things. But yeah, for me, it's just not a thing I actually care to do. Oh, that's perfect. RimWorld is definitely one of those games that, you know, their approach is that they are morally gray. Which is sort of right and sort of wrong. Like, they don't force you to do anything. It's actually one of the things I appreciate is a lot of games that, like, let you do edgy stuff force you to do it. It's non-optional. Where RimWorld does give you those options. And I really appreciate that because I don't mind games having those things. I've certainly done a lot of pretty awful things in games myself. But it is a thing when a game takes away the player agency. It's like, no, you're gonna be a horrible person. Just accept it. It really does take a lot out of a game for me. That was, I can't remember the name of the game. There was another game that was kind of going for a RimWorld-esque game, but based more around families. And when they came out with like their early access, like demo whatever version, that early version, that early iteration of the game, you could take people as slaves and then force them to sleep with you. And I was like, that was like, this is not okay. Like, very much bailed on that game on the spot, because not only that, it was part of the tutorial that you had to do it. And I'm like, I'm sorry, no, man. Like, I don't have a problem with games having kind of edgy stuff in them. It's not really for me, like, the edgy stuff necessarily, but that was kind of like, you're going out of your way. It's the same thing, like, right now, just about every survival crafter game that comes out features cannibalism. That's an exaggeration, by the way. But, like, there was a hot minute that was mostly true. And you're kind of like, you know, could you just not? But yeah, no, it gets tiresome. Like, it's not even the existence of it, it's the frequency. The way I've kind of equated it in the past is like, it's almost like when you go and there's that, you know, the one like teenager who, you know, who goes to like Lowe's and gets the piece of rubber and puts the nails in it, but like, you know, supposedly like this edgy whatever person. It's like, oh man, I didn't want the skulls. Storage. The skulls are just gonna take up storage for me. Oh, there they are. So no skulls here. No skulls here. No skulls here. We can go up here. And skulls there. Alright, bulk trade's good. That's fine. But so your power fantasy is making everyone happy and having a good life. Leave me alone with the edgy stuff. Yeah, like, it's not that I necessarily mind edgy stuff in its entirety. Like, that's fine. It's just, again, the volume / frequency of it that can kind of be a bit much at times. Where you're like, oh, I want to play this cool city builder. You need to cannibalize the children to survive. Why? Why is that, like... I don't mind that even existing as a feature, it's a weird choice. But why is, like, the game like, no, you're gonna do this. It's non-optional. Or even worse than that is where you have the game where they put you in that situation where it's like, you know, here's the puppy. You must kick the puppy to advance the game, but I want to kick the puppy. No, you have no choice. The entire game is going to stop, and you're going to wait until you kick the puppy. And so finally you frustratingly, aggravatedly kick the puppy. And the game's like, how dare you kick a puppy? What the hell's wrong with you? And you're like, you gave me no choice. That'll make me, like, bail from a game and refund it if I get to a point where I can. It's like, you didn't give me the choice in this. Don't morally hold the high ground on me when I didn't get an option in the case. Like, it's one thing if I walked into the room and immediately beelined for the puppy and kicked it. Sure, yell at me for it. Make me get a karma penalty or something. That would make sense. Kicking puppies is a terrible thing to do. But like when a game forces you to do immoral things and then goes, shame on you. That is one of those ones that is like a super pet peeve when I run into it in a game. Alright, those muscle parasites are pissing everyone off, but that's just the way it's gonna be. Yeah, so we got our faux spaceship here. We're making the break room nicer, so we get mood bonuses from it. Go get your bow back. So you have a game with an option to off-screen torture someone, and you get the worst ending if you don't, because you don't get the information you need, so you're so mad. Yeah, no, I don't like that. Like, you know, people argue about politics being forced into games and all that. And generally, usually most people argue that. My response is like, whatever, that's garbage, because like any art is political. It's just whether or not you agree with the politics, which kind of does actually go with my argument here. But when a game is like, no, you weren't willing to be awful, and therefore you failed people. You have to be a terrible person. You have to be a terrible, wretched, awful person to do what's right. And it's like, man, I just don't believe that. So that does fit my argument I was just saying where, oh, I have the thing where I rebuild it turned off. That was just one of those things. Yeah, exactly. Tortured is a well-documented, terrible source of information anyways. Yep. People tell you whatever lie gets you to stop. I don't know that name off the top of my head, but we can avoid grabbing individual names. Generally speaking, like, we don't have, like, a no politics policy here, but generally we have, like, a you don't mention individual political parties or individuals kind of things. A character from the TV show 2400. Ah, yeah, and I didn't see that one, so I don't know it. Like, I'm aware of what the show... Yeah, that's the thing. I didn't recognize the name. But yeah, no, I have no idea who that character is, so I can't. I'll miss the reference. As they didn't even fit into the settings of the game, it was like, hey, you're not a great person either, and decisions are hard things. Yeah. No, I haven't had, fortunately, that many games. It's only been a couple, and I can't think of one off the very top of my head. Because, like I said, usually when I run into that, I bail on the game and I'm out. But I have had one or two games that have done that where it's like they really, really, you know, ham-fist force you to be like utterly despicable. And then when you're despicable, they turn around and go, how dare you? Why would you do that? Why would you do the thing the game is like literally forcing you to do? Nah. Not knowing what your stats are, because it's the traits that really matter. Like, you can level up the other stuff, but it's the traits that are going to determine, is this person going to be just self-destructive in your colony, or are you going to get along well, or what's going to happen? Those muscle parasites are awful. Waiting for your 2 to cool down? Yeah. But that's the whole thing. Like, and I don't mind games that, you know, they do force you to face the consequences of whatever decisions you do make. That, I think, is actually very useful and valid in games. Like, where you can push the easy button to, like, you know, win the fight, but then you gotta deal with the consequences of what your actions did. The Titan was a good game for handling evil, in your opinion? There's a lot of talk about that game. Oh, Tyranny, I'm sorry. Tyranny was a good game for handling evil, in your opinion? There's a lot of talk with that game. But the short summary is that it handles evil with nuance. Yeah, I'm not familiar with it, so I can't really give a good reference. I feel like The War Is Mine also did pretty good with a lot of stuff where you can make those decisions where it's like, oh, you're short on food. You don't have to steal the food from the old people, but it is there, and you can steal it, but you come back and they don't make it if you do. And you've got to, you know, you've got to be okay with that. And that, generally speaking, I feel The War Is Mine does a pretty good job where if you start running around and murdering everybody, your people start having, like, psychological breakdowns because it's just not one of those things that the average person is going to do and be okay with.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley. 11-bit. Alright, so we got a healthy baby, so that's good. So we got our brand new healthy baby in the colony. They'll get it to show up on the roster here as soon as they're not breastfeeding. But, I'm a little salty with 8-bit right now. They're the ones who made the altars. And unfortunately, it's come out that the altars did contain undisclosed generative AI. As per required, you are required to disclose if you're using generative AI. Yeah, it's placeholder AI. Placeholder AI that they did multiple revisions of. So, you know, when they say placeholder AI, they did multiple revisions of that placeholder AI. So that's not great. Alright, so we got a brand new baby that we know nothing about. Yeah, so I'm genuinely pretty upset about that. What game are we talking about? The altars. Because it's actually... Why is that a big deal? Generative AI? It's okay if you disagree or whatever, one way or the other, about whether or not generative AI is bad or whatever. But for a lot of people, generative AI is a deal breaker. And so it's fine if people have generative AI, but you are required per TOS on Steam to disclose if you use generative AI in any capacity. Failure to do so can get your game pulled from the store and refunds issued. But yeah, no, I'm a deal breaker on generative AI in games. Because generative AI, by its design, requires stealing of other people's information and all that to then put it out as your own. And before anyone goes with the counter-argument, it's like, it works like a human brain! That means you don't understand human brains. But yeah, no, it's cutting corners. Especially with, like, placeholder. For the record, when you make a game and you put placeholder text, or, like, text and all that, your goal is to deliberately make it stand out, so you get rid of it. It's placeholder. It's not your final assets. That's the reason why when you go back to the games, you'll figure out where people missed it, and it'll have like the bright yellow and pink grid or whatever that's garish. That when you're looking at that, the idea is like, oh, I need to replace that. That was a placeholder. But yeah. In what context is it stealing? Honest question. So when you look at the way generative AI is trained, they usually will take large sums of copywritten material, and they will train it on that material to then mimic that same material. So what you're effectively doing is taking an artist who has like their own product, their own thing that they make to put out in the world, that if I were to go and, you know, take Mario and put Mario up on the screen, I draw Mario and I put on the screen. and I say Mario's for sale. There is some nuance that could be fair use and all that, but generally speaking, I can very found much into violation of copyright. Now, what AI does is it grabs that information in mass, and it kind of mushes it all together and creates a new image, but that new image is effectively just those images. All AI is derivative. It cannot create net new things. It has to derive it from previous stuff, just with the nature of how it works. So, the biggest problem is a lot of the AI is being trained on copywritten data without the consent of the individuals and all that kind of stuff. They're not being compensated, and so you have what's effectively taking their work, you know, gooping it all together, and then competing with the people that you took the work from. Let's see, and developers only ever trained using copyrighted? Why wouldn't they use non-copyrighted? You need a lot of data. And it's not that they only use copywritten data, but it is like 95% copywritten data, if not more. And it is just a matter of you need just a ridiculous abundance of data. Like, you need absolutely astronomical amounts of data to make an AI produce anything better than absolute garbage. Let's see, and they'll benefit it for multiple generations. I'm missing where that was in response to. Without giving consent. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Let's see. There are also been doomers who think AI is straight up devil stuff. I don't think it's necessarily devil stuff. Like, so that's the thing. Part of the thing that gets complicated with AI is there's generative AI, which is one technology, then there's AI, which is a totally different thing. And generative AI does not have any actual AI in it. It is literally like a pattern recognition kind of thing that mushes stuff together. It doesn't understand what it's making. It literally just says, when people use these words, these are the general things that go together and whatnot. So it is a whole thing there. And again, this isn't me trying to say, like, hey, don't use AI. My problem comes more from the fact that Steam requires you to disclose if you use generative AI. So I can make my decision that I don't like it, you can make your decision that you don't mind. But you are required by Steam to disclose, you know, if you use generative AI, the exact same point as if you put, like, pornographic material in your stuff, if you put, like, alcohol consumption and all that kind of good stuff, and all that kind of things. To deliberately not disclose that is both a violation of the terms of service, and is quickly looking like there's going to be multiple countries who make laws that will require that as well. Let's see, it's not Paint though. Paint expressly produced. Let's see. Like, if you buy Paint, do the makers of Paint own the painting you make? No. I don't know what that has to do with any of that. Like, I don't get what, like, the Paint program, you're going to be making your own new thing. Paint doesn't own it. Now, there is an Adobe product, I can't remember the name of which one, that if you make the products using that, it's their cloud thing or whatever, that they do reserve the right to scrape your data for use with AI, which is a little different. But yeah, so at that point, they don't own your copyright, but their thing. Not Paint program, the actual Paint. I don't get the analogy here. Because, like, if you're trying to say the scraping of other people's art is the same as, like, buying graphite pencils or something, that's a gross misrepresentation of what's happening here. Because we're not talking about the equivalent of, like, clay or raw materials you'd need to make a material. It'd be more taking the ideas and doing that, which is a very different thing. Let's see, so the crux of the argument is intellectual property violations. If you understand what you're saying correctly, yes. It's more about, like, it's twofold. Well, actually, it's threefold. So you're creating a technology designed to compete with the individuals, and it costs jobs. And that's there are things that you'll come out with that are good that cost jobs and all that. So there's like not in itself necessarily a deal breaker argument one way or the other. On the other hand, what we've got going on is you are taking the materials from those people, you are getting rid of their jobs to then compete against them. Which is, you know, where you get into like intellectual property violations, that kind of thing. Let's actually go down here. So there's like a theft side to it. Let's see. Also, the amount of like actual power they consume to operate that whole thing is like silly, cartoonishly levels of high amounts of power. Oh, you've got muscle parasites, so you're gonna be slowed. The other's gonna have to meet you. Like it's like dystopian levels. Was he the first person to make a guitar own every song? No, because they're not. You're misunderstanding the base material, the base tool, that kind of thing, with the creation used to make that thing, which is the difference. Like, the song would be the intellectual property, the copywritten thing. The guitar is just a tool. It's like a hammer. You don't copyright. I mean, you could get not copyright. You could get a what's the word? A patent on a guitar, but that's a whole different animal and not really relevant. Does you get confused how something becomes something else is still directly related to the original thing, especially massive amounts of original things? So, in the sense, what is the AI thing generated from? What is the original source? The original source would be the individual songs. So someone would take tens of hundreds of thousands of songs and grab all those, and then the generative AI would create a new song from that. And the catch is, with AI, it must always be derivative because of how the AI works. Whereas a human being, it can be transformative. And there is protections in copyright if you do make stuff that is transformative from the initial creation. So like, if I were to go and say, take a bunch of images of Mario, and I fed it into a generative AI, it will only know how to make Mario. It can't make Luigi. It doesn't know what Luigi is. It can't figure it out. It can make Mario. So no matter what you ask, it's going to be a flavor of Mario. Now, a human being, if I turn around and I feed them a bunch of images of Mario, they can still make something that's not Mario. So if I make an Italian plumber who's totally different from Mario, I have used Mario as an inspiration, but I have not broken Mario's copyright. That's the catch. But if it's making Mario again, there's no argument that that is stealing. Correct. But so this is where AI gets muddy, is because you are grabbing so many different references, it's hard to always tell what it is stealing from. But because it is always derivative, it always must take the material from something else. It is physically incapable of creating a transformative thing. And I understand that you obviously are okay with it, generative AI. I'm not trying to convince you that generative AI is fine or whatever. The problem with the alters is I am someone who is a deal breaker for use of generative AI. I am against it wholeheartedly, and that's fine. We differ on that. That's okay. But my thing is they are required to disclose by terms of service on Steam if they use it, and they didn't do so. Deliberately. Let's see, so you play devil's advocate. Does this not mean if you say one generative AI is built on a million thoughts of others, isn't that output creates organic algorithmic? Not because of how it works below the surface, but that's going to get more into how a lot of your brain works versus computers. Because if you overgeneralize it to a point of very what's the word I want to use? Diminishing of how the human brain works, then yes, they're similar. But in the way the brain actually works and combines and creates new thoughts and all that kind of stuff, AI cannot do all that. So the moment the moment is just like you would have to get so reductivist to it that it's to a point of not really being accurate. Let's see, if someone has ever written a paper from school where it got copied with someone else's work and submitted as their own, it's basically the same thing as AI is doing. It's just doing it at a huge scale. Right. It'd be like, to give you an example, this would be the equivalent of if I was like, I need to turn in a paper on Romeo and Juliet for class. Now, I didn't copy Jamie's paper. I got Jamie's and Tom's paper, and I took both those papers, and then I used them and I mushed them together to make my own paper. So it's neither Jamie's nor Tom's paper anymore. But it's not my own work. I just copied their material. I didn't read Romeo and Juliet. I didn't learn Romeo and Juliet. I didn't figure any of that out. I didn't go look up notes. I literally just took their papers and it went squish. Now what AI is doing is that same concept, and not giving, yeah, and exactly, and not giving credit to Jamie or Tom, or in any way compensating Jamie or Tom for the use of their material, and without the permission of Jamie or Tom. Now, what the AI is doing is saying, okay, instead of Jamie and Tom, I'm getting 1,000 Jamie and Toms and squishing them all into one thing. And that is an oversimplification, but you get the idea here. And it's just, the scale of it makes those lines really blurry, because it's like, who did they wrong? And it's like, well, I can't point at one person, because it's such a large number of people, and I don't really know all the people that were impacted. 1,000 is lowballing it, exactly. And that's kind of the thing. And we actually are having countries like, was it Sweden? There's been a couple of countries who have been passing laws requiring much stricter policies, like one, you would need to accredit every single person you used for your source when making things, which of course would be hundreds of thousands of people, so wouldn't be reasonable or practical. There's also ones that you'd be required to compensate anyone you use their materials and properly pay them. There's some that to use their material you would require consent. You'd require consent to do so, and all that kind of stuff. So you've got a bunch of different countries who are coming out with laws heavily restricting generative AI, and it's just the scale of the data they need to make even like anything better than utter garbage is astronomical. And so it's just kind of one of those things. Now again, if you're someone who is okay with generative AI, that is a you decision. That's a decision you have to make. I'm personally against it. That's whatever. My issues with the alters is while the game looks great, they didn't disclose it. So ignoring all of your thoughts on generative AI, like pro and against, they are required to put their game on Steam. They are required to disclose that they use it, and they did not do so. And that's where like we can get into the philosophy around generative AI, good, bad, otherwise, but it doesn't matter because they violated the terms of service of Steam. So technically right now, Steam can pull their game off, refund everyone, and Steam would be 100% following their terms of service to do that. So you want to stay for 25 days. Let's see, the biggest generative AI companies are mostly just scrape data on the internet. Yep. Like, and they weren't really caring about where they got it from. That wasn't the priority. They just scraped en masse. Let's see, use ChatGPT for your daily work, and you manage before and after school care criteria. It helps you document, plan, and source learning for children more rapidly than using more resources you could find yourself. It seems like a good case of it doesn't hurt anyone. So to be clear, like in your case, you're saying you're using it for managing your daily work with a school care center. Now, as a like, and I'm not trying to nitpick on you, like, how do you actually use that in that frame? And again, if this gets like too much into it, like it's dox yourself or you just don't want to answer, that's totally fine. Because the thing you've got to watch with LLMs like ChatGPT is when you get into a lot of those, they are not sources of truth. They're sources of truthiness. they sound truthful without being it. They're the Calvin's dad of resources. That they sound accurate, but are entirely wrong. Or can be entirely wrong, not necessarily that they are entirely wrong. And that's just kind of one of the big catches, is that LLMs do not understand in any level whatsoever what it is they're telling you about. It is the friend who doesn't understand a topic but has read a lot of books and is happy to spit out all sorts of information about it without really knowing if what they're saying is accurate or otherwise, because they actually don't understand the topic. Let's see, there are commercial, non-commercial providers that produce learning materials. Yeah, okay. I want 20 ideas for games and activities that focus on a learning outcome 1 from national quality standards, focused on permitting identity of self-image. It spits out those, and you can pick and choose the best ones you want to use. Yeah, so the things it would do good is it would be good of spitting out activities and games, sure. The learning outcome 1, you'll probably get stuff that it's going to do, and it's going to grab resources, and that'll probably actually give you okay-ish results. The ChatGPT doesn't understand learning outcomes. It doesn't understand national quality standards. It doesn't know what those words mean. It just knows when people say that these are things that are similar to it. So it is a tricky thing to use there. So it's not that it can't be helpful. You have to be really careful. It is not a trustworthy source. Yeah, now it's just a whole thing. But like having the human element you go through definitely helps, where you go and assess it afterwards and pick them. But you just have to be really careful. People want to believe that generative AI is far smarter than it really is. It's just a step above machine learning. Which machine learning is very useful, but people aren't using machine learning to turn in papers and all that. They're using it to do pattern recognition. But it does understand what to link through. It finds 10,000 people. I can already counter-argument that, Dragar. Look at all of the instances where lawyers have used ChatGPT, and then it's linked to court cases that don't actually exist. You've got to be careful. There have been lawyers disbarred from... Yeah, exactly, Allison's on it. So it's just one of those things that, like, it doesn't understand it. Like, that's again, keep in mind, I'm a software developer of over 15 years, and I've worked on not generative AI, but, like, not AI of, like, trying to think like people and all that. Okay, so we unfortunately do venerate Ibex, and there's an Ibex coming to attack us, so we're going to go murder an Ibex that we venerate, so this is going to go great. Yeah. Right, it can be helpful. Your earlier question came prophetic. Yep, we're gonna go ahead and figure it out. I mean, it's an Ibex. Actually, I can't remember the last time I've had an Ibex be a manhunter, but that's fine. Okay. So we don't have a mood penalty on anyone for the Ibex kill, because I believe that's the way that worked. Now, the one thing I do need to prevent, go to our butcher table, bills, detail, animal, Ibex, take it off. If they butcher the Ibex, they'll get really upset about that. Because if you butcher and eat a venerated animal, they do not like that. That'll be a real bad time. But for what we're dealing with here, that'll help out. Yeah, I'll respond to the other thing earlier. So you're in a daze because of unsightly environment. That's fine. You're getting that all smoothed out, and that's good. It's just going to take time. We need more wood. Oh, wait. I'm sorry, chat. So, I'll get back with the question from Dragar, to respond to that. Tomb just got home, so I gotta step away for just a minute to welcome my wife home. I've had dinner cooking in the slow cooker the whole time. So I just gotta run down there, grab it, come back up. It'll take me just a couple minutes, but thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a few minutes. So I do apologize about stepping away right as the ad break happened. I heard my wife got home. I was like, oh crap, time. So I'll go ahead and step away and come back. It'll be just a minute, so thank you again for tuning in. Alright, let's open the door behind us. That's not the way I wanted to run! I wanted to run back this. No, 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 no! I got hit by something else. I saw the trigger too. And I got... Ooh, fog! That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog! Excellent! This feels great! This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's gonna get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area, because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. Get more involved. I don't want to be here. I missed. Ho. Please step forward when you get up. Please step forward when you get up. Buddy. Buddy, you and me, let's do the worm over on this side. Not really. I cannot see in the grass at all. No, I was really depending on you not being there anymore. I really need you to get away from my car. Oh, that's it. Well... No, when I turned to go north there and I saw that was a full-on horde, or like a full-on... What happened to you? You lost to a guinea pig? What? Is the guinea pig still around? Panther. Friend. Buddy. You lost to a guinea pig. A guinea pig straight up ruined you. Hardcore guinea pig, I'm saying that much. That's one of the things that irks me is like I do try and keep right, but like, you know, there'll be someone going slow and you'll start passing them and it's just no. Don't worry about it. I should have just taken the wrong turn. I misread my GPS and that was the thing. Engine malfunction. I think that's the first time I've had that. For the record, I actually think that might be the hardest collision I've done in this game so far. Hey. Yeah, I'm poorly equipped for this guy. Did you? Well, I will take my victory. Get our next batch of watermelon ready. Oh, jeez. Oh, I thought I actually got away with it. When she got most of the way back up on her feet, I was like, wait a sec, did I literally just get away with this? Zidian's like, yeah. Okay. In the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh, no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh, no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. I'm gonna have failed this, like, at the door. Oh, come on, just give me a tower. Figure out check. Excellent news, the wonder has been built, completed the great monument. All of us are very proud to be part of the Glorious Empire. Excellent news, you did a great job. We completed all the goals in the city. We can move on to the next place and create a new city in order to expand our Glorious Empire. That's good, because I was going to literally lose the next term. Great architect, I regret to inform you that I've been dismissed from management due to low loyalty. Oh, okay, I won and I lost in the same turn. Excellent, perfect. Okay, and we are back. So let me catch up. We agree it makes mistakes with questions and have to be worded very carefully, and the utmost important, especially with the degree in education, you can make, let's catch up. Make sure it's suggesting everything cannot be removed because ChatGPT. Yeah, that puts you ahead of a lot of people. A lot of people just go, dot. I got my answer. You know, the classic people who go to Google and say, you know, do vaccines cause autism? And they, you know, grab the thing and go with it, and it's not a good approach. Let's see. Project control of AI definitely needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. The mass application it's being used for is alarming in such a small time frame. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That's kind of the big thing we've got going on right now, is there is a level of trust in things like generative AI, LLMs, and all that, that is wildly inappropriate. It's like going to a toddler and being like, you're in charge of the department now. It's one of those things like, you can't trust. It's not that it's a tool that can't be used, it's the vast majority of the uses it's facing are not appropriate for the level of what it has. The same criticism can be made for stuff like Wikipedia. Now granted, Wikipedia at least has a human involved. That doesn't necessarily make it right or wrong, but there is at least a certain level versus algorithm just mush together, here's what comes out, you're getting your own unique flavor that no one can kind of go through and be like, hey, hang on, that's not right. You don't have to understood, but he was saying that, I think you misunderstood his rebuttal. It produces information, content for you. That information will be quite probably flawed or bogus, or anywhere in between, and there's no technical method to tell it apart. And that's where you can filter manually as a professional and assess if you're lucky. Be cautious, though, such assessments have to prove. Exactly. Infinity Simplex is right on the thing. It's not that it can't be used, you just have to really, really, really be on top of it. And then the problem you run into is a lot of things people just aren't. So it is one of those ones that I put a very heavy level of caution. Because it's honestly not when you're at your best that you worry. It's when, you know, your kid's been sick, you're running on 2 hours of sleep, you had these long meetings, you're tired, you're frustrated, and then you have like this big thing done, and you should go through and do all your fine detail and all that, but you're too effing tired. So you hit the ChatGPT thing, you give it a once-over, it's like, that looks right, and you move it on. And then that can cause some serious problems. Because, you know, that happens. Some days we are just tired. There we go. Got you moved to your bed, got the door replaced, smoothing that out. But yeah. So it's not that you can't use tools like ChatGPT, but it is very, very, you know, careful about it. And still, for now, you're smarter than an LLM. I think that'll be forever. Like, just the nature of how LLMs work is you just have to remember that they don't understand what they're talking about. They just push together things that an algorithm has said those are related. So it's just kind of one of those things that the LLMs, by how they work, will never be smarter. Like, they're not smart to begin with. They just algorithmically mush stuff together. That's where I was getting to machine learning. Machine learning in itself isn't a smart system. It's just really good at pattern recognition, which is useful, like very useful. It has very big uses in like medical and all that. But yeah, your cat is smarter than ChatGPT. Correct. Your cat can observe things that have occurred in the world and make cognitive decisions and go, hey, when I meow like this, Cookie folds over like a briefcase and gives me food, and therefore I should do that in the future. And LLM goes, what's a food? What's an emotional awareness? I don't understand. And also, I do have a background in education as well. I'm not a degree-holding person, but I've done both formal and informal education, college level, as well as, like, post-grad, that kind of stuff. But my main focus is technology. Alright, so we've got electricity book, and a book on animals we can get if you let me deliver a bunch of toxic waste packs. Honestly, I'm going to say no. I've done the toxic waste pass. It's usually a fairly safe one, but I've had it screw with a lot of stuff. They're fairly safe ones, but I had a weird thing with the last tile, which I think was probably because it was the big open area we hadn't revealed, that all the animals were showing up there, but I was getting no animals on my side because of the pollution. But yeah. So this isn't me trying to, like, beat the crap out of you for using ChatGPT or anything. Like, you can use it well. It's just really easy to get complacent with those type of things. Yeah, that'll work. And then quest-wise, I'll take the Goodwill, because you're just gonna lay on the floor and eat food. Oh, you're a prisoner. Well, crap. I need to pay attention to that. That's like... not... Every time the Empire does that, the vast majority of time, I will just assume it's not a prisoner. And I get caught by, like, every third time. Reading comprehension, kiddos. It's a thing. Prisoner, we will convert you. But yeah. With granted, ChatGPT, while being a generative AI, because that's just how LLMs work, what we're talking about earlier was a different style of generative AI. Where, like, the output of the generative AI, the product of the output was the thing you were selling. Whereas what you're talking about using is more as a tool to give you ideas and brainstorming. And there's still not great things about that when it comes to consideration of where those ideas come from, so far as, like, borrowing or whatever. But because you aren't using that as a final sellable product or whatever, it's a very different implication that's not nearly as bad. So yeah, one correction though, LLMs can be pretty smart about the units they calculate, which is mostly reduced word components, actually fused words at the same. It totally understands that in Rual's channel, CA is not often followed by, yeah, understand is a very different thing from probably the verbatim understand. So yeah, so when I'm talking about understanding, I'm not talking about being able to figure out what you're looking for. What I'm talking about understanding is knowing what a rice is. Like, knowing that rice is, like, a thing I can hold and that you can cook it and you can eat it. It knows there's this word rice, and it's commonly found with cooking, and it's commonly found with eating. But it doesn't understand intrinsically how these things all... Like, it doesn't get it. These are just words with relationship. You know, these are words that are related to each other. It doesn't understand rice. Like, it's not a thing that it truly grasps. If it gets enough data, well, that's the thing. That's a difference in how consciousness works. Like, as a person, I'm trying to think of a good example, because I'm trying to think of a good example that's not a traumatic thing. Like, it would be the same if, like, you know, if you're a guy, for example, you cannot truly understand what a woman goes through, and vice versa. We can read about it, we can be knowledgeable about it, we can talk about what we've read, but we can't understand it, because we lack the ability to do so. It knows things, but it cannot experience them, like stubbing your toe. Right, so it doesn't understand stubbing your toe. What it does know is that stubbing your toe as a phrase comes up, and that it might recommend putting ice on it. It doesn't understand what that means, but it just knows these go together. And this is an oversimplification. There's like a weighting system to it. But see, one thing that I are very afraid of is the future knowledge, because AI, like teaching kids and getting them to develop skills and learn, they can just ask AI for the answer. Well, that's the reason why more and more places are trying to make rules against AI and limit AI within the purpose of education. Because it's not the same argument like when we were kids and they're like, oh no, you really do need to learn to do the math in your head. You'll not have a calculator on hand. Which, excuse me, I have a phone, yes I do. And that kind of thing. That's a different animal. Because, like, you need to develop critical thinking skills and all that. And just offloading those to the AI. And, like, for an example of, like, with math, you're trying to teach math to a kid. A big part of math is just practice. Like, very genuinely, it's just practice. So you teach a kid, it's like, hey, here's how you add numbers together. Here's how you subtract. Here's how you multiply. Here's how you divide. Okay, now do this a bajillion times. And that's how you get good at it. Like, you can hand someone a guitar and be like, you put your finger here and you pluck that string and it makes this sound. And you go to do it and it sounds nothing alike. And you go, okay, do that 100 times. And now you get it. And with a lot of like the generative AI and stuff, instead of practicing writing, you just hit the button, it spits out the result, you put your name on it, maybe you gloss it up a little, and you didn't learn how to create that paper. What you learned the skill of how to ask something else to do it. And unfortunately, that doesn't work across the board in all aspects. It also doesn't know what it feels like, but ice helps with a stubbed toe that cause pain. Yeah, like it doesn't understand the concepts of pain, ice, stubbed toe, or anything like that. It just knows by this weighting system that these words are related. And this is an oversimplification because when you add a prompt, you might be like, how do I treat a stubbed toe? And it just picks up stubbed toe treat. Okay, there's a weighting here. When we see put ice on it, it's related to stubbed toe and treated. It doesn't know what any of these words, it just knows these patterns go together. And so it gives you an answer. And this, you know, with LLMs, then they'll add in all the extra words to make it sound good and all that. Yeah, kids will get the answer to the question, but miss the purpose for asking. That's another thing that happens, yes. Unfortunately, a lot of detection tools F up a lot, especially when they work with autistic kids. Are very often very different. Yes, that's, there's a really good book that I would highly recommend called Weapons of Math Destruction. And the general premise of the book is not necessarily about generative AI or anything. The book actually predates that. But it's about the use of like systems and algorithms and all sorts of stuff, whether they're electronic or literally like paper systems, and how when you make them, a lot of times, even well-intentioned, you can create things that cause harm at scale because you've just scaled up something, and it will scale up the results of that thing, good, bad, or otherwise. So if I have a system that is flawed and I do it at scale, I have taken that flaw to scale. And it does actually cover the education thing for like college admissions and all that, as well as the rating system for colleges historically. That, while well-intentioned, those systems ultimately became very harmful. And again, there's a couple things that something becomes a source of its own truth, that you can't kind of challenge it. If it is a black box, so you can't peek into how it works, then you can't challenge it. And a bunch of stuff around that. Like you need people checking it, and it's one of those things with your systems. You generally want to accept your system as wrong until proven correct, and then to assume it's wrong the very next time you see it, and just keep repeating that process. Because the moment you just accept it as truth, that's going to be the time that you start getting yourself into real trouble. Because you can have a system that actually is really well made and is right, just right in general. 1 second. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought Toon was trying to get a hold of me. Toon is my wife. Cattle rating system used to, let's see, the cattle rating system? Oh, that's, I don't know about that one. Yeah, because, yeah, it was a whole thing with the... Sorry, I need to get these things set. I can go into the whole college thing. So basically what's happening is if we go back to the day, you didn't used to have a rating system on colleges. You just had, have you heard of that college before or not? Is kind of what their entire rating system was. And what happened was, I think it was USA Today, there was basically a newspaper that was kind of losing to its immediate competitor, and they're really struggling to stay relevant. And they're like, we gotta come up with something. Like, this is not working, we gotta come up with something to give us purpose. And at the time, there had been a really big problem that, there were schools that were good and there were schools that were really not. And no one was really waiting or doing anything for that to be able to really differentiate one from the other. So they're like, okay, let's make a grading system for this. And so really kind of set up to try and solve a real problem and all that. And they genuinely meant to, for purpose of selling their newspaper, that people would come to like see all the big schools, how they rated. And so they started going around the schools being like, okay, what's important? Well, obviously how many people graduate from the school relative to how many people go there, like the graduation rate's important. How well did the people do after they graduated? Did they get jobs in their discipline or otherwise were well paid? And like they're trying to go through all that. And they came up with their first iteration of that grading system. And almost none of the big schools that people thought highly of were in that top section. Like all your Ivy League schools weren't up there based on their algorithm. And they went, crap. If we put this out here, everyone's going to think it's garbage. Because all of the schools that people currently accept as good are getting really poorly rated. So we need to update our algorithm to try and improve this. And they went through a bunch of iterations and then finally got it where there was a couple of upsets in those schools that you'd expect to be highly rated that didn't end up getting highly rated, but most of them were up there and that kind of thing, which kind of gave a certain validity to what they were doing and all that. And so some of the things they started adding to fudge those numbers was they started adding considerations like, if I go to a competing school and I ask them to name a couple of schools that they would say are really well recognized, like good schools, who would they say? So like the weighting of your peer, or the grading of your peers would be a factor in how you score, which of course means if you're a popular school, you got rated higher. Do you have a sports team was on there. So, genuinely speaking, when you go and find out, like, every other school had, like, a stadium and a sports team and all that, that was the thing that was the catalyst that kind of kicked that off to being a thing that every school kind of needed, was because that rating system became extremely popular, and one of the criteria they put on there is, do you have a sports team? And so you get the point that it stopped taking into consideration the things that were actually relevant to the student's success, which is why they created the system to begin with, because they had to make it trustworthy, and they had to fudge the numbers by adding more criteria to it. So again, well-intentioned from the beginning, and then kind of got away on them. And one of the things they had to remove from it was how much money it cost you versus what you should expect to be paid on the other side of it. Which, of course, basically is one of the things that knocked all the Ivy League schools down because they're frickin' expensive. Alright, I'm gonna need to... We're already out of wood again. You might add another rating flaw to the college and university. Rob, you don't know if more stopping you from progressing the topic? Oh no, you're all good. But yeah, and that's like I said, that's that book, Weapons of Math Destruction, covers a lot of that. It covers, like, there have been systems to calculate recidivism rates in parole that were deeply flawed. There were, like, to give you a byproduct of this, part of the metrics they used was if, like, the number of students that applied versus the number of students you as the college rejected would weigh higher on you. So if you rejected more students, you were considered a better school. And it got bad enough that they would have local community colleges who, if you were very overqualified for them, would reject you, expecting you to not go there in the first place, because that would boost their numbers. Or boost their rating. So, like, it was creating real harm on the other side of this. Okay, so we created complex furniture. And it's a fascinating thing. You know, an awful thing, but a fascinating thing. I think we can all agree you should go to the University of California. Or Tulane. There's a lot of really good schools out there. And there's a lot of schools that get a bad rap that are actually pretty solid schools. There's also a bunch of schools that get a really good rap who honestly don't deserve it. It is a complicated thing. Now, the good news is the rating system is much better now. There was, about 6 or 8 years ago. No, it'd be longer than that. It'd be 12 years ago? Whatever. It was a while back they did, because it kind of came out how bad the rating system had gotten, there was an effort to make it more relevant. And they had set out to do a lot more than actually ended up doing, because they were going to take into consideration the amount of costs, what's your chance of graduating, what should you expect to be paid out, like get a bunch of those back onto the rating system. But, they got a lot of pushback and a bunch of lobbyist money against them, so they did get more than I expected, but not all the good stuff they probably should have. Also, top 3 party schools in the country. You're gonna have a good time. Hey man, that's a factor. You can finally complete your lifetime goal of being on academic probation at 3 party schools at the same time. Man, it's a whole thing. And they cover whole things, like even job applications that they get into that in that book. And like I said, most of those systems, there's 1 or 2 that are kind of like their intent is real shady. But the bulk of them were well-intentioned systems that people put a lot of time and effort into thinking through, but they made mistakes, which is understandable. But that's the reason why you have like certain things when you're making a system. Some of the rules about it is, 1, you know, it cannot be its source of its own truth. It cannot be unassailable. You need people to be able to challenge your system so that when things are wrong, you can go through. Never see you in class, but you seem to be at every game, party, kegger. You're drinking at diplomat's level. You wish they would add butterflies and fireflies RimWorld? That'd be cool, just for like a nice little aesthetic. I get behind that. But yeah, so that's a fun topic. That book is by Kathy O'Neill. You probably won't have heard of her because like that's kind of her area. She is a data scientist and all that, and focuses on a lot of that. But it's one of those books I usually recommend for anyone getting into software development to kind of be a warning against yourself that you can unintentionally do a lot of harm. That you've got to be vigilant. Okay, what stone do I have in this map again? It was sandstone and granite. I can get behind that. So use granite for our walls, we'll use a sandstone for just like furniture and crap. Because I'm really not worried about like the strength of a bunch of the stuff. I mean, I should say, I'm not worried about the strength of the furniture. Okay. So we've got that built. We can go down to here. Bookshelf here. Small shelf there. Step 1, buy chocolate cookie mix. Step 2, follow instructions on the package. But yeah. And for the record, I'm not like someone who is like against technology or anything like that. I literally I've been an early adopter for technology for most of my life. And still generally am. But it's kind of the awareness of the implications of technology is important. One of the rules we have from the cybersecurity standpoint is any technology you introduce, think of like the worst thing it could possibly be used for. Think of the best thing it could possibly be used for. It's going to be used for a little bit of both of those. And then what do you do to prevent the first while allowing the second? And there are times where you hit a technology and go, the good this makes is not worth the bad. And it does happen. I was involved in a project, and this is before you had a lot of the data scrapers and all that out on the internet. But it was working with a company who did association management system. So, like one of our clients was I'm gonna get the name wrong. It was basically the Boy Scouts for the Scouts of Canadian Scouts. Sorry, but we had like them and the Society of Mechanical Engineers, which is I believe a U.S.-based society, but like some really big associations. And we had software that dealt with like tracking your dues, tracking your inventories, keeping important documents, and all these kind of things. So we did like we had the software that did all the boring administrative stuff on the back end that you need. And what we were trying to do is a lot of those associations are basically on very limited funds to operate. So we were trying to help them figure out, I've only got so much stuff I can give out to my members. What members do I give my stuff out to get the most benefits from? Okay, so Kyotsu and the Ints. Kyotsu tried to attract the Ints by exaggerating his own usefulness. The Ints is attracted and now is Kyotsu's lover. Now, it doesn't say for explaining their own usefulness. It says exaggerating. All right. So we are that Kyotsu is this dude right here in the colony, not the real Kyotsu, but this pawn is the one being like, nah. If you need someone who can build you a shelf, I can do it. You need a patio built? I got you. I know how to do that 100%. Meanwhile, pulling up YouTube, trying to look it up. They're the overconfident projects around the house guy in this moment. Again, not the actual person. but the pawn here. That relationship has a sturdy foundation. To be fair, it didn't specify that Kyotsu knew they were exaggerating. It could very well be that Kyotsu is just confident. Inappropriately so. Alright, so you've got a singular hostile alpaca. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so grab the people here. Except the children. This could be that they're lowering their expectations until they accomplish a goal. Yeah. Well, it is a very guy thing to be overconfident. That gets into a lot of human psychology, how we're raised, nature versus nurture, all that garbage. But society heavily pressures men to be more capable, and often to a point that we mislead ourselves. Okay. Oh, right. Well, we're already through. Okay, so after this, we're going for smithing. And the reason we're going for smithing next is so we could start actually meleeing in our melee place. So I'm running around with actual melee weapons. Because we'll get that all going, because we should be doing that. Because the goal here is to actually do these fights in here. The big thing is I'm going to have to move the farms back for that to reasonably happen. Because otherwise everything's just going to light this on fire and I'm going to be dealing with it. Heat stroke? Well, go inside. You had a D&D character that literally wrote a book on knife fighting polar bears. He died being mauled by a dire polar bear after someone tossed him a knife. Excellent. Now, this isn't going to be a room for fighting, to be clear. This is going to be our production room long term. Why are you not building that? Oh, because they literally don't have sandstone. Right. That does make sense. Meanwhile, go to bills, add cook meal, do forever if the meal is made out of meat. Because meat rots really fast, so there's no point in me saving it. Yeah, that one coming. And it well played to the Dungeon Master. Yep. A doe is self-tamed. A doe has chosen death. She brought up all the time. That's definitely the passive-aggressive Dungeon Master who's like, this one little S will not stop talking about the fact that this guy knows how to fight polar bears. I am absolutely murdering this character with a polar bear. Oh, thank you.
Enjoy.
You enjoy.
Yeah.
Love. Okay. So these nomads are around for another 5 days. They don't get out of our hair. Because again, the whole point is we want to be fighting in here. And not just choke point there and do whatever. We'll see how it goes. There's going to be a flip over where my intention is to drop almost all of our ranged weapons and go not purely melee, but like 90+% melee. But I need actual melee weapons to really pull that off. So right now, Sniper Spice here has no passion for melee, so they're probably going to be our ones using like smoke grenades or whatever utility ranged I need. You know, EMP grenades, smoke grenades, that kind of thing. Where the others are going to be just swarm. Because all of them have a passion for bludgeoning and stabbing. As after needing dying to a cougar rather than having humility. That was a cougar, not a bear. Entirely different animals. Again, there's definitely that point the Dungeon Master has gotten passive-aggressive about and is like, no, I'm killing your character. I've had it. Be smug. So I'll have you start mining some steel to get some steel on standby. I don't want to go mining a bunch down here too much yet. I mean, actually, we can. Because this is our production room. We'll put our actual, like, lab over here. And I'll put a hospital there. Right by the entrance. This is not as big a deal in D&D, depending on the level of addition. Yeah. You had 3 of your serious characters already die at that point, so you decided to make a joke con artist character. Yeah. Well, those can be a lot of fun, honestly. Like, especially if you're getting, like, frustrated or burnt or whatever. It can be good to have a character that's just like a throwaway, silly character that's got their gimmick. They don't really care. I haven't done like hardly any D&D myself. It's just not something I ever really got into. But it's kind of the same thing with even like MMOs and all that kind of stuff, where like there's permadeath or whatever. Having your throwaway silly character, so when everything's like really heavy on your main character, you're like, you know what? I just want to have fun today. Like I don't want to put a lot of effort in this. I just want to have fun. Or it's like, I guess a better example was way back on the channel I did GTRP, and that's actually what got me started on streaming. Was I didn't do GTRP because stream. I was streaming as like, or sorry, I was doing GTRP, and it's like, let me, you know, I'm doing this anyway. Some of the others could see my perspective. But there was definitely times in like GTRP where you're like, okay, all of this crap around my character's just getting too heavy. Let me just get this silly throwaway whatever character that I just don't care about. And just have a fun, because, you know. Let's see, you have the baby? Put the baby in the crib. Alright, we're gonna start forcing our people to at least fight a little bit indoors. So you go put that baby down. That's good enough, honestly. So for here, we're gonna have to do one of these things. It'll get the rest of you. You just mush in here wherever you can. Where are you? You're in the back? That's fine. You stay back there. Okay. That's a pretty straightforward one. Just a bottleneck. It's a pretty straightforward enemy. We'll definitely be doing way more involved. Because they can't shoot back or anything, so we're just gonna thwack them a bunch. Yeah, so you had a character that was just above or below average in all their stats, and you played him passive-aggressively. He was a guy who was forced to go on an adventure, and he just wanted to be a shop clerk. Yep. Yeah, so put all our production stuff into this room after they're out of here. Meanwhile, we can put our lab stuff back here. A mad cougar. We are getting just lots of manhunters. Let's go ahead and run in here real fast. Grab all you and shove you back here. You hold the door. Okay. So little by little, we're getting this area built back here. The character is blessed. You played him for 2 years, and he just wouldn't fail a clutch roll. Is Anomaly on? Yes, right now it's in passive. I do plan to wake it up. I usually wait to wake it up till I have electricity. I've certainly, like, especially when Anomaly first came on, literally would hit at the moment we started pretty much every run. But I honestly found there's very little purpose in waking up Anomaly before electricity. You just kind of get, like, 1 or 2 instances of Sight Stealer or something like that, or Shamblers. And then you don't have really a way of capturing them or whatever, or getting anything useful out of them, so it's kind of irrelevant. Okay, so you got all that smoothed out, so we are going to go here and just say smooth. Smooth out the entire pretend ship. So that way we can repair it as time goes on. Royal Ascent, don't care about it. We are about to get complex clothing. And then once that's, you know, figured out, I'll probably continue to use the ship as my base a little bit. So, like, we'll expand back here. We'll keep, like, the basics up here. Again, because I do want this to represent, like, an actual, Okay, so we're going to get that. We're going to go smithing. And then we're going to go to... Where's armor? Plate armor. Yeah, so get smithing, then we're going to go plate armor so that we can actually have our people able to stand up in a melee fight. So I've got this. We can go here. Furniture. Put our first real bed in there. Okay. Slowly start switching over to actual beds. Meanwhile, you can go over here, go production, tailoring bench. So you can start getting clothes done. And they should slowly get this smoothed out. And I do know we have a couple, and I probably do want to get that couple a twin bed and all that, but we'll worry about that. Let's see, why no lights? Don't they work faster and better quality items with lighting above 50%? Yes. Right now I'd have to use torches, and I just don't feel like making them cut down the trees again and again to refuel the torches and making it a whole hauling thing. Once we get electricity, I'll turn on proper lights, but you aren't wrong that we get a faster movement speed, higher quality products, we don't take the mood penalty, yada yada yada. They're worth doing. I'm being lazy, is what it really boils down to. Still have muscle parasites. I believe the way I would phrase it is, not being in light, I believe you get a quality penalty, potentially, if I'm not mistaken. Or you have like a higher chance of a worse outcome, is my understanding of it. I haven't looked into the details on it. But basically, darkness penalizes a bunch of stuff. Yes, you got almost all the floors smoothed out back there. We're starting to expand. Okay. So get rid of the leathers and all that we're not going to be using hardly any of, because I just got a ton of it. Got a bunch of Sai-Tea. I'll ditch the dye for right now. Do you have things I want? There's clothing I could certainly take. You already have alpaca. I might just take the money. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. I'm just going to take the money. I've got plenty of food. I don't really need to buy more food. So the torture lamp is 51% light. Quality, to item constructed beds is affected by a small fraction if below that. Yeah, exactly. So if your lighting is too low, you do take a penalty on your construction. It's genuinely probably worth me doing. Like, all things considered. Mike's not wrong that I probably should toss a torch up on this wall. But I'm kind of looking at this being like my foe base that I don't really care about up here. We're just making it functional for right now. Disease Plague. That officially just became very relevant. Let's just go to our assignments here. If you're in that interactual people, you get the good medicine. Probably just build your beds outside, if anything. Yeah, I'm probably just not going to bother. Because then I still have to pick it up and move it. Why are you not getting treated? Okay, is everyone actually treated now? Because we got most of my colonists got hit by it. Alright, so of our colonists, we're going to figure out who's the farthest behind on their plague. And they're going to get a preach health. So it's definitely the Ints with a pretty bad tend. So try and give the best odds of surviving. It's only had a couple units of medicine, we just did what we could. Hide in room on Char because you're sick. You know, you should probably get in bed if you're sick. That's kind of how you survive being sick. But yeah, you'll find generally a lot of the min-maxy stuff about making sure I keep whatever I won't do. It's not because like I'm opposed to it or anything like that. It's just one of those things that it's not my preference to play. Like, there's all sorts of strategies around, you know, like we used to have where you could combine all your rooms into one room. That's kind of gone now. But that was like the meta strategy. I really disliked the way it worked, so even though that was hands down a better strategy, I just didn't do it. And I do understand there's like certain hats that are better than other hats. I just always make the bowler hat because I prefer it. And that was like a major change I did, because I used to back in the day do like 500% naked brutality, all that kind of stuff. And just genuinely, I kind of got tired of having to sit there and make like so much of my stuff the same, really lean in on being a lot more min-maxy and all that. There's definitely a fun and a enjoyment you can have in that style of playing. But I like doing a lot of things that I do like a lot of challenges that don't really work well with playing at like maximum difficulty, that the challenge in itself makes, I think. So I got, let's see, the pants, the inner layer, the outer layer, the hat, the face mask, we got the kids stuff. We don't have a medium layer, that'll probably be like flak later on. We do have a bunch of heat. I'm out of wood again. Nah, I'm not, it's up here. Hey, Janicus, thank you so much for the 250 stream streak. Catch the last 250 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Because, yeah, like, making this fake ship thing, there is nothing efficient about that. When I make my bedrooms normally, for example, you know, that's too big. But, like, making a bedroom that's, like, I think it's around that size will give you the bit max bonus. I could be wrong. I won't do that because, for me, making everything into a rectangle gets boring, so I'll make a room like that. So that way you have, like, a little bit more characteristic. Stuff like that. That, you know, usually when I do that, I'll have people pop out of the woodwork who are like, why did you make your room that way? Does that give you some type of bonus? Like, nope, it's objectively bad. It looks good, though. And everyone knows your aesthetic score in your colony is literally the highest stat. How capable you are of defending, that's a secondary. If your colony doesn't look good, why are you even bothering? Or like I'll put 2 end tables to a bed, because it's weird to have 1 end table on a bed. I won't do the strategy most of the time that there's Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So you'll have the strategy where you have like that's your oh, what is it, the thing? The thing that speeds up your hospital bed. So you have people who do like this pattern. So those are medical beds. They'll do that kind of thing, and that's a very efficient design because you have all of that there. They all have the bonus of the medical monitor or whatever it's called and all that. But to me it looks weird. So I'll just do the less efficient one where it's like monitor, 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 bed, 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 bed. I'm just switching the colors so you can see the differentiation. So I'll just do something like that even though objectively it's worse. But still. But yes, thank you so much for that follow. But it's just my preference. Or like one of the things I'll usually do, like you notice I've got the dyes planted here. I will eventually dye all the rooms whatever colors. Alright, please tell me you've been getting treated this whole time. Okay, so the Ints looks like they're gonna make it. They did get to a pretty high level of that. I have not been paying attention to at all. Meanwhile, Char over here is just barely ahead, and not with a great 10, so we'll see how they do. But they can get even more cursed than that if you linked via corners and monitors. Oh yeah, there's oh well, now you might just actually die. So we did technically rescue those two. They almost died of plague. Okay, and the Ints is immune. So everyone survived their plague. That's good news. Considering we were using not great doctors and all that and just shoving garlic into the ruins being like, that's better, right? That's pretty good. Okay. Well, you look up 8 hospital beds to... Yeah, you hook up, yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely the thing. And like, I don't blame anyone for doing that. What happened to you? Why is your bed gone? Did I accidentally... Oh, I double-clicked it. That's my fault. My bad. I'll recapture you. There you go. So refugees are all leaving, so that's good news. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, there's a lot of really cool min-maxy stuff, and there's definitely fun in figuring that out. But for me, you know, you'd figure out, you'd usually have like 1 or 2 designs, so you'd have like this style kill box. You have your defensive position back here-ish. And you got like that style, or you do one of these ones where maybe like 24. You'd have that, you'd have like a gap in the middle. I'm gonna have the spacing wrong because I haven't made it in a hot minute. But you do one of these things where you'd have like this. Yeah, I'm off by 1 space. And then you put barricades. That should still be a wall. You know, so you can kind of Death Star them on the way in. Like, you get to those points where you make those kill boxes, but when you're playing at like 500% naked brutality, all that kind of stuff, you end up making the same defensive positions. Like, you'll have like 2 or 3 options you go with, and you kind of have to. Or if you don't do that, you do the kiting strategy, which there's nothing wrong with any of these things. But like, maybe this is my inside base, I'll just put a couple of rooms here. Doesn't matter what the rooms actually are, but we have some rooms here. And then I might put like a big hallway on the outside of my base. And it would have a bunch of doors between these different spaces here. So what we could do is, you know, you'd have this is out to where the enemies are. And so you'd sit there, you know, you'd pull them in here, you'd grab your team, you'd like fire at them in here, you'd pop into this area, walk on through, you'd have someone hold that door, move over here, they'd start kiting around. Whichever ones, once they separate out, you'd pop your people out, go after that one, you'd have people switch doors. And you'd basically just get the enemy to keep bouncing back and all around. And you could do it without this formalized of setup. You could have something where, like, you've got a big cliff area over here that's open and a big cliff area over there. And again, you just put a door there, put a door here kind of thing, and ping-pong them back and forth. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. And it can definitely show you a great deal of player skill for doing that. Like, it can be very impressive, the clutch fights you can get through. But it is one of those things that, for me playing the game, I get bored of playing with the same style bases again and again. That I like to mix it up. And it is just the unfortunate reality that the more difficult, the higher difficulty level you put it, the more you are forced into doing a lot of more min-maxy kind of stuff to stand a chance. Or you just take a bunch of losses. So you did that room design, but not to kite them. You always fought them in the first doorway and even made it inside. You just like the layout. Oh yeah, no, I absolutely use the hallways. Like this style hallway, that's just a good hallway. Because then you'd have, you know, your rooms wherever they're at. So like I'll do this style a lot more. You know, like whatever the room sizes are. Like I'll definitely do that. Now granted, this isn't the same as a kiting space because I didn't get myself routes through here. Because that's just a good one for like if we have an infestation pops in this room, so you got infestation in here. I can move my people up to this area. The enemies come out, we can just sit there and have our line of melee and our range behind it and just blast everything that comes out of there. Or more than likely with this, and I probably put my melee here, ranged there, have someone do something to try and grab their attention, then retreat into the group. And that's just to get a choke point. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff you can do. But that's kind of the fun, is when you're not doing, like, the absolute highest difficulty stuff. It gives you way more flexibility about what you can do with your colonies. And RimWorld is still a game when you're playing on, like, the difference between playing the maximum difficulty and the lower difficulty is just the severity of the raids, until you get to, like, the very, very lowest difficulty, which then actually does disable a lot of events. But anything above that lowest one, you'll still sometimes have the game where it's like, here's malaria, and a blight, and by the way, we're gonna go ahead and drop a siege raid at the same time, and the siege raid will be half the size. What planning mod are you using? None. We are running mod free. This is 1.6. 1.6 has some real slick stuff added. So like we can even go in here and you want a hollow box, we can do that. You want a circle, we can do that too. You want a hollow circle? We got you, fam. You want a big line? We can make lines. What about diagonal lines? We can do that as well. Big square? Multiple colors? We got 9 of them. And that is vanilla. Okay, so in a little bit, that's really nice. Oh yeah, no, it's so much better than we had before. You are just kind of chucking those clothes on the floor, that's fair. We'll have to get the stone kite next. I'm gonna go ahead and make our lab and just put production rooms in there too. I think I'll probably put a bench here. This DLC might get me back in the game. The Odyssey DLC is looking really slick. I'm really looking forward to like getting a hold of it. We're still early on in this run, but like you can see, we've got our fake ship here. And my intention for this run, we're gonna live back here, but my intention is to do all of her fighting inside the fake ship. Once I have this so they won't just burn my fields immediately. And the entire reason I want to go that route is if we can go that route right away, we can get it to the point where we'll be able to do that. So, you wish the devs added some new animals to the base game as well? There's new animals coming in 1.6. Or sorry, not 1.6, in the DLC. My apologies. I misspoke. the DLC does have a bunch of new animals. We don't know all the animals involved, but they've revealed a few, including, I think they said, like, an alpha thrombo or whatever, or there was some super thrombo or some kind. Base game. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think we're gonna get more content on the base game. It's gonna be a thing you're gonna have to get the DLC. Like, don't get me wrong, we're gonna get quality of life and stuff like that in the base game that comes with stuff, but yeah. But that's completely understandable. You can get the DLC, but 40 plus animals in DLC, yeah. Wanderer joins. It is a child of 9 years with a tiny bit of melee as their highest skill. I am going to accept them. They might not get to stay. They are a tortured artist who is slightly capable of cooking. You know what? Sure. Sure, Lazar. Welcome to the colony. You're restricted to Area 1, which is kind of our vaguely safe area. Work-wise, you are going to probably be a cook, but we'll see where the future takes you. Let's... No, I'm going to absorb some food poisoning. Alright, well, we got a brand new kid to the colony, and that is going to be Scrap Code. And so right now you're going to stay in the back. But we're going to want to get people better armed, which is what we're researching right now is the smithy. The plan is to get the smithy, get our people using some actual weapons, start leaning into the melee side of things, since we're planning on fighting in enclosed spaces with lots of corners, and then get some plate armor happening, which is going to slow down our ability to move around. It's going to be really painful for a lot of our mobility, and slow down jobs and all that. But especially early on when I don't have access to better armor, plate armor is actually pretty good. It just got a pretty nasty movement penalty. So you do wish they'd incorporate the mod that lets you have the jobs more granular, like butchering to gain cook skill, but not actually cooking meals, or just planting crops for the skill but not cutting or harvesting anything. Gotcha. I know with the cooking and all that, you can go here on your individual recipes and be like, only cook if you're over a certain amount. It's not even a bad idea to do that. So like if we want to avoid food poisoning, I can go here and be like, hey, until you're like cooking 5, you don't cook. Because then what'll happen is Scrap Code here, when they go to cook, they'll only make like Sai tea and that kind of stuff. And that will help prevent quite a bit of the food poisoning. Alright, so Bongo's gonna get out of here soon. I need to stop being stubborn about these torches. I try to avoid building things that require me to do a lot of maintenance on them if I can help it. You just sometimes have to. Okay, so smithing. I'm gonna go for long blades next. We have a combat supply arriving, that's good to see. Let's go to production, field smithy. Yeah, think over there. And furniture. I know I don't need it, but I'm gonna make it symmetrical. So bills. So right now I can go in here and do this. I'm gonna wait just a minute on that. And go bills. Make simple helmet do until you have one. at 80%. Do it for the kids as well. So that we can help save some brains. Because then we can get long swords on there. And then later on we'll want to go for the Bio Fairy long swords because they're ridiculous. Oh, you're sitting right up here, so Infinity Simplex. Where are you? There you go. Okay. So let's get rid of the junk clubs here. You've got a mono sword, so you got 1,100 bucks. I'd love to get a mono sword or a Zeus hammer, but that is not going to be in the cards right now, unfortunately. That's fine. One thing we are going to do is I'm going to pop in here real fast, go ideology, put down a spot right there, do this, begin conversion ritual. So we'll try to convert scrap code. And we're going to start trying to push our ideology towards Tunneler, because that'll let us eat mushrooms, and that'll be the point where we can force the enemy to fight us inside the ship most of the time. Ineffective. Excellent. That'll help everyone. Begin true party. Yeah, we can go ahead and have a terrible true party. I don't have any of the furniture I need for a good outcome, but honestly, this early on, we might still get a relatively okay outcome. I mostly just want it for the ideology points. Unforgettable. Cool. And Kyotsu and the Ints are now engaged. So we've got Eclipse, that's fine. Alright, so it's always one of those things of figuring out structure, column. I always forget the distance these can carry. Yeah, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, so it's 7 away before we collapse. So with that in mind, what we could do here, let's go 7, 7, 7, 7, and then that should be safe where I don't have to worry about any cave-ins or anything. We can make this much broader. Okay, so that should be fine. Don't, okay. So we can go 9, boom, 9, boom, 9, and... So that way when we go to mushrooms and all that, so we got goats. You are willing to give me a delicate bloodlust. No, you're not. You're not going to give me that. I will take the goats, though. Because I can go ahead and get all that set up. Yeah, so we're going to go into Tunneler and all that, because I'm going to go ahead and build back in there. We'll get rid of all this. More than likely, the animals will end up having to live inside the tunnels. But the point is to make them fight us in our fake ship. And, you know, experiment with melee and smoke grenades and all that and see what we can do to set ourselves up some fun little things in there. So right now the ship is going to act as our base, but we're going to not live in here long term. Okay, let's actually plan for some bedrooms. Make them pretty generous this time. Yeah, it was 7, or... yeah, 7. They're making these way bigger than I should be. It's wasteful. It's going to explode our wealth. It's going to be great. There's certainly no consequence with exploding your wealth. You don't need to worry about it. For the record, you really do need to worry about exploding your wealth. We're not playing on, like, the highest difficulty, but we're playing on decent difficulty. Okay, so we get all that, go up here. What is with you just sending red foxes after me? Okay, same plan as last time. Ichi Tenma to the door. Ranged people, get back here. You two just don't go outside, please. All right. So you got nibbled on a whole lot, as you do. Can you automate your base defense? Not to the extent you're probably looking for. Like, there's some mild things you can do, but nothing to the realm of where you can just kind of stand back and like really let it hold itself. There's some things you can kind of set up where you can do, like, there's a landmine that'll make corpses turn into shamblers, and there's stuff around that you can get automated-ish. You can put a bunch of traps that can go a long ways, but ultimately you can't get a person stand there to do their thing to hold it. So you can get it melee focus for Odyssey. Yes, my expectation, Box, is that ships will be something like this, where they're very enclosed, small spaces, and that's not going to leave a lot of room for range to do a whole lot. So my expectation is capturing the space stations and ships that we use to get more of the materials we need, like the floats or the gravstone or whatever, is going to be a lot more getting in and up close and personal. I'm also expecting, with Odyssey, because we're going to be doing a lot more of attacking enemy bases, we're not going to have nearly as much opportunity for kiting, because there'll be nowhere to kite them to. You're in a ship and then there's space around it. So I am thinking that melee is going to become a lot more important, a lot stronger than it is in the current RimWorld. Don't get me wrong, melee is important, but usually you want, 3 melee or less, or, around 3 melee is usually, like, the ideal. I think we end up with 1 or 2 pawns holding a door and others shooting behind them. Yeah, well, that's what I think we're going to be looking at right now, but my expectation is in situations where we're going into a base, because assuming there's no air out here, that we have to, like, push into the base, that we got a time pressure on us, my assumption is we're going to want to be able to swarm in on the enemies. Or in this case, where, again, they get to go to cover and you're kind of trying to hold their front door kind of thing, that what you might end up doing is getting 1 or 2 tied up in melee and then jump packing some people into their back line, so they don't just sit back there and pick at you the entire time. Because the moment you step out of that door, you're out in the open. And I'm assuming there'll be severe penalties for trying to fight out in space. So my thought is I want to do a little bit of tests on, like, the armor, shield belts, different packs against actual raids, which will take a little while to the point we see some, like, proper raids. We don't have enough wealth for that yet. And we'll definitely want to get more of the tools of the trade to hold our own against a lot of those raids. And my guess is it could be entirely wrong of what we're going to expect or need, but it would be good to see, like, because like I said, normally when you play RimWorld, you'd have something like this or whatever your base design is, and we would have, either like a kill box situation over here, where we would go to, like, this side, you'd have your defensive line or whatever it is, and you'd usually have it sloped slightly. and then like one spot there, and then like the little maze or whatever to slow them down coming in. So that'd be one design you'd normally have. Or you do always once it's like this. You'd wall that off. And then you'd have your barricades or whatever back there. That's another style you'd have. Or you'd do something where like you've got one door here. You've got like a door there. You got a door there. You got a door here. And then you start doing shenanigans where you fight them here. You'd have like another door back here. And so you'd fight them here. When it's looking like you need to back off, you'd start kiting them over here. That door would close. You'd have someone holding this door, so they'd start going back around. You know, then you'd go through whichever one is a straggler. You'd pick them off here. So there's strategy you use with like kiting and all that. But the problem is, if we're in a tiny ship and it's in space, and it's all open, that whole kiting thing kind of goes away. So I think there's gonna be a lot more kind of. They're telling you, I wonder if you can run 2 grav ships. I don't think so. My suspicion is to have like a grav ship here, and then you could do something like this. You might be able to do something like that, and having openings like there to there, and that kind of stuff. There might be room for that, but my understanding is you have to get a gravstone material that's hard to come by to make your ship bigger. So realistically, this might be about as big as your ship is early on. Okay, so we've got attacks immediately. They're bringing fire, knife, and gun. So the knife person is actually okay melee. The gun person sucks at their job. And the fire person, I mean, they're using fire. So amusingly enough, Porg here is someone I would consider. An undergrounder jogger who's good with plants and doesn't have anything else like horrifically wrong with them. I'd consider that. Butts here can go die in a fire. And so can Meow? I don't know how you pronounce that. Now unfortunately, because I still have my farms out here, I can't really force them into my base. Which is why we keep fighting him out there. Because more than what would happen is, as we get later on, we would either have hydroponics inside our ship or whatever, that there wouldn't be an outdoors to hit. Well, that's the reason I'm building my base behind it, is I want to get to the point that I do force them into the ship part. Because in theory, that's what we'd be looking at in this our scenario. I was too slow. So we want to get the melee one off of us. Cool, we managed to bait the fire onto their own guy. Try and get you... Okay. So you're sorted there. You 3 shoot at that one. This is all a mess. I should have brought him in, but that's fine, whatever. So you go over here. You go deal with your stuff. You stop retreating. Are you slowed or are you still... That's fine. I would have taken them if they got downed. But I got a fire to put out. How badly did you get cut up and burned? Not bad. Okay, that's fine. Isn't pork the one you want? Yeah, it's just one of those things that we've got a big fire in our farm and all that. I'd rather get on top of this. If pork went down, we would have gone for him, but I don't think it's worth getting ourselves killed over. Okay. We can put that down. Yeah, so this will be the bedrooms, those will be farms. This will be like the lab, the hospital, the production room. Probably put like the freezer and the common room back here somewhere. Oh right, somewhere in here was the ancient danger we were able to find. Using a trick. Okay, so you're just gonna give me straight up plate armor? I mean, I'm about to research that 2 seconds anyway, so probably not actually worth it. A couple of glitter world and some gold is pretty good. Get him back in the perimeter. You got patched up, right? They're not just ignoring you? Okay. They don't have that many doctors. Alright. So furniture. Put a pair of desks in there. See, there was a mod 1.5 that hid traits and skills of enemy pawns. The only way to learn them is through talking through them as a prisoner. That seems reasonable. Yeah, because it is definitely a thing that, in this case, with being able to see that, quite often you just ignore stuff. It's also the fact that you know you can never get allied or friend or non-hostile with some of the factions. You just treat them as animals. You don't approach them as people because the game makes it so their only existence is violence. So, dual longswords. Do you have one of at least 80%? And normal quality is what we're going to aim for. And yep, any of those materials are acceptable. We're going to start replacing some weapons to go way heavy on the melee. There's the Manhunter pack. As promised. Okay, so you've got a minor burn to your torso. Okay, so let's grab our people. Gonna hold back here. All right. Cool. Don't do that. Nicely done. Rescue them. How badly you get messed up? A lot of scratches. Pods arrived, so that's good. Okay, can you carry that glitter world? Good. Get that in there before you try and haul something else. Because this stuff rotting out here is not the end of the world, but losing glitter world because just sitting outside would be pretty bad. Alright, so we're getting ourselves beaten up a lot, but that is just unfortunately a big part to gaining your levels in melee is you gotta do it. Which is one reason why it's kind of hard to get melee pawns off the ground sometimes. They do just get roughed up constantly. So it's hard to keep their limbs attached. You love the level up mod? Do you mean the one that goes like, ting, when you gain a level? Because I do like the one that makes a little ting sound when you gain a level. Doesn't do anything functionally, just plays a plays a sound. Okay, so we still got plenty of wood out there. Alright. I'm also not going to put the maze up here. No, as you take damage, your pawn's limbs can level up. Oh, yeah. No, that's, it's an interesting one. But no, I mean, that's supposed to be the genuine risk. Is that you always run the risk of losing limbs and whatnot when you're in melee. Okay, so you gotta... Both this person leaves in 4 days and the other one leaves in like 5-6 days. Alright, so one more go and we'll probably get a scrap code to be over with our ideology. Which is fine. Hopefully manage to get at least a decent trade as an option for scrap code. I don't mind them coming in here and be basically just cooking. But I'd either want something to hopefully counter Tortured Arts or just something positive. You love how silly mods can get once you had a pawn with like level 80 melee and like 1500% movement manipulation. Yeah, those can be fun as a gimmick. I definitely wouldn't want to do that kind of run on anything significant or serious because, you know, kind of undermines a lot of it. How many spacecraft are going to crash? Apparently they're leaning into the theme. They're just dumping spaceship parts on me left and right. We can also potentially see, with a ship this size, like, what I would need to have hydroponics in the ship able to work. And we might be getting a bunch of new tech that all these tests would be irrelevant because we get new stuff to leverage that changes everything. Okay. Yeah, so Ichi Tenmas are mining mining construction person, which is why it's just taking forever. Being our main melee pawn right now, they're getting roughed up every fight. Okay. And scrap code is now converted. Yeah, like I said, we'll get the mushrooms going so we can shut this all down. Then we'll get the weird thing of bringing the alpaca. We're gonna be returning the cave alpaca for anyone who remembers that whole bit. I'm not going to connect these yet. I don't want them to focus too much on that. We'll have more areas. Let's see, you're stumped. You just picked up Kenshi, but this DLC is coming out soon, and you're hype as heck. Yeah. Yeah, no, they'll probably be a lot of fun. The both of them. Let's hold off on that for a minute. Anything new about Kenshi 2? Not in a long time. Oh, right. 1 second. Where was it that we saw... Okay, it's over here. Yeah, right here I think is the Ancient Danger. It's pretty small of an Ancient Danger. What we could do here is just go zone... Ancient Danger's in that area somewhere. And the way I was able to tell is by having him go... I mean, either an Ancient Danger or there's a hole in the mountain. Either way, you can take a melee pawn, draft them, grab their weapon, and if it keeps the weapon icon, that solid mountain, if it turns hollow, it means you're looking at like an open space. It's been a thing in the game for pretty much ever. Alright, we got a normal quality longsword, so let's go ahead and get our first longsword going on. I think the search could find the cryos. I remember the exact... not seeing them. I did see with, if you go to put down a geothermal, it'll show you geothermal vents you can't see. Yeah, I think you have to see it to reveal him. Yeah, I was gonna say, the search only bring up the things you can see, but the kind of the cool sort of workaround is, like I said, with like geothermal, when you go to put it where it puts the arrows on the map, it will point to the geothermals you can't see yet. So we're slowly going to be making our longswords, and the plan is that these two will also be getting a longsword. Sniper Spice is going to be our long-range one, because they have no passion for melee. So they'll be the ones, if we need EMPs, they bring the EMPs. If we need smoke grenades, they bring the smoke grenades. If we just want to throw a little extra damage, they'll just bring a weapon. But they're our utility person. Growth moment. Oh, giving me choices. So Jogger's definitely the one I'm going with, but both of those are good. So I'll give you Jogger, because why would I not give you Jogger? So we can go to your work. You do have a passion for art. So you got one more growth moment on that character before they're done. Before they're... Actually, wait, is there one more? Let's forget the cutoffs. That'll be 13? Yeah, so there's one more growth moment, then they're basically... They're effectively an adult in what they're capable of. Now, granted, there is kind of this area in your characters where they're like a teen, where... They have all the functionality of adult, but they have slightly lower hit points on a bunch of their things. Yeah, and I was debating that. Definitely the Iron Willed would have helped counter the Tortured Artist. But the Tortured Artists, you kind of want them to break from time to time, so that they get like the super amazing results. But Jogger's just like, there's never a case where Jogger's the wrong choice. Going just shy of 1.5 your normal speed is just amazing. Especially for someone who's going to be melee later. Being able to close that gap and get a thwack on something before it shoots you is a pretty big deal. Okay, we got a Night Owl, Hard Worker who's a Pyromaniac and is a Dirt Mole who can do mining and crafting and melee, like really heavy melee. I'm trying to remember Dirt Mole. You have your Slow Runner, which is pretty bad, but fast wound healing. I would definitely want the Dirt Mole. Okay, so what do you want me to do for it? You have a friend visiting for 14 days. Yup. Okay. Yeah, no, Dirt Moles make the best miner. Dirt Moles also have a lot of good stuff. They make very strong melee pawns. The only downside with them as melee is that they move slower, which you can get past in a lot of ways. But they got strong melee, they heal up quick, so it's easy to get them back into fights. Dirt Moles are a very strong contestant for what I'd want to set at this colony. That's the thing. Like, I was thinking between, like, okay, you could do Dirt Moles, you could do Neanderthals, you could do Impids. And the Impids had the move penalty, and then they're bad melee, so they're not actually a good choice. And then they slow heal, so they're really bad. But as far as the Neanderthals have the aggressive trait, so they'll fight each other constantly, which is aggravating as all get out. But other than that, they get into a fight and they can hold their own in melee really, really well. So, weirdly, in small area, like in a small area like this, Neanderthals would be really, really strong. Dirt moles having that faster healing, though, is a big one. Hussars, that very aggressive trait, is a deal breaker for me. I use a Hussar to get genes. I do not keep a Hussar. Because they'll just keep melting down again and again. We got people coming for herbal medicine. Yeah, Impids have a couple of ups. I don't like Impids, though, in the game very much. The reality is that mood penalty and the weak melee, and then the slow healing and all that together is really, really kind of a big thing to, like, overcome. Keep the SAR and just yoink their tongue. Well, they still have very aggressive, and I believe they, even without tongue, I believe they will get into fights more often. I do think they'll avoid insulting, so they'll be less likely to be the cause of a fight. But I believe they will respond violently more if they get insulted. I could be wrong in that one. But yeah, so like Hussars having the very aggressive trait, because they're really good otherwise. You take a high mate over them, but high mates are very useful. They do come with their negative. But do you like having an Impid around? Very handy to flame spew if you got a good choke point. Yeah, like Impids have their uses. They're just of the different. Like if I got like the entire range of xenotypes to choose from, the Impid is usually going to lose that decision. All right, so got the plate armor. So let's get the stone cutting, mostly so I can get this out of here and get some stone shells and all that. Alright, so with that, we're also going to go up here and say, Bills, do this. Make plate armor do until you have one. And at 80%. Don't make it out of wood. Okay, so there's the next longsword. That's a good longsword, so welcome to Team Longsword. Little by little, we're switching over to being the melee heavy. And then there's Wasters. Yeah, Wasters are another one I usually won't take very often. They have their utility purpose and all that. There is value in them. But generally speaking, having to keep all those drugs on standby and everything to manage them is a bit much. Alright. So we're still waiting on them to get that all smoothed out. Ichi Tenma's working on it. Then like I said, this will be our production room. This will be our lab. And I think that was going to be our hospital. Shuttle has arrived for Bongo. Get the hell out of my colony. Give me whatever was the reward I agreed to that I've long since forgotten. Ah, standings. A good amount of it, at least. Okay, so with that, slam all these doors open. They don't need to be closed anymore. Okay. So, I do think it's not going to be too long before we start poking anomaly stuff. And I think my intent for the anomaly stuff, since I know the ancient danger's over there, and to go back, don't do that. I wish there was an undo button. The amount of times I get my stuff goofed up because autosave kicks in at the wrong time. Okay. Cargo pods. I'm gonna just leave them on the ground. If they weren't on the... It's like the problem, the reason I'm ignoring those is where they're at on the map. I have to kind of go the whole way around. And at that point, I'm better off just picking up food elsewhere. Yes, this should be enough for all the anomaly stuff to keep back here, because we'll use bio-ferrite power as our main thing. Yeah, the wasters are pretty bad. They, again, do have a handful of perks, but it's mostly if you're going to be dealing with disease and polluted tile kind of nonsense. And generally, most people won't do that. It will be curious with the ruins, since those are supposed to be very, very toxic tiles. There could be a lot more reason to use them with that. Okay. So, the downside of the monolith being up there is that is a really dangerous place for it to be. Because they're going to go the whole way around to reach it. I could carve a tunnel through here, and I probably will, actually. I want to make the door out of stone, though. And the reason I want to make that door out of stone is so they don't target it for burning it on the flyby. Because at least this way I get a way to retreat back should, you know, a raid appear up here somewhere, whatever. Okay, so we'll get the stone cutting next. Afterwards, we're going to go for electricity and start going down that line. But then the goal will be trying to get the anomaly stuff as far along as we can to get the bioferrite power and get stuff locked up down here. That could be what we use to keep ourselves internal to this area. I could also potentially go into the whole turning fungus into chem fuel and that whole bit, which isn't a terrible idea, but I just don't want to deal with it. Okay, so we got another long sword coming in. That's also just something for our crafter to work on in the meantime. Get those crafting levels up. Okay, and Itchy Tenma's almost done getting this stuff going on. Okay, we'll put the art bench in there just because we can. Okay, we're having a wedding in the one table by itself. And this table is supposed to be representing the gravestone core of the ship. I think in reality in your ship you'd want that tucked away in a defensible position instead of just where things can get at it. You'll be really curious what attacks on your ship are going to be like. Because it's probably going to be pretty hard to make yourself a strong defensible position in a tiny little ship if you have, like, very, very heavy size constraints. Especially if you want to make it look like anything other than an ugly rectangle. Yeah, they're not gonna get up there anytime soon. We'll cancel it. Alright, well this is a bad idea, but we're gonna go ahead and pop the monolith anyways. And I'll probably just disable studying the monolith for right now. Because you see the path I have to take to it. And my fear is if any enemies show up, like, anywhere in this whole side of the map, while someone's up at that monolith, they're intercepted and they don't get to escape. Alright, so we're waking up the monolith to get the anomaly stuff going on. And the intention with that is to start getting the research. I want a lot of stuff from Anomaly. The incendiary launcher is, like, the incendiary is really good. The Hellfire rifles are good. We probably won't use those in this one. That's all fine, just tell me we've unlocked it. But, the bioferric power and the flares can be pretty good. So I want to check is... Cool, so we got stone cutting. So let's go to electricity next. Then for anomaly, we would go for bioferrite extraction as the first one. Yeah, because I want to say they're 3x3. Yeah, so those rooms should be just big enough. Yeah, so we'll keep them from studying that, which would give me my easy research. It just is what it is. Like I said, it'll be good to poke a hole in this area to get a direct route up to it. But it can also be a thing that we just get this area carved back here, we shove a Sight Stealer in a back corner, we just research the Sight Stealer and don't even care about the monolith itself. Could poke through the mountain and build a full hallway to it? Yeah, I mean, that's what you'd probably want to do for the safest thing. Like, just get a path up to it. That area very well could be what we ultimately do, is just dig right up here. I make a tiny little box around, well, a box around because it gets bigger. And then that pops through to it. Oh, the small child is idle because they're restricted to staying indoors here. So we should have our first anomaly event. Usually happens not far after, so we should have a Sight Stealer or a Shambler probably pop in. They usually, it's just like when you start a save and you almost always get a one animal manhunter pack that's like a rabbit or a guinea pig, or you get one person with club showing up. We're at that stage with the anomaly when you first trigger it. You usually get that very minor attack. Harbinger Tree Sprout inside the perimeter. Heck yeah. Don't make that a home zone, please. I don't know why you're a home zone. Don't make that a home zone. Honestly, all that'll later not be a home zone once we're back in the caves. You love the Genie Waster intro raid? Oh yeah, no, when you have a Genie show up, and they just take one hit and they go down, you're like, alright, do I actually want the Genie? Genies are another good one that, like, they're terrible in a fight, but they bring a lot of good stuff to your team. Like, they're great, just sit them back and let them research and craft. We have someone working on the alpaca as well, right? Yeah, you're fine. Yeah. Because we are currently just ignoring the alpacas and just letting them go. We will limit them to 2 adult males. Alright, so there's the Sight Stealer we've been waiting on. It's going to attack while we've got the ints by themselves right there. So you two, go maul that person. You try and drop back a couple steps. Okay. So, minor scrape here, minor scrapes there. For the moment, this is not a good solution. For the moment, I'm going to go Anomaly, Holding Spot, Infinity Simplex, capture yourself a Sight Stealer. Okay. What's the storyteller's threat scale at? We are playing Cassandra, Strive to Survive. They're not playing at a really high difficulty. We're experimenting. We're going to be experimenting with trying to set up pretty heavy melee for, well, calm down, game. It's not actually a really dangerous one. We keep everyone restricted to Area 1. So 100? Yeah, I don't know, off the top of my head. Did you actually patch those people up and not just pretend? And could you close that door before the Sight Stealer makes a break for it? What's changing about melee? Nothing. The reason why I'm planning on focusing on melee is if we have this representative of what a ship is going to be like, where are you going to set up your firing lines? And we're going to be doing a lot of attacking of stations and ships, more so than necessarily just dealing with stuff attacking us. So, and with the gravestones, they give you only so much space to work on them. My expectations are going to be dealing with a lot more close quarters kind of stuff than we've run into in RimWorld in the past. Right, go ahead and grab ourselves another sword. So my plan here is to experiment with having predominantly melee with some range support. So like Sniper Spice here has passion for shooting but not melee. So if I need EMPs, they bring EMPs. If I want smoke grenades, they bring smoke grenades. If they don't have something better to bring, they'll bring a gun. But generally I'm going to be focusing on trying to have a bunch of melee frontliners, and then melee we can like jump pad across to jump on anyone in the back. Okay, so you've got the animals, auto-load. You and you. How are those shamblers doing? Where did they go? They were over here, but I don't see them at all right now. That's because they're already dead. Okay. Alright, so yeah, so my plan is my frontliners will probably be running shield belts to not get piecemeal trying to get in there. We'll probably bring in a couple with like the jump packs, and I'll probably have at least one with a fire foam popper. I could see having them have a smoke belt instead of a smoke grenades, but honestly, I could see wanting to hook the smoke grenade into the next room and then rush the room, just to reduce the accuracy of the ranged stuff shooting back at me. Where the belts, you by nature have to run into the room and pop it while you're standing right there, which means you're taking that couple of seconds you might be taking hits to the face. But yeah, so pretty much what I'm trying to do right now is we're going to set up our actual colony for long-term survival back here, and then use this as our actual fighting. So instead of a proper kill box or defensive point, we're going to be trying to fight in here without destroying the whole thing every time we go in, and doing all that. So there's going to be some stuff going on there. I'm deliberately going to try and put chem fuel or something into like the back area because I'm willing to bet we're going to have a bunch of chem fuel on our ships as well. We'll see. It's obviously not a clean test of what it's going to be. We don't know what it's going to be like. But we'll figure it out. Did we get the stone cutting already? We did. I don't actually care for the stone cutting too much for what it is itself, but I would like to make the furniture out of stone. There's not a good angle to do that here. That's fine. Okay. Flesh Beast attack. So we've already had 3 anomaly events. Okay, you're carrying the baby, as literally always. So you two get here. You hold back here. So right now we're not getting very complicated fights. But that's okay. That gives me room to start building some melee stat before we're fighting proper dangerous enemies. A couple scratches and all that, and otherwise good. Alright. Oh, you already tended. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Everyone's already converted. We're not ready yet for another ritual, so that's fine. It'll be curious to see how hard it is to make your ships bigger in Odyssey, because like all the screenshots show us the tiny little ships. Which is fine. The Fifi relic, which you get development points and all that if we recover it. I will choose accept in that. We're probably not going to get anywhere near doing that anytime soon, but that's fine, whatever. We've got a research and dark study up here. Pepper here should be getting out of here relatively soon, if I'm not mistaken. 7.5 days is really not that soon, but whatever. The Ancient Fifi, Poodle of Doom. It's like the rabbit from Monty Python. Okay. Honestly, we already have a Sight Stealer inside our perimeter, like, captured. We'll probably go with that strategy of not even worrying about the monolith itself. I'll literally just capture stuff and hold it back here. That'll be really tough for the advanced anomalies, because we'll have to capture some to hold on, but we're going to want to do that anyways. That's what these rooms in the back here are for, is for keeping the anomalies. So I have, like, the dangerous stuff goes in the back, we live in the middle. Those are going to be where we get food. These are just a couple of rooms for different purposes. I'll probably go and put over here somewhere, like, our ideology room and, you know, our actual place for eating and all that. Freezer will probably go over there. That's to mark where I believe the Ancient Danger is. We did use the trick where you can have a melee target and see where there's gaps. And there is a gap here, I think it'll be the Ancient Danger. Beck had to drift off and lurk for a while. Well, it's appreciated. Good to have you back. Alright. And we're starting to get people wearing actual armor. Now, the downside of this plate armor is it slows you down a lot. Movement speed minus 0.8. It's bad. It's real bad. Alright, small child, have your sword. And for the moment, no more steel swords. We're gonna wait and see if we can't get some bioferrite or uranium swords now. Okay. So we've almost finished smoothing out the fake ship. We do have Sniper Spy starting to make movement for whenever we get our ideology reformed, so we could potentially get into doing the stuff. Because we want to get all of this gone out here, like all of this gone out here, So that way, like right now, I kind of have to run out a lot of times because they'll just burn my field and they won't actually attack me. So it kind of fails my testing experimentation kind of stuff. Bills, add, make Sculpture of Truth, do 1 time, do not make it out of steel or wood, stone brick of any kind, actually we'll make it marble. We'll cut to chase, just make it marble. We've got a bunch of marble on our stuff and whatnot, we can just make that now. Once they build that bench, we can start having them cut all this granite that's everywhere. And cleaning up around here. I don't know what I'm going to do with the granite, but at least it'll get out of the pile. Yeah. You've still got the steel marked, like, queued up over there. Okay, we're making progress towards our electricity. Then probably go for the penny-oxalin and all that, because penny-oxalin's really, really nice. Okay, and it's you who's the one who's going to be usually mining, and yeah. So you're smoothing the walls. Which will just get a little bit faster and faster as we go along. 19 days ago, we helped people and they gave us 3 Archite capsules. Thanks, that's really solid. Okay, I guess in the interim, because we're already full on our other storage, just dump it in there. I definitely don't want those just sitting outside rotten. Get toxic fallout and all that to destroy it. Okay. Because I'm intending on this being our lab. There's not much point in moving the lab right now. Do not allow rotten anything. You're waiting for that bench? Okay, so we got you, so do forever. Let's set the distance here to not be fully unlimited. Yeah, that's fine. I mostly just want to keep in the perimeter so I don't run the whole way around here to grab stuff on that side. Because I probably won't have any issues of like running out of stuff. One thing you can probably do, grab all you, cancel that, cancel this, cancel you, furniture, we'll set it to granite. So it actually gets built. I'm really not seeing hardly any sandstone on the map. Okay. Because that should help. Probably delete that again for now. And I guess we'll go back to the engine room areas. And ultimately specialize those, like make one for weapons and armor, make one for like all our chem fuel and explosives and all that. Delete your zone in there, delete your... I mean, that's fine. Leave the zones in there. But they will store different things. Okay. Ultimately, if we're, like, this was our actual colony or whatever, like the ship, I mean, we would probably not want all of that stuff just wedged in here like this. Like all this storage, you'd probably want that be more purpose-built. Like in a hydroponics room or something. Okay, so do this, cleared, important, meals. Okay, so you got bioferrite extraction unlocked. You can go void provocation. So that does mean entity. We're gonna start cutting the bone goop out of you, so we can make some real nice long swords. So let's go to our longsword details here. Forget uranium. It's bioferrite or bust. Because then we can make some of the best swords in the game, which are bioferrite longswords. They are just obscenely strong. Distress signal would be a good way for me to get lots of equipment. I'm not gonna worry about it. Because that'll give us stuff like guns and maybe some components and meals and all that. But probably nothing I really need for what we're doing here. And just a tiny little bioferrite. Alright. So understandably, progress has slowed down as we're getting that all sorted. They're dragging all the stuff into the base. It's been overdue. What is our ideology color, by the way? Oh, it's like a teal. Okay, I can live with that. That's not a bad color. So let's paint our floors. It'll make the floor in like the middle corridor will be teal. Actually, heck with it. Just make the floors in this place all teal. Okay. What I can do for the rest of this is I'll make the rest of it like a cream colored, and I'll probably have to wait till we get the wall smooth. But that'll just be like the ship. It's also getting rid of a lot of dye we got sitting around, which is good. Work frenzy, that's good. Gaining levels in art while we're doing it, so that's lovely. A mare has self-tamed. Cool, that'll die and become food. Okay, so at the moment we're basically just waiting for electricity to get online before we can start doing more meaningful changes, like running the power conduit, getting some kind of power online, all that kind of good stuff. We don't really have a great power source that I want to use. I could potentially use the wood, which is certainly not ideal, because they got to haul it all the time. But that gave me something as a temporary thing. And that would let me turn the lights on. Ultimately, there is geothermal I can get at right here. But then we run the risk of that being targeted as we're messing with stuff. But that could be okay. That does make me wonder when it comes to actually building the ship and what we're going to do to power them, because I can't imagine you could be flying around the little teeny tiny, like, you know, wood burner or biofuel burner in your ship and a couple of batteries to operate it. That might work, but it does seem like that'd be not a great solution. Okay, so you have built the statue. We'll plunk it in our main room here. Large statue, due forever. Don't use sandstone, don't use this. Don't use granite, don't use steel or wool. Well, wood. If you got spare marble, you got spare limestone, or anything like that, slate, make some statues. We don't need it sitting around. Unfinished wood. I said no wood. Was it too slow? That's fine. Okay, so let's go to you. So link this set together. Storage, clear, important, weapons, and apparel. And they'll kick a bunch of this stuff over here as they use it. And right now I'll leave the other ones open because I'm not going to have chem fuel or mortars or anything anytime soon to put in the volatile stuff room. Okay. I can put a workbench here and here in this room. Does mean I can put a tool cabinet there. We'll need them to mine more of the steel. Speaking of which, we got uranium ore in the cave wall over there. We'll want to mine that. Got silver ore up here. Want to mine that. No plasteel available. No gold available. And we're not going to sweat too much more of the other materials. I know we got like components we can grab. We're not to the point of electricity, so just getting them out makes them a liability where we can potentially attack and destroy them, plus adding wealth and yada yada. So usually leave a lot of that stuff in the wall until I'm ready for it. Alright, so you're back to smoothing the walls until we get enough steel to do that. It's going to take a while because we're going to keep mining back here, but we'll probably find steel back in that somewhere. And that's just holding us up from building more cabinets and that. Old complex, we can do that later. Definitely want to make like an ideology room down here somewhere. You know, I shouldn't be adding to this even more right now, but... That can be our break room. That can be an ideology kind of room. Take the corners off to make them a little bit more interesting. Okay. Okay, so correction. Ideology room, I don't really care what room, maybe biotech or whatever. This can be a proper break room. We could put its doorway here on the hallway, so have different paths to get around. Now one thing we'll also want to do for later on, to make a murder ball bunker. I really like the murder ball bunker. The murder ball bunker is how you make the Nostromo, or Nostromo, the Nociosphere a completely irrelevant thing. That it becomes nothing but a weapon, not a liability, and you hide everyone in the closet and you unleash the beast. The thing I do gotta watch here is, yep, that's a problem. Oh, we actually are, okay, hang on. We do have a big problem here. So all of this down here on this edge, that has to go. I can't build that far out to the edge, it won't work. Well, that's an interesting consideration. That's fine. We can just put the murder ball bunker inside the base, not make it a whole big issue there. Of course, you'd have where it doesn't line up right. No, we can make that work. So let's go ahead and do this. So 5 from this side, 5 from this side, and almost perfect. Okay, we're gonna take that mysterious cargo here in a minute. Because depending on it, it could be the golden cube, it could be the revenant's spine, it could be the unnatural corpse. Almost certainly gonna be something that we're going to regret having. So you can give me great bows, go juice impervious, and uranium. Probably take the glitter world and the jade. The great bows, oh, it's great bows and devil strand? Never mind, I'll take that. Okay, mysterious cargo has been delivered. It is the golden cube, so I'm going to immediately send someone to go grab that thing. Infinity, go grab that cube right now. Meanwhile, golden cube I want to say is an advanced anomaly thing. Please haul the book in. Please haul that in. The cube. Yep. Alright, and so with that, the cube is incredibly dangerous. So you can go move one tile over and say, hey, golden cube, did you not get back to storage yet? Where are you? Where's the cube? Did I not tell you to haul it back? Never do hauling. Go get this cube back. It is one of those ones I wonder, like, holding on to the cube, how long you can get away with it before things go bad. Because for those who don't know, you don't need to be in storage. If we look at the, well, I mean, okay, there's a way to work around. Yeah, no, you're not wrong, because I can go here, choose accept, grab someone to go. The ints, you can do it. That's actually not the ints. You can do it, so we can send them, choose that. Before they go anywhere, we can go to the cube. We add it to the caravan. All right. But yeah, so the reason why I'm telling them to send the cube, that's fine. Sending the cube immediately is, you see how it says cube interest curious? That'll continue to get worse and worse. And if you ditch the cube at any point after that point, it creates some real problems. Did you not grab we literally said add that to the caravan, and you do not have it. Instructions were simple. It's right there. Just haul it. I've had very inconsistent luck with them doing the caravan if I don't have them bring it back to the thing. Yeah, no, so normally it doesn't show as a thing you can have them caravan with until it reaches your storage. So now if I choose the caravan, I could go form caravan, go up, accept. I must not grab you because you're in armor. Sure, you can grab it. Items, golden cube, send, confirm. There we go. So you have inspired taming. Is there an animal I really want? Not at the moment. Okay, now I go here and say that cube, I don't want it. So with that, we ditched the cube. Now, like I said, the big issue you run in with the cube is Sniper Spice, for example, here is going to slowly have a building curiosity for it. Okay, so you landed right here. Schedule, Area 1 again. This is our brand new melee pawn. For the moment, you can run in here real quick. And grab the Equa. Let's get all your stuff set up. So, you, recreation, work. You can pretend to be a doctor. We got ourselves our digger, who's really good at it. And they can also craft. And if we look at their actual stats, they're Night Owl, Pyromaniac, who's a hard worker. So we want to get them on the Night Owl schedule, that's fine. Oh, wait. There we go. So we got that hostile alpaca. And it works its way around. I'm just going to swarm it with melee. Meanwhile, for this one... Okay, that's fine. I could have taken control and done that, but I'm like, you know what? It doesn't matter. It's fine. Okay, so you took a bruise, and you took a bruise, and that's okay. Meanwhile, as far as for you, yeah, you should focus on construction, and then you'll do mining after that. That's fine. You'll do a bunch. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get our new dirt mole named. And so the dirt mole, you're going to be digging a whole lot, is going to be a Slurpee Capital. What is your ideology, by the way? How bad of an ideology are we dealing with? It's not terrible. It's definitely not what we want. You're dislike xenotype and all that. We can get you sorted out, friend. Let's go ahead and begin a conversion ritual. And see if we can't happen to just masterfully convert you immediately. Because that would be convenient. Which means we're certainly going to have an ineffective one and slightly improve their confidence. There we go. We'll go ahead and begin a party, which we don't have any of the things that'll make it better. We'll go ahead and do that in the hopes of getting a ideology point or two. Because I want to switch over to Tunneler so that we can get everything internal to the base. And once we have that, we'll be able to, you know, actually do the intent, which is fighting in our faux fake ship. And it was terrible. Excellent. Perfect. That's what I get for cutting corners. It's fine. How's it going at this time? You had to go do something? It's going good. We got ourselves a brand new dirt mold of the colony. Oh, how old are you? Oh god, I didn't look. Okay. There has been a mistake. The dirt mole we got in the colony is 92 years old, has a frail torso, and cataracts. Okay. We are going to need to put a focus towards chronophagy. That's gonna need to happen. Oh yeah, sounds like you in real life. I'm gonna try my best to keep you alive, but we are gonna have to de-age you aggressively. We can't fix it yet. If I can get to the chronophagy over here, then things can happen. We'll just have to find a volunteer who is willing to make some changes in their life. Yeah, there's a ritual where you can steal youth from people and give it to other people. So you know, that's a whole thing. Regardless, until we unlock it, it's not going to do anything for us. Be funny, you only DH one. So it's based on your psychic sensitivity. I'm willing to bet if you had a group that was like one person with low psychic sensitivity, I'm willing to bet it could be pretty terrible. I know for most of the time when I do it, it's about 10 years you're able to shave off. But I would certainly believe if you went out of your way to make like the most cartoonishly bad setup, you could probably get it to be a pretty small amount. Yes, RimWorld is working correctly today. My understanding is it got sorted around the time I switched games. Alright, there's the Cube Obsession. Which, like I said, what's going to end up happening is this is going to escalate until eventually Sniper Spice becomes practically inconsolable, and then they'll get over it. And that's the danger of the cube, is the longer it stays there, the more people have that, and they do have to play with the cube for a little while to maintain like to avoid the penalty. So it is kind of one of those things that you see the cube and you get rid of it almost immediately. Growth moment on Stop Todd. You just became a child. Congratulations on becoming child. Excellent. So let's go on to your schedule. So Stop Todd, full recreation, restrict to the home area. And for right now, you can do that. I don't really have anything. We'll give you a ranged weapon for right now. You are a child. I don't want you to get into the thick of it. See, now you wonder how long that has been. One of the races in Oddworld, which has been described as Fantasy RimWorld Dwarf Forge Crossover, essentially is based on this whole concept, sucking the age out of living beings. Yeah, so it was Anomaly that introduced the whole chronophagy thing. Okay, so let's go ahead and we can get drug production going, so we can get penioxylin going. Now for electricity, I could just toss in a wood generator inside the building just somewhere for the time being. It wouldn't be ideal, but it would work. Okay, so we got a raid. And no one I particularly care about. Okay, so they're going to prepare a while, and then they're going to attack. So we're going to let them just do their thing. I didn't look at what you had. Oh, you're literally all tox grenades. This is actually one to test, because this is going to be one of the main things we might run into for fighting inside of a ship that I won't have a really good way to manage. stuff like this, we're going to be like filling the entire area with tox. Now, good news is I can get a lot of melee on them. I can probably shut down a bunch of them. So the way we're going to want to do this fight is instead of like just putting a choke point and going with that, we're going to try and bait them into the main area and then swarm on them to try and grab as many of them into melee before they have a chance to start throwing grenades everywhere. Because ideally, if I can get the whole set into melee right from the get-go, then they don't get to do much about it. So, children, to the back of the ship. And I will say Ichi-Tenma and Kyutsu on this side, the Ints and Slurpee on this side. Pacifist, get in the back of the ship too. Oh yeah, we got Sniper Spice. Sniper Spice here is going to be bait. To try and draw them down this main corridor. Where are you? Get your butt over here. They're probably going to burn my fields. Okay, so here they come. So plan is simple. Sniper Spy is going to grab their attention. Okay, and you start running back. You duck a little farther back. Okay, you here. You there. You here. You there. Alright, so we didn't manage to engage them before they got the stuff off. There's a good chance people could get knocked here. I think we just keep them tied up in this. Right, you're an old person, so you're not well suited. That is not what you wanted. You go run down here and try to deal with them. How are you all losing your fights? You're engaging them with armor and weapons and all that, and just handily losing each and every fight. All right. Come on. There we go. So let's go deal with that. All right, so we got you. You survived. You have black pants, so we're going to go ahead and take those pants. Now, the question is, do I chuck them in a little room in the corner? I don't have one. Okay. Yeah, so the good news, we have face masks, so we actually didn't get that messed up. Sir, I'm gonna need you to stop bleeding on my floors. It doesn't go with the green. But yeah, so genuinely, we got 2 of them knocked. What if it's December? I don't necessarily, like, I get that's the Christmas colors, but if I'm being real, I wouldn't say those ever really went together. The truth hurts, man. But it is what it is. It's also very colorblind unfriendly. Yeah, so honestly, that didn't go the way I wanted to. We were fine because I always go and stack up face masks. You haven't played Viscera Cleanup Steam Edition? I have, and I have gotten all the achievements on that one. So not only have I have completed it, including like we had to stack something like 13 chairs or boxes or something. Which is good. Viscera Cleanup Detail is an excellent game. Alright, so we need to get you converted. Yeah, so the only reason that didn't go more poorly is we did stand in the poison, but they didn't get the chance to stack it. It's kind of like each person was standing in one grenade's poison with a face mask, and the face mask cuts down the pollution, was it 50%? It's a lot, whatever it was. Yeah, 50% toxic resistance. So that's pretty big for managing all that. And then on top of that, like, with us meleeing him almost the whole time, there wasn't much room for it to escalate. I played Phasmophobia. I even played it on the channel once. I generally don't play horror games, but that was for, I don't remember what the triggering event was, but it was a community thing. That'd be a good stream. It can be fun. You gotta think about how often do I do horror stuff on the channel, which is basically never. When you're looking at content and deciding like what you are and aren't going to stream, one big factor you have to consider is your audience that you have. What type of content do they come for? And is that thing something that is in support of or not of said content? Generally speaking, my primary audience tends to be people watching the show, or not watching the show, watching the stream, usually in the evenings or their downtime when they're looking for like a relaxing day, you know, they're just trying to wind down from work or whatever, of which horror streams are pretty much the polar opposite of what serves that well. Because, you know, that's people getting startled, jump scares, things screaming at you, that kind of stuff. So, definitely not, like, it's not that I won't play those games ever, but that'll be something like a special reward kind of thing for, like, a charity stream or whatever, that we hit a milestone, I'll do those. Because it is something that'll generally kind of cost me viewers for that stream. But then the question is, like, if I'm doing it in response to something else, does it make it not worth my while? I don't want to make it sound transactional, but, like, does it strategically make sense to do that? Rual's also quite boring in horror gameplay. Nothing scares him. Yeah, I mean, it's not that I don't get scared. Instead of having a very satisfying, like, yell or scream or jump out of my chair, I'll do something like, I'll get cornered, I'm like, well, that sucks. As you see, like, the hands come across the face. Not that I don't get scared. There is actually a clip from, of all things, Schedule 1, which is not a horror game, where I thought I'd gotten away from the police, and I turned, and you just see these two eyes in the dark right there, and that startled me pretty good. But yeah, generally speaking, I'm not, like, a very emotive, reacting type person. So that's kind of one of the things you usually look for with horror games and that kind of stuff, is someone who's going to, you know, get properly worked up kind of thing. And that's generally not me. And it isn't something like, yo, look at me, I'm so tough, I don't react. It's just not how I react to things like that. So it's pretty unsatisfying to watch. Whereas my normal content is stuff like simulation games, settlement builders, city builders. And we got ourselves a site stealer. So you start cutting over this way. Start getting the range support in position. Alright, well with that, we can just go down here and build another place for our brand new guests. More than likely when it captures, they'll be like, you heard a scream or whatever, and that means more's coming. Oh, I didn't actually undraft them. Okay, so we got some more bruises and scratches. It's also possible that'd be a metal horror situation. They do that. Yeah, but you're not a cook, so it doesn't matter. Not a cook or a doctor, so you wouldn't be a good candidate anyways. You got an invite for a Switch 2? Time to become the greatest uncle ever. So, you've got an actual patient who needs treated, and a sightseer who needs treated. And you've gone with, I am not doing either. That's certainly a decision. You fell asleep at the computer again? On the toilet, so you think it's bedtime. Alright, Lardine, you sleep well. They were hanging out, all that good stuff. Now, obviously, I don't want to keep a bunch of things all in one room. That'll get to be a real problem later on. But for the moment, we're just doing what we gotta do. Because we keep that research going so we can hopefully de-age Slurpee here before Slurpee dies of heart attack. Because RimWorld is really cruel with age. RimWorld's like, oh, you're 58? Dead. Your entire body has simultaneously failed. You have all of the diseases. You've got cataract, you've got a bad back, and you're blind. And you're like, game, calm down. Okay, I do not want this person. I will rescue this person, but I do not want them. I will rescue this person for the purposes of letting them go. If they try to stay, they will be banished. Alright, so we can go with the Psychophagy. Oh wait, we can get energy containment? That's fine. We're gonna keep pushing for the Chronophagy, so we can save our person now, and then we'll go the other route. Now, once this heals, we'll add it to the list of people to get Bioferrate out of. Let's see, you applied to buy the thing, and just got a link sent to me. Let's see, you don't really play your current Switch, or any other, for anything other than Pokemon, so you're thinking about giving it to your nieces. That is a way to become the all-star uncle. No question about that. Did I return the assignments back? Yeah, we did. Just double checking. Void Curiosity. Alright. Yeah, so we're getting a bunch of junk in here. We are going to need to burn that later. I guess for right now, I'll put that statue in there. We've almost finished smoothing out the walls and all that. Okay. As the alternative, you could throw the Switch into the middle of the room and declare that the person who gets it out of the room gets to keep it without applying any rules for what or for how they accomplish it, and win the prize for the worst uncle. You're not wrong. Probably wouldn't get the prize for the worst uncle, but you would be a pretty awful uncle in that case. Worst uncle's a pretty hard bar to hit. There are some pretty bad uncles. Well, unfortunately for you, Dyer, I'm gonna need you to drop my stuff because you're getting banished. Because I'm not like, they're cooking in plants, but they can't violent or firefight. They're pessimist. They're just bad. So get the hell out of my colony. I rescued your life. That is what you're getting from me. Nothing more, nothing less. Please don't social fight. That is one of the things that's going to become a danger in this colony over time, is as the colony gets stronger and stronger into melee, we will run into the problem where when we get a social fight, There's gonna be a lot more fingers and toes and other bits getting knocked off. Those social fights will get far, far more dangerous as we get stronger. Tomorrow you're gonna teach your 8-year-old nephew chewing tobacco. Yeah, that's when you start pushing to like worst uncle kind of stuff, where you're like, I'm gonna do this thing that's like genuinely harmful to this kid's health or whatever, versus, yeah, I'm just gonna instigate some sibling rivalry, cause some temporary drama or whatever. Okay. Yeah, so Slurpee Capital is working on the mining, which is good. The others are doing their thing. Okay, let's go here. Link those. Storage. Don't store blocks in there, please. Out here. You can store blocks. Link these. Storage. Don't store blocks in there. Don't store blocks in there. Don't store blocks in there. Okay. Get the blocks out of my building. No one steals them. They don't burn. They don't rot. Don't take up good shelf space with that. Alright, that looks like it might be the last. Alright, there's another tile there. So we're down to our last 2-3 tiles. Yeah, so you're starting to get a point, you're getting fast. You got 3 tiles up there to smooth, and then I believe the entire ship area is done. So that Itchy Tenma can work on getting other stuff sorted out. Which is good, that's become a long time coming. Next week you could teach her 18-year-old niece that she doesn't need to pay for taxes or even file. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully there's a responsible adult in that picture. Beggar's request for charity. They would like money. I said responsible. There's a key word there. It's a strong descriptor. Very relevant in the current line of statements. Take Calm in high school? I'm not familiar with Calm. I'm assuming from being all capitalized, that's some acronym about, you know, managing a whole bunch of stuff. Sterile surfaces. You're willing to give me that for keeping a person... Okay, so we can get the book to get sterile... Yeah, we'll do that. So we've got our cute little animal, so we're gonna go to furniture, animal sleeping spot, and you can sleep right there, buddy. Okay, you're already on it. It teaches you how to be... Oh, career and life management. Man, I wish we had a thing like that in school. When I was in school, they're like, here is your economics class. By the way, it only covers stuff like economic theory and not like how to pay your bills or budget your, you know, do a budget or anything like that. It's like, cool. It's nice to understand how economics works at scale. I do actually feel there's a lot of value in that. But... maybe being able to, at the time it was relevant, know how to balance your checkbook, you know, do your budget, you know, like understand loans and how interest rates work and compound interest and these kind of things. The things that will actually impact you should maybe be the priority. Then you can talk about like economic theory. Like I said, I do think there's a lot of value in a class around economic theory, though. To be clear, I don't think it's a bad class. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we can let that go. Let's see, they taught you how to create a resume, all about STIs, all about loans, mortgages, rent, your rights as a renter. Gotcha. Yeah, we didn't have any of that. We did have a class that really got into STIs. It was our health class. And that was the whole thing. That was definitely trying to scare you into never making physical contact with another human being. Because that whole class was cursed. There was good information in the class, thanks to the teacher, but like the official material was just, hey, if we scare them enough, maybe we won't have to worry about STIs, and it was entirely ineffective. We expanded the daycare in our high school, I think it was 2 or 3 times while I was in high school, which I didn't get repeated a grade or anything, so do what you will with that information. And let's see, but as far as like loans, mortgages, rent, your rights as a renter, nothing like that. Filing taxes, no. It's Calm 20, you cannot graduate high school in your province without taking that. Yeah, no, it sounds like a good class. Like, very genuinely, it sounds like a really good class. That said, chat, we're about to hit an ad break, and I have got to use a restroom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and step away for a minute, put up my away screen. While the ads roll, I'm going to eat a little bit of my dinner, I'm going to use the restroom, all that stuff, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with our performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, and if after,
I listen to all my pioneers, often when they're not even aware of it. So due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo choo mother.
Yes, Ada! Choo choo indeed! And off the cliff. Whee! Well, that's interesting. And I'm trying to fold them up. There we go. That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like... First shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Okay. Then if I could have someone clip us collecting the last collectible, that'll be for our first dare drop. So I have the one dare drop that's just running around. Okay. And I got an achievement for that. The museum needs our help. It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there. And we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build the bridge that barely stands. Alright. I have a potato harvest all... On the wheels, on the wheels. Yeah, we just turned around. Is that not how you turn around? That is the OSHA approved method of turning your vehicle around. All right, and we are back. Let's see, catching up with some stuff. Let's see, you had a mid-scale controversy around 2010 Germany high school student. In her final year tweeted, you can analyze poems in 3 different languages, but you haven't been taught how to pay taxes or to get an insurance. Yep. Let's see, well, that's the thing. A lot of people expect your parents to teach you that, but the problem is there's a lot of parents who their parents didn't teach them that, and they don't know. So a lot of people mess up, and that's actually where a lot of problems come from. Let's see, yeah, the fear-based sex education definitely 100% works. Absolutely not. All it's like, it's fine if they're going through and teaching, like, here's how the things you do to protect yourself, here's what consent is, here's, like, your options for, like, you know, your body and all that, like, kind of going through, like, all that. And then on top of that are like, hey, by the way, there's these things, so where I'm at, they call them STDs instead of STIs. But it's the same difference, they're just different terms of the same thing. But they can go, by the way, also, these things are effing scary, here's a picture. And try to scare you. But make sure you do the first part first, which is like, yo, if you're gonna do stuff, don't be dumb. Like, make good decisions. But yeah, that's not what they did. They basically underprepared everyone and just are like, scared people. Luckily, my health teacher, they had this whole, like, so they weren't supposed to put a bunch of stuff as material in the course, but they were allowed to answer questions if they came up about those things, such as the use of contraceptives and such. And so it was one of those things, the teacher's like, by the way, if you want to ask questions, I've got this box at the front of the door that you can put a little piece of paper in to anonymously ask the question, and we can discuss it in class so that no one has to be uncomfortable. Here, let me give you an example. Oh, look, here is this question about how to use contraceptives. So it's like, you know, like complied to the policy while also circumventing the policy. Which I'm glad, because a lot of people are very dumb about a lot of those things. You'll have all the guys who are like, no, I need the magnum size. It's like, look, man, here's the regular size, I can pull it over my arm. You don't need the magnum, it's just gonna fall off. Let's see, Calm 20, they emphasized the imperfection of the world and making good choices. They specifically said not every sexual encounter is going to be with your soulmate, so use protection. Yep. Oddly, one of the most adult conversations you had while in high school was probably why you think that class was so effective. Oh yeah, like, it's a thing that, like, especially in high school, like, you know, I met people who I'm like, oh, this is clearly, like, the person for the rest of my life, or whatever. And that's because I was a dumb teenager who didn't know any better. Like, don't get me wrong, some people will find the person they spend the rest of their lives in high school. You're a very, very small number, and kudos to you. But the vast majority of you are going to change as you age, and really just not be what the other one needs as you grow up. Because very, very genuinely, most people aren't even remotely settled on who they are until, like, mid-20s. And then, like, upper 20s, you're pretty set. Like, don't get me wrong, you still change your whole life, but, like, that whole teenager to early 20 years, that change isn't like, oh, maybe I like this a little bit more than I used to. It's wildly, like, flipping around different angles, entirely different approaches, mentalities, and views on the world kind of stuff. We're talking major life changes. And most likely it's not going to work out. And if it does, again, not batting it, it's just understanding it's kind of the same thing of the person who their strategy for growing up is to just win the Super Bowl. They haven't gone like signed on professionally or anything. They're just, you know, they're in middle school or early high school and they played football a couple of times. Mayhaps not make that the only plan you have. Mayhaps take some precautions in your life decisions. And maybe have a backup plan. Let's see, your mom knew everything about filing taxes. She still didn't teach you. She asked you at some point if you knew how, and by then, you'd already been doing it for a few years, and... You actually can't remember where you learned. You'd think it was honestly asking a librarian what form you needed, since that was the simplest one. You had no age to figure it out. Yeah, that's actually making me curious when it came to filing my taxes. Because, like, I know at home, back when you had to do, like, the my taxes are being filed, I'm exempt kind of thing, because, like, I didn't make enough money, and I had, like, unmet need and all that kind of stuff. And when to be exempt, you have to make very little. But when it came to the point that I actually had to file a proper income tax, it was one of those things that just, like... Where did I learn? I think it was genuinely, it's like, someone was like, oh yeah, you need to file your taxes. Like, I need to what now? Like, I get that that's a thing, but like... Huh? And I had to sit down and, like... You know, the internet existed at that point, but it wasn't like today. I think literally I just started searching around, and then I found some place nearby that I'm like, I got questions. But I genuinely don't remember. Like, I don't remember where that actually happened, but I'm pretty sure I bothered someone else who I knew how to file. And it wasn't something like my parents deliberately chose not to or anything. It's just, it's not something that comes up in a day-to-day conversation, and you don't have to do it until you start making a certain amount of money or more. Or you get that kind of stuff. And that happened around the time that I moved out. That's so you can change your whole life and go on the villain arc and dedicate your whole life to being the worst uncle ever. And then you can go on your redemption arc and then apologize for all the emotional damage you caused. You could certainly do that. That would be a choice. Let's see. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get that. Because you're actually using it for the medical reason, versus people do use that in a bad way too. Alright, let's get the machine learning going. Or machine learning. Machine adjusted. Actually, let's go for battery. Yeah, your friend, your high school best friend was living with HIV because he was dumb at 19 years old and his older brother didn't want to use protection. He was like, I mean, okay, but I like it better that way anyways. Yeah, so that's, like, that was the whole thing growing up. Like, that was the big one they would scare you with, because when I was in high school, if you got HIV, that was just a big egg timer over your head. There was no medicine to really stop it, and the stuff they had to slow it down was not very good, and cost a small fortune. So you were kind of just, if you got it, you basically were just dead man walking. So that was the one they liked to break out to scare everyone. But yeah. It's good that... I know they've had multiple cases where they've been able to cure it with novel things. I don't believe they've gotten it to where they could scale any of them. Because it's been stuff like bone marrow transplants, which... Transplanting bone marrow, from my understanding, is a horrifically painful surgery. Like, my understanding is anything related to bone marrow is a really, really awful surgery. But if your choice is, you know, cure this horrible disease, sign me up for a weekend of pain. But, yeah. Are you related to John McAfee? No. Yeah, it was like that when you were in high school, too. Fortunately, it takes several years to advance, and in those years drugs advanced The current next best thing to a cure state. Yeah, nowadays, if you take your medication, like, you can just kind of stalemate the whole thing as long as you keep up with it. It is, my understanding, it is still pretty horrifically expensive. But, they even got to the point where someone can be HIV positive and massively reduce the risk of transmission. Now, granted, reduce is not eliminate, so take all the precautions, but you get the idea. But that is a really weird question. Why on earth would you just randomly pop in and be like, are you related to insert name of individual? Because, what? I heard the name John McAfee, and you look like him? Okay. That is not something I'd agree with, but okay. Oh, you're gonna die in like 5 hours? This might be a Shambler assault we could just straight up ignore. Yeah, really, they're not going to live very long. We'll probably have to hold down the handful that come in from this side. But the Shamblers over here on the right, they probably won't even get through. But the risk of transmission is very little with full medication, middle-aged people, in your opinion. With HIV can get pregnant and childbearing the usual way. Is that what I'm saying? That being said, you really have to take a lot of antivirals. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that's like, they can massively reduce it. It's never zero. But like I said, that was just one of those things that back in the day, like, that was just a death sentence. So it's good that it's changed so much. Alright, get everyone ready. It does look like there's... Okay, so they are being smart enough to path around. So what we're going to try to do is draw them straight in. This is not going to be indicative of a normal fight because the Shamblers have their own AI where they ignore a lot of things. And they will just start smashing walls. So even where I'm right by this door and they've got a clean path, they might start attacking the mountain right there. Yeah, that's weird that they're going around. I would have expected them to smash that wall. But that's okay, because they're just going to feed themselves into the melee line. Okay, first wave done. And no one so much as took an injury. So this is good melee practice. The downside is we got all these corpses that are going to be in here. Alright, so there's our first actual hit. And that's with food poisoning. I totally missed that. Yeah, we've got one of the frail, who's frail in cataracts. We got another one who's got food poisoning. Headshot dominating, but monster kill. Oh, Unreal Tournament. I know I keep the Shamblers. Okay, is that the last of them? No, we got one more here. And then we gotta clean this room out because they're standing in a bunch of corpse rot. Okay. It looks like we're all sorted. So the entire melee team all took hits. None of them looked like they got very serious. They got some pretty bad scratches. Looks like Ichi Tenma got it the worst. Would you please treat people? Oh, you have food poisoning? Cool, man. Alright, so they are starting to treat everybody. Let's see, in regarding to filing taxes, honestly, as a dependent worker, 95% of employees don't really have to file taxes here in Germany. You'll not get tax returns for the cost of tax consultant, because your employer will do it for you up to a few choices that you tell HR and the bank. In recent years, they do grant tax returns at the cost of membership in a tax club, which is essentially a registered club to employ tax accounts to help members file taxes. Who are not full tax consultant, essentially a legal degree, but it's supposed to be enough. Unless you earn even a single euro from self-employed work like streaming, then tax clubs are not allowed to help you. Yeah, because at that point you are the one responsible for filing. Yeah, here in the US we have the whole thing where you pay taxes as you go, and then at the end of the term or whatever you want to say, you then have to go and file taxes. And it kind of goes back to like going, okay, did you get your taxes right, do the adjustment, all that kind of stuff. And the unfortunate reality is it is kind of annoying that in a lot of cases, when you go to file taxes, they have everything they need to know exactly what you should have to pay. Now, granted, you could have additional exemptions they're not aware of, but it is kind of one of those things that it's a meme. But it's an understandable meme where people are like, okay, how much do you owe in taxes? Guess, what if I get it wrong? Oh, you go to jail. That's not really actually how it works. They're usually really good about, when it comes to that kind of thing, as long as you're not deliberately trying to hide what you owe, that like clearly you're trying to get one by on the sly, most of the time they'll be pretty good about like, hey, just pay the difference, maybe you have a small fine or whatever, and that's fine. It's when, you know, the guy shows up and you start cussing them out, saying you shouldn't have to do that or whatever, that kind of thing, or it's very clear you're trying to, you know, dodge your taxes. That's when they slap you with the book. Does it make it any more confusing? You also don't have to file as you get each check. No clue how it works for streaming. Yeah, for streaming for the US, I can opt to not have the taxes taken out every single time. I believe Twitch does it automatically, that we set it up. But it just means when it comes time that I have to file taxes, I pay that whole sum at one time. And that sucks real bad, because it makes it way harder to gauge what you owe and all that, and getting absolutely bricked by a bunch of taxes, so you gotta really stay on top of it. See, oh yes, pay as goes is here too, and that would be Germany. But financial departments want you and your employee to file tax exemptions beforehand, so you can deduct the taxes from your earning. File like the actual declaration year after year, like 6 months later, second deadline extension. Yeah, so in the US we do have the same thing where you can file for exemptions where you say like, oh, you know, I have a disabled dependent, here's an exemption. Oh, I'm under a certain age, here's an exemption. Like, I don't know all the exemptions off the top of my head, but you have a bunch of exemptions you can file for. And it's kind of trying to guess what you're going to need to pay in taxes as your rate on the other side. So it's not perfect. But if you get it mostly right, it means you shouldn't have a big surprise at the end of the year where you have to like fork out tens of thousands of dollars, and just the same, you shouldn't be paid back because you overpaid tens of thousands of dollars. Oh, tax expectations. Gotcha. It does sound like you're trying to reach the same end result, though, of guessing roughly what the taxes are supposed to be. If you have a day job and you have woodworking business, so your taxes are a little bit complex, but the CRA here in Canada is actually really helpful. You can set up an appointment and all things. Yeah, and I gotcha. Yeah, and you'll have a lot of employers will have people who are willing to help you figure your tax stuff out. not sit down and file for you necessarily. Maybe if that's something they specialize in, because they don't want the liability, I would guess. We'll get the brain wiring, why not? It's 2 hives. It'll be more practice for my melee people. I have no idea what room they're gonna target. Apparently the hallway way down here, that works for me. Where? No. Small child. This is not the hallway for you to be in right now. But yeah, I know it's, But yeah, you'll hear all sorts of nightmare stories. That's actually more than I was counting on. This might be a messy fight. It's basically just melee and 1 little bow shooting. Well, 2 little bows, but one's in the hands of a child, so you know. I can't see crap, so I'm having to watch up here to see if anyone gets downed. So far, they're holding up alright. We do have at least some armor going. Okay, the ins is down. So, we want... Can't see... The ins is in the middle. Yeah, so we want you to step up. Fill that gap. Okay, the ins is back up. And running into the room. Okay, so we've got that. How badly are you all hurt? You just got scratched up real bad. You got minor scratches, minor scratches. So all of you, go get yourselves patched up. Small children. It's practice being adults in fighting time. That's not great. Ooh, that's actually not great at all. They're alpacas, but my entire melee line is currently bleeding from their yes. So, where I should just close the door and not deal with it right now, what we're going to do is we are going to plan to fight this. Oh, you're already here? Alright, so you start getting into position. The inn still needs to be taken care of. We'll deal with that in a minute. You should be good for fighting again. What? What is it with the animals and all that lately? Just utterly ignoring me. And just beelining for the people who I need to not be in the fight. Okay, so... let you get back to it. So the other 3 are grouped up, but they're going to take a minute to get here. We have a lot of people who need treatment, so please get on it. Oh, wait. So I'll be here soon. Sorry about that. Yeah, because like I said, I'm going to deliberately not close the door to avoid them. Because I imagine when we're doing this... Alright, melee team, back in action. The ints, run inside. Small children who are impressionable, go ahead and get in here. Alright, and just like that, we got that handled. So, we really need everyone to get patched up. By that I mean actually patch them up. Not anyone dying because they had like the tiniest little neck cut that went completely ignored. Okay. Meanwhile, you go down here and grab your weapon back in case we end up needing it. Alright. So it definitely was messy. Those hives did give more enemies than I expected. Having the 4 mega spiders that showed up was a bit much. But that's okay. We handled it. I don't think anyone lost any limbs or eyes or anything like that. Which is surprising. Just holding your ground to the spiders, usually you can lose fingers and toes. It's the same thing with like the scythers. The scythers are another one that you get into melee range, you just are slapping each other. And while they go down pretty easy, they usually do take a bunch of fingers and toes and arms and legs. Also, where are you at? Oh, you don't have that available. Okay. And anomaly-wise, we're working our way towards chronophagy, even though I'd like to get the entity stuff first. I definitely need more steel. Oh yeah, those are fine. They can just walk off the map. The other two things you wanted to mention earlier, gotcha. Name a more iconic duel than a 3-year-old nature running with a wooden club and Neanderthal raiders on high go juice. That's the reason why I always keep my kids restricted to staying in these areas. I would rather they not get the learning bonus from not nature running than just going out to the edge of the map where it's certain death, where some like cougar or panther or bear or something's gonna eat them or they get caught by a raid. Disease malaria. Thanks, game. Let's go ahead and change your assignments to actual medicine. Honestly, with malaria, just send it. Big bandages. Alright. Oh, let's see. There were two things you wanted to mention earlier, but before, what is naturing? Oh, in RimWorld, you have your children will want to do different things to enter, like to do their education or whatever. I'm trying to remember where that is on here. Oh, it's here. Yeah, so up here it says nature running, and then lesson taking. So lesson taking is where they go to the desk here to learn, and then nature running is where they'll go out to usually like the edges of the map, like out in this area, and they'll run around. Like in those areas, so away from where you developed. And nature running is just asking to have a dead kid or a kidnapped kid. And this one like wants to watch working and take a lesson. So again, take a lesson's almost always there. So they'll learn at the desk and then watch working. Like say someone's cooking over here, they'll just kind of hover over them and watch them. It's the way you get the learning stat up here that gives you the really good stuff on your children as they age up. Because each tier it levels up over time. They get more options when you level them up. Yeah, it's just they'll run along the edges of the map, and like I said, if anything shows up while they're out in the fringes, whether it's a manhunter pack or a raid or just one wild animal decides it's hungry or whatever, and then you suddenly find yourself with one less pawn. Yeah, no, that's absolutely as you can't choose what they'll randomly choose what they have here. Man, even using the good medicine, a lot of these 10s were not good. So Stop Todd's in pretty good shape. Scrap Code's doing okay. Sniper Spice has got a little bit of a lead. Slurpee is probably going to be in serious trouble here. It's actually holding up. So it's actually looking pretty okay. We did just tell them, hey, whatever medicine, I don't care, use it. It doesn't matter that I have it set to glitter now. I'm out of it. So we're just going to drop it back down. Who are my doctors? Infinity, Sniper, and Slurp. Okay, so with that, we'll go Sign. Infinity, carry medicine on you. Snipe, carry medicine on you. And Slurpee, carry medicine on you. Jambler's Approach. That's fine, I don't care about that. They would have to work the whole way out and around and then here, so it's very unlikely there'll be a problem. So you cannot choose it, yeah. So we do what we can. Right now, Infinity Simplex is going to be doing their best to treat everyone, because they're probably my best doctor here. So we want them to stay on duty as best we can. Because malaria is no joke. So you're still holding up okay. You're in good shape. You're in good shape. It's a bad 10. That's a terrible 10. 0%. Let's take you off doctoring for a moment. Slurpee, because you're my least capable. Well, you know what? Weirdly enough, that works. So it was off by 1 on what we could support weight-wise, but it did make it so precisely just the exact middle collapsed in those rooms, and now that's kind of a budget column. Yeah, because those will probably die off. Yeah, they're already starting to die off. There's the first one's already down. And a second. Alright. So you're at 28%, so you're 6% ahead. You're about 12% ahead. You're about 12% ahead. And you are about 12% ahead. So it's looking like I probably want to breach help you. Let's do that just as a precaution. I can't. They're not the same ideology as me. So, as the best doctor in real life, you fail to keep band-aids attached to your hand over a day? You're so sorry to say. It's not looking good for your injured pawns. Oh, the injuries aren't the problem. It's the malaria. The injuries are fine. It's the infectious disease that's the real problem. And we're treating them with a fistful of garlic, some tea leaves, and well wishes. Because when they say herbal medicine, that's what happens to, like, that's what comes to mind with me, is you just, like, you've got plants, and that's not to say those plants don't actually have some medicinal purposes, but there's a very big difference between, like, you're eating a little turmeric, or, you know, getting a little garlic, or whatever, or even tobacco has medicinal purposes. Not that it's used for that anymore, and probably shouldn't be. There's a difference between, like, oh, I'm gonna chew on this mint because it's got some mild medicinal purposes, and, like, proper medicine, like antibiotics or whatever. Granted, I'm pretty sure malaria is a virus. So, antibiotics would be utterly useless. Yes, you got a 20% lead. Yeah, so we're pretty good shape. What I'm going to go ahead and do is have you do a convert on Slurp. I don't care about that. It's the ram who joined me without my consent. Oh, malaria. Here, have a drink of a little tea. Then just suffer the shivers. You'll get used to it after about the 20th time. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, is like, people are like, but my doctor's on top of it. How did we fail? It's like, I mean, you think about the quality of medicine we're throwing at it. We're throwing herbal medicine at a very dangerous disease. It's not really what you need to be tackling that particular thing. We're gonna get the xenogenetics very early. Having that dirt mole in our colony, I'm very much going to want to try and take on a lot of that stuff the dirt mole has. Because we look at our dirt mole and the bonuses they get. Strong melee, thumbs up for our people. Fast heal wounding, that's a thumbs up. The indoor dweller is like, you know, helpful but not a big deal. The great mining I don't really need. The dark vision could be really good. If we can get dark vision on all our people, we can just get rid of the lights and put up dark lights instead. I don't usually worry about that, but that would certainly be an interesting thing. I probably wouldn't give up points for it, because that is... Yeah, it is +1. But yeah, so... And actually, this is a good penalty to take. Because if we're going to be inside anyways, intensive UV sensitivity, who cares? So we're gonna slowly convert our people into dirt mole. Assuming our dirt mole lives long enough for us to de-age them. Which, honestly, at, what was it, 92? 93, I'm sorry, they had a birthday. 93 is, a pretty big thing. Let's see, if you get the sunblocker, do you think you'll swap to darkness meme? I could. I've never done that before. I know that works. Because then as long as you leave it alone, you're in permanent darkness. And then I believe if you put up dark lights instead, it's fine, because the big things I don't want it to be hard to see for viewers or whatever. So the dark lights I want to say have a strong blue hue. Okay, so we're finally getting back into the area back here. But yeah, no, if we got the ability to do permanent darkness, I'd potentially give the darkness meme a go. I haven't done that in forever. I was just more thinking with the xenogenetics, I could sit here and start turning these all into some really strong melee pawns. The big thing with the dirt mole is I don't want slow runner. Slow runner's not the worst. It's only a 0.2 penalty, but that's you getting away from a fight or getting that person before you get shot in the face speeds. And any amount of speed penalty there can be the difference between did you get through the fight or did you just get wrecked. Okay, so Ichi Tenma's back there doing all that stuff. And we need more steel so we can get power going. You're only winning by 1%. I need a solid 10. 36% is not a solid 10. Thank you for a singular advanced component. So what I'm actually debating here, and this might be a risky thing, is sending 2 colonists for 14 days. Let's wait on. I was debating doing that because we could send them and maybe they get a better tend, because they'll get 1 more tend in there, but I'm worried it won't count them as being in the rest and they'll just have a bad chance of success. I don't know that you make it. I think that little bit of a percentage dip there. Yeah, so you're losing. I'm gonna take my chances with it. We're We will accept that. So get in here ASAP. Shuttle. I need you here now. Shuttle. Get in the shuttle right now. Who is the one going with you? Is it okay regarding the information about Wikipedia rather than Gen AI? There are review process in the Wikipedia and less articles with enough tension that people do link sources after a while. It's really important things, hopefully. Yes, no, you're not wrong. So like that's a thing. When it comes to Wikipedia, it's not a resource you should take as like gospel or whatever. But there are a lot of people who do try to put a lot of effort into making it the highest quality they can. And it does help a lot. Yeah, so I think you're gonna go. Let's get you out of here as fast as we can. Okay. So we're now allied with the Empire. So the question is, will Slurp get better treatment there than they're getting here? Because if they stay here, they were going to die due to malaria. Let's see, the second part of that post may be more important. Let's see. There have been Wikiversity journals of medicine, science, humanities that are actual peer-reviewed, stable articles, and the content is a drop in the ocean compared to Wiki. Oh, yes. That basically they've got stuff that they felt is important enough to be effectively peer-reviewed and all that you can't just pop in and change yourself. It's kind of more static in the sense that they do require a process to go through, which I think is good, because that I'm willing to bet was a product of, dealing with like misinformation during the pandemic and that kind of garbage about, or other stuff that's like very wrong things that keep being reported as truth, that they go through and they're like, okay, let's get this set up. There's regular full open access scientific. Oh, that's cool. Okay, because I was assuming it was stuff that they would go that's like, this is a verified thing, and it's a contested thing or whatever. But yeah, generally I've had mostly good stuff. I only had a couple of times where Wikipedia's come up and I'm like, oh no, this isn't right. But it's one of those things like, when it's not right, it's usually understandable why it's not right. Like stuff where there'll be things that is kind of accepted as history for a long... Alright, so Slurpee did not make it. I did try my best to save Slurpee at the end there by sending them off to where they were going to get care, but unfortunately, at their age, getting hit with malaria, they just couldn't win the fight. Well, our mole people goal, whatever you want to say there, has a... I was trying to think if there's a place to put sarcophaguses in there. I really don't have one. Even though Wikipedia getting increasingly political. Yeah, I think that's more just a reality of... Oh, that works too, I guess. So Slurpee, you shall feed the trees. I forgot they were there. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's just more inherent, like, not a thing about Wikipedia per se. That's just... We live in a time that genuinely there is a group of people who are trying to really kind of stoke the flames of political discourse, to get people all upset. And part of it is the nature of, when it comes to whether it's news or content or whatever, there is a lot of incentive to going and just... Oh, did my... Yeah, no, it's still there. There's a lot of incentive to doing, like, rage bait and that kind of stuff. So giving, like, outlandish political statements to get everyone all worked up because it gets that sweet, sweet ad revenue. And you've got all that kind of stuff. And we are dealing in an era where, like, you're having a lot of people who are pointing at others to blame for everything, and it is a thing that is kind of just getting into everything. Like, no matter what you're touching, that culture, counterculture thing is just getting into all of it. It is a shame. But it is... And there's other words I would use for it, but I'm trying to avoid things getting, like, really into the politics. But all in all, it's not great. But you are having what's effectively a power grab. And that is kind of the nature of it. Like in a lot of ways, the culture's been changing for a while, and there's been a resistance to it. And there are people taking more extreme pushback because they don't want it to change. And I think we'll move on because that's going to get super political super fast. But yeah, it is invasive in a lot of things. It's also one of the reasons why there's a lot of push for, like, things having, you know, when I'm talking equal representation, like, when you have two opposing political views that both should get equal stay, and that's just inherently not true. If one person says the Earth is flat and the other one says the Earth is round, you don't meet them halfway in between. The Earth is round, we can look at it. There's not really a discussion to be had there. So giving the person arguing that it's flat a bunch of time on the camera is literally just helping spread incorrect information. It's also things about splitting halfway between, like, opposing views always benefits the one with the more extreme view, so that's also not a good thing. Like, if we're sitting there, we're trying to price a burger, and we're at this company board meeting or whatever, and one person says we should charge $10 billion for a burger, and the other one says 10 cents. Well, the cost of the burger producing it's $3-4. You're not gonna land halfway through because it's effectively that $10 billion price. Making it $5 billion is still in a extreme unrealistic thing. And it's kind of just one of those things that you're like, okay, but the halfway point between those points is still an extreme. You know, when the reality would be the burger's going to probably be somewhere, depending on if you're trying to be affordable or whatever, be like $7 to $15. Alright, you're going to get downed soon. I could have sent you with the cube withdrawal and just let that run out while you're over there. Oh good, the tree ate your head. Cool. So it is, you don't just meet halfway. Like, that sounds good on paper, but the reality is it doesn't hold up in reality. But there is a lot of things that are like, no, we have to represent everything equally. It's like, no. There is merit. There is merit to what is being said. We don't always need devil's advocate to have a place in the room. Okay, and our storage is filling up, which is surprising to no one because I have entirely too much food. Is that carpeting? It's dyed floor. I'll pretty much never use carpeting. Like, it's cool. It's a shame carpeting is so incredibly bad in the game, because carpeting is pretty cool looking and all that, but it is just the reality that with the carpeting, it's just so ridiculously flammable that using it is just a liability. Let's see, if you choose a large base log scale and a halfway point is something like $20. You very much agree. Things have vastly different merit. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, that's the reason I gave the burger example, is that wasn't a political anything. That was, you have two people of differing opinions. Both were extreme opinions in that one. But if we're going to be honest, underpricing your burger, you know, while a little extreme, $10 billion is more extreme. I think a more reasonable equation I could have given is, let's say again that the burger costs like $3.50, and one says we're going to charge $3.55, and the other one says 10 billion. Now the $3.55 is still pretty unrealistic. You're gonna make 5 cents a burger. You're gonna have to sell an unreasonably large amount of burgers to break even, to make your money back and all that. That's the whole thing. Let's see, but you're not trying to meet the flat earther halfway, no. The merit to the discussion is that you can present compelling case to others. You know, hand-waving and saying it's silly, even a discussion with people to double down ignorance. Right, no, there's definitely a discussion to be having where you say, here is the thing, let's disprove it. Like, and have that discussion where, you know, you have someone who believes in it and disprove it and all that. But, like, when you run into the situation where, you know, the person sitting there, they've disproved it, it's like, no, we need to give equal time to the other side of the argument. It's like, but you don't. You gave them their shot, they put it out there, it got absolutely eviscerated. They had their time. To giving, like, it's a thing that you can run into if you give them too much time. You are now helping that ignorance be spread. You are helping that message be received more broadly. You are literally becoming a mouthpiece for that provably false thing. Not that you shouldn't address and be like, hey, we should discuss this thing. Who are you here for again? You're for here. Oh, you're for the chinchilla. Where's the chinchilla at? I forgot where I put you. I put you in the bedroom. Totally forgot that chinchilla's been in there being fed this whole time. Alright, we got ourselves a free book. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, don't get us wrong, like, a factually incorrect thing, it is worth covering why it is factually incorrect, and even taking the arguments that are presented and being like, here is why their arguments are wrong, or here is where they've misconstrued or whatever. There's definitely value in discussing those things. I don't disagree. But it's the it's definitely one of those things when it's like, no, we have to give them equal screen time, that kind of thing. It's like, no, you don't. You shouldn't. Very genuinely, like, that is a bad thing to give them equal time. You're giving more merit to something by having it presented on your show, even if you disprove it. You're saying it had enough merit to warrant your time. It's more like a court proceeding than a democratic vote. You're presenting evidence and logical arguments for people, and then they decide on the question of the fact, not having people vote into office one person over the other. Yeah, I mean, yes. Though to be honest, there is no comparison in political process and factual discussion. Right. And the thing you usually find is for people who go to, like, the flat earth thing. For people who truly believe it, not the people who, like, meme believe it, but, like, actually genuinely believe it. That isn't typically a person who is approaching anything with logic or anything like that. Usually that is a person who they find a belonging in that group that they didn't find other places, which is something that in itself is a problem that needs to be discussed. But it's usually not the arguments of whatever merits it has. Because most of those things, the moment you put, like, any level of critical thinking against it, they just fall apart. But, you know, the problem is, you gotta get to that point. It's the same thing where there was the one study that said vaccinations cause autism, and then even the guy who wrote that study came out and says, hey, I got that wrong. And people still quote that crap. Or like the person who did the study where it's like, oh yeah, there's like the alpha wolf takes charge, and then like even he came out later and was like, no, this is wrong. This is wrong. Like, I got this wrong. I had mistakes in my study. This is not correct information. But you know, people have an identity around that, and they're not going to they're not going to go and listen to it because they don't really care about the facts. They've made up their mind, and compelling arguments aren't going to do anything until they're ready to change their mind. Not that you shouldn't try. Wakefield? Yeah, no, it's, yeah, no, there's a whole bunch of them. You know, we don't need to dig into it too far. But the point is, the bad information got out. A bunch of people reported. Now, granted, at the beginning, you know, that study came out. We didn't realize how bad the study was for just being rubbish. That took time to catch up and everything. So you can't really blame people for reporting on it at the beginning. You know, they could have done better about being like, hey, this hasn't been fully peer-reviewed and all that. Which I really wish they would not report as heavily until things are peer-reviewed. Like, a totally nerd out in Wolfpack dynamics. Oh yeah, no, it gets to be a whole complicated thing. For those who don't know that study, there was a study way back, and it was wolves in captivity, if I remember correctly, that they observed like the whole alpha male where, you know, the one kind of dominates the other one and becomes the pack leader and all that kind of stuff. And it was dealing with, if I remember correctly, animals in captivity in a very not natural state of the situation to begin with. But when you actually go out into the wild, they just don't behave in that manner. That's just not how they function. Let's see. Not really, though. It's more convenient and more controversially bad model being argument pushed. Yeah. Alright, so we got psychophagy, so we're going for the chronophagy. Well, actually, I don't need the chronophagy now. The person who needed isn't here anymore. Don't get started on how broken the peer review system. Yeah, no, it's flawed. It's still, I would rather get a poorly peer-reviewed thing than a not at all peer-reviewed thing. They're still bad. Like, it's still bad to have a poorly peer-reviewed thing, but peer-reviewed poorly versus literally not at all, you know, it's still better. Because that's like also like the scientific journals, where there's a handful of really good ones, and there's a handful of really bad ones that, if you pay, they'll take it. Blight on the heel root. So get them all dealing with that real fast before it spreads. Was in the Lancet. I'm assuming that's one of the scientific journals. Yep. No, there's that's been a big thing. That was a huge thing that was a lot of different groups were covering about a year ago. Was that there was some of the scientific journals were doing pretty awful. Like that was one of the ones that they kind of went back and forth. They were like, okay, here's the different major scientific journals, and they had a couple different groups did the same thing where they submitted stuff that, if you gave it a once over, might seem legit, but if you took any time to look at it, was very, very obviously bad. And it was just kind of one of those things that, like, they had a bunch of the ones that just let the really bad, obviously one, because one, it was like the, they were talking about midichlorians from Star Wars, and they even talked about, like, Plagueis the Wise and everything in the paper, and they managed to get it published in a couple of the more poorly received, like, scientific journals so far as being willing to post anything, whereas some of the more reputable ones, you know, they were like, hey, this is not up to our standard. I love the academics that get together to pass fake papers. Yep. Like I said, that's one of those ones about, like, the more reputable versus the less reputable scientific journals. There's a lot of stuff that does need revision and all that, improvement. Still, I do think getting stuff peer-reviewed is important, even though there is flaws in the system. Okay, so they're going down there, they're getting those rooms set up. We got our first bedroom built here. We need to get stuff hauled out of it still. We're cutting lots of brick, and I'm not even sure what we're going to be doing with that. Because normally you build, like, walls on your exterior base or whatever, make hallways to go around. But with what we're doing, I want to make the fights happen here. Oh yeah, we lost our main digger. Boo. I mean, it makes sense, but boo. Alright, well, we need to get some... There's some crazy stat that the total number of journals published since 1999 is some factor higher than all publishers' papers. I mean, that's, yeah, that's a whole thing that makes it sense, though, getting rough. It'd be the same thing as saying, like, there was more scientific discoveries during the Renaissance than before it, and that's probably true. But, you know, it is a thing. Like, we live in an age with the internet where we're able to share information faster than ever, and so many things are more efficient than they've ever been. You can nature run over there? So it makes sense that we would have a higher rate of advancement and discovery. I mean, hell, look what's happened with computers and all that, and how much that's changed society. Even electricity isn't even that old. So honestly, I wouldn't even see that as necessarily wrong or anything, like having that many new things being presented. We're living, like, in a lot of times we're living in an age of enlightenment, despite all the things going on. The fake paper sting operations are different from the predatory publishing, though, to be honest. Completely non-predatory journals have had fake papers get through their peer review process, and the very reviewed journals have taken large amounts of money from both authors and subscribers. Yeah. Oh yeah, and there's definitely lots of problems in that whole area. But yeah, no, it wouldn't, like, generally, like, we're looking, like, just look at what, like, stuff like machine learning has enabled for us. It 100% makes sense that we are making discoveries faster than ever. Like, that to me, I would be more surprised if that weren't the case, not even, like, ignoring any nefarious anything. Gore Hulk Assault. So we got a handful of Gore Hulks over here. They're gonna get over here. So good news is there is only 3 of them. The bad news is I do still have one of my melee people not here. And then we had the one person who was part of the group who did die during the malaria because they were 93, and you know, that doesn't help your odds. So with the Gore Hulk Assault, this should go relatively smoothly. What we're going to do is we're going to wait till they get a little closer so we're not wasting our time. Alright, let's grab everyone. And we're going to pull them back here. So, Ichi Tenma and the Ints, your melee team. Sniper Space, your bait. We're going to keep the kids and the pacifist out of this because I don't think they're going to be needed. So the plan's straightforward. They go, they see the Sniper Spice, they go pop in here, and the Ints and Ichi Tenma do a flanking maneuver and just try and catch in behind them. And we should be able to tie up at least 2 of them. If we're lucky, we'll get the 3rd one in there as well. Okay. So go after you, go after you. Excuse me, sir, you are expected to stay in here. Alright, so you went over here, so let's move you over so you can get some cover. Alright, so you're down, so the Ints is going to close the gap here. And sorted. Alright, so what we can do here... So you're still up. Yeah, no, it's just 3 Gore Hulks. That wasn't much. Gore Hulks will be a pretty easy one for us most of the time, melee. The danger you run into is when you start getting pushed away. Oh, did I ever set you to... There we go. The biggest thing is, like, later on when we're, dealing with these kind of things, and when there's a bunch of them, it'll be hard to tie them up. But that's where you're hoping to use those corners to your advantage. So instead of fighting in the middle room, I'll try and draw them into a side room. And then if we get stuff like the rocket packs where we can jump, or jet packs where we can jump over them, you know, draw them around, jet over, try and hit the ones on the other side so they can't go. Okay. Devourers are fun in melee, unironically. Yeah, so that's actually one of the things that I found. Devourers, if you go really heavy on melee, actually, in my experience, haven't been that bad. And the reason for that being is, yeah, the Devourer drops on you and it disables that pawn. Melee is usually really high damage. So usually, as long as you're like, okay, that's the one that got grabbed, hit them, they pop out, and then they start hitting the next one, they pop out. I could certainly see if you got to the point where the Devourer numbers were similar to your own, that could get really bad. But genuinely, you get someone like with some Bioferrite swords, or a Mono sword, or a Zeus hammer and that, something that's going to do some proper solid damage. It's usually not that big a deal. Okay, so the Inns is the only one. Yeah, they just got some bruises. And we're slowly getting Bioferrite. So they max out at like 40 with raid points. That's a lot of Devourers. 40 is a genuinely terrifying number of Devourers. But I could see a thing where you just bunch up your melee in one just giant mass, they move forward, it jumps on, and just about gets one-tapped. And because they just get stuck on each other, they might get 2 of your people tied up at a time. Because they do have to pass through to reach you. And if you have anyone like standing back, hitting them with anything to stun, like you have someone back here with the nerf spiker or whatever. All right. Okay, so Sniper Spice is going to go down in not too long because of the cube and all that. You always put them up in your melee colonies, just close the doors and pop out and rush, then retreat. Yeah, there'd be plenty of ways to try and like get them to split up and all that. 40 is easy when it's 1v 20 40 times. Yeah, especially since usually if they jump on you and you kill them almost instantly, there's pretty much no meaningful injury. Versus like if someone gets a shot off at you, you're probably still taking a little smack. Okay. So let's look at our people. So we've got the Ints and Kyotsu are a couple, so we'll go ahead and say the Ints and... Wait, was it the Ints? Did I get the wrong person? Oh, you're not here right now. Okay. Right. So you're gonna send one hive for Cataphract armor recipe. Yes. That's not a great room for that to be in. We'll have you two as backup. Okay, so hold the door. All right. I know, insufficient containment. I am holding the door open. So if you just pop out so we can get this done with. Okay, you all go in here and deal with that. All right. Come on. Let's make that bed medical for right now. Because I need you to get there so you can get patched up. And then you haul that out of here before we have something break out. Okay, and we got our pods for the Cataphract armor. Okay. So I still want to get our actual hospital set up, which is unfortunately that's the room I was planning on making my hospital. That's very not hospital right now. Okay, so you're all patched up. In the meantime, we can have you take the medicine. We already got those put away. Should have 2 of them by now. There's 1. Plug in the brain wiring. And the cataphract armor. So that's cool to have cataphract armor blueprint halfway figured out at this stage, because the cataphract armor would be really nice later on. The downside is it's very costly on materials. But we definitely want to get our people down here. Cataphract armor is insane. Cataphract armor is really good, it's just really costly. The big downside of cataphract armor as well is any hit to any of it, because it covers like the whole body, does lower the condition of all of it. So unlike, say, for example, when you're dealing with black armor, you know, you have your vest, you have your jacket, you have your pants, and so like, you know, takes those hits and all that. The cataphract armor, any hit on any part of it applies to all of it, but it's good armor. It's worth doing. It's just there is a very high material cost. Oh yeah, getting a stone skin gland upon with robust is really good. Throw tough on there as well, and it's just you just giggle a little. It's not that they can't die, but it takes a lot. And by that I mean a single shot from a Lancer, and it just domes it through its cataphract helmet because Tynan individually says, F that guy. F that guy in particular. We got the links right there. Why is there, like, hardly any... I mean, there's a bunch of animals over there. It's just like over here, there's almost no animals. Okay, so we can go and do that. We got our fake ship. So insect jelly is worth a decent amount of money, so we're gonna go ahead and sell that. We don't have any use for that. Go ahead and sell the knives and short bows and worn out masks. And clothing that's not in good shape. Well, actually, we just sell a lot of this clothing. Because if they're not wearing it, it means they've got a reason they don't want to wear it. Right, so we got our books. We haven't gone through there. Oh, we got some Wake Up and some Flake. And more Side Tea than I know what to do with. You've got... You've got a bunch of Mega Sloths. That's fine. So what we're going to do here real fast is I'm going to go ahead and pop back over to trade them again. I have a lot of stuff we can give. Like the giant mountain of drugs. So here, have 230 units of Side Tea. Just buy our way halfway to Allied, it's fine. Here, we able to... Let's have a party. So, we're definitely going to want to make an ideology room, so my odds of succeeding with that are much better. Because that room sucks. One of these rooms down here is planned to be the ideology room. So I am kind of choosing to just kick it off anyways, just be like, eh. Which means unreliable outcomes. Boring! Cool. It's fine. Yes, we're still waiting on steel for that, which we got queued up over here. Yeah, losing our dirt mole to malaria wasn't good. They were 93. We were trying to rush to chronophagy to help out with that. We just didn't quite get there. Looks like we're right about to get Great Bow and pretty close to getting Devil Strand, and then the sterile materials we have the book for. We did get our xenogenetics. We're not ready for that yet. Because wood generator in the basement is not quite up to that task. But the good news with Anomaly is now we have electricity. I can just start working my way over to the bioferrite generator, which is what I'm kind of thinking we're going to ultimately go for our power. That we just put it in the back here and to just drag all of the things that go bump in the night to feed the power. We got a gift of cash. Alright, so that's warning me that Sniper Spice is getting pretty close to the point that they're going to collapse from cube withdrawal. Considering we got that golden cube ages ago, that thing does take a long time to get to you. The other thing it does, which it's good that we're actually managing to hold our mood, is it is a minus 30 to their mood. But the good news is between having like really good food and all that, we got stuff going on. Alright, so we got a person who crash landed, super immune misogynist who's psychically dull. Sadly they died on impact. Definitely died on impact. Lynx hunting Sniper Spice. That was completely expected. That's fine, we'll deal with you. Maybe don't be over there for 2 seconds. Okay, nicely done. We saw their corpse bound as they hit the mountain. Alright, we just got ourselves a free alpaca, that's fine. Yeah, no, it's one of those things, like, upon that bad, it's like, no. Had some good things going, but not enough I'd be willing to put up with it. I just realized that was a heart hit that, Mega Spider gave him. Heart hit is no joke. Don't sleep inside. This is not your home. Okay. Yeah, so when Sniper Spice hits 100%, they're gonna get down for a couple of days. How are we doing on our people getting back here? Let's see. 4 days. Okay, you should be fully healed now, so we can go ahead and have you get Bioferrite as them as well. Alright, entity containment, that's good news. So we're just gonna go ahead and beeline directly over to the Bioferrite generator, so that we have at least an advanced anomaly thing to research. And we can go with that. Because then we can put the Bioferrite generator in the back here. And that thing's power is amazing. And we can just keep capturing things that go bump in the night. You can get all that going. As far as you go, let's go ahead and have you give up some of that. Let's say 30 for money. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And we can go ahead and go to gifts. I do not need that much. Honestly, let's go and give you 70. And just work on getting those reputations up. Let's also go here, because I don't remember what we set for Area 1. Okay, so Area 1 does cover all this. We go back here. That's fine. Okay. I probably should have brought that person and captured them. If we had captured them, there would be, you know, we would have been able to convert them, get one out of the ideology points, and then kick them back out or whatever. I don't understand why you're saying I need a pen, because I have a pen with a gate right there. So it is unfortunate. Oh no, we probably don't want to just kill that. Just kill it. If it's gonna be buggy and be like, I can't find the pen. Barricade? No, it's able to get there and all. I think it's just having a pathing problem. But I've already got a whole bunch of alpaca, like entirely too many, to the point where we're probably knocking down the population soon anyways. So the one that doesn't want to cooperate, we can sort of... I am amused that this is considered nature running here, that this is far enough away from my area that they can nature run there. Because for me, it's always out here on the edge. But yeah, so I got this huge area, there's a little gate there. So all of this does qualify. Okay. What I need is one of these two to become a dedicated mining person. I also need way more steel. Okay, so this is the Int's bedroom. So if we look at there, their favorite color is purple. So we can go to orders, floor, purple, and that'll be their bedroom color. And I have no idea how this is gonna look. We're gonna dye all the furniture in the fake ship to stand out even more. It'll all be cream colored, but whatever. Do we not have a handler? Oh, there's your problem. The problem we have is our handler was the person we sent away. I honestly don't care. That's fine. Whatever. Yeah, so we're starting to get all these bedrooms online one by one. No, get our person back. Yeah, we're gonna have to, like, we're gonna need to get one of these two to be a mining person as a primary. But that's fine. It's the classic, we just need to get them responsibilities for whatever. And the reason I chose, like, the white or cream or whatever is I just want it to stand out very distinctly against the mountain, so that the ship is easy to make out. The ship. Because that's the whole thing, is we're using this as our test ground for fighting, going heavy on the melee. You should be aging up to an adult soon. And you've got a ways to go. And this time they're aging up well, versus the first time we had that person join us. So I didn't get, I think, one or maybe one level of learning into him first. We got lucky, and we got Jogger as an option. It was Jogger, Iron Will, or nothing, and it's like, okay, we're taking Jogger. Iron Will was also be good, but that's some good rolls. Say, you're just gonna make it up bioferrite, because it's 75? 100. Cool. That's just gonna take time. Hey, how's it going? Okay, we'll get more of these doors built, keep that all moving. Understandably, I'm choosing to avoid saying your name because it is going to sound like something that I shouldn't be saying. Not that, like, swearing is wrong, but just blasting it out again and again gets to be too much. Oh, can they not do the diagonals? Interesting. Oh no, they can definitely do the diagonals. It's weird that they skipped all those back diagonals. Birthday! Oh goody, Infinity Simplex had their birthday and now they're frail. Okay, and Sniper Spice is down due to not having access to the cube, which we knew was coming. That's been just a while. So in 3 days they'll get back up and we'll be over with the cube nonsense. Yeah, so once we get the Electro Harvester, we'll go to the Chronophagy, then we'll go to Bioferrate Harvester, and then Shaping and all the other stuff. Just taking time. We got all those like really amazing people to start with on their just random starting roll, and I didn't check their ages, which is fine. It's only the dirt mold that we brought in that the age was like really appalling. For RimWorld, that like 90s in RimWorld is pretty brutal. Alright, meanwhile, I'm gonna need to start doing some population control on the alpaca. Okay, so I should keep it to something like 14. Give or take a little bit just because they consider pregnant alpaca not female alpaca and a whole bunch of stuff. Like their own special category. But that way the population doesn't get too high, because if we look at our wealth, the creature wealth here is mostly moving up. It's down a little bit because one of our colonists is away for the moment, but it will add up to quite a bit. You can get yourself in trouble by just having way too many animals. And I mostly want to keep them because alpaca wool's good. Gotcha, you have a good one. Alright. So get the next bedroom online, smoothed out, ready to rock and roll. And you get back in half a day. So in half a day we get one of the 2 pawns we sent away back. The other one we sent pretty, like, at that point with malaria where we weren't going to be able to save him, so we were just kind of hoping that the Empire would do something and get lucky, which did not happen. It was a long shot and I knew it. But it's kind of like guaranteed death to versus almost certainly death. You get the idea. Okay, so got the Great Bow research, that's good. We're actually researching machining, that's just we happen to have a book that teaches us Great Bows. So that is slowly happening. Not really worried about Great Bows. Great Bows are pretty good, but since we're not really going into range on any meaningful level, I'm just not worrying about it. Yeah, because we get machining. After machining, After machining, what do I want to go for? Well, geothermal are not going to be a good place for it. Biofuel refining wouldn't be bad. Advanced lights can be useful. We are running anomaly, so that has its purposes. Usually not those ones you go out of your way for, but it's fine. I guess both these rooms could be a tile thicker, but that's fine. I'll leave it alone. Okay. Cool. Colonists have returned. So Kyotsu is immediately getting the population control underway. Shearing the alpaca, getting the increased population. We're gonna miss out on eating these two because they happen to have died inside the meat-eating trees range. I'm not too worried about it. We have more than enough food. We're actually being wasteful and making really, really high-end meals. Okay, and you'll be back up in just one day. Do any of you have any social skill other than, Infinity? Not really. I'll give you the leader title. Because there's no reason not to have one. I can use the bonus for combat in a pinch. It'll mean our rituals that need a leader will be a little bit better. Infinity's the only one who has a passion in social, and they're already our moral guide. Okay, bulk trade's good. I just realized I have a small army of these ship chunks everywhere on the map that I have been completely ignoring because at the beginning of the run I couldn't really use them. Yeah, it looks like a total of 10 of them maybe. Because that'll give me some steel. Okay, so let's see here. What do you got for me? We can get the medicine for penioxylin. We can give them a bunch of cloth and fabric and all sorts of stuff like that. Honestly, the cloth. Take a bunch. I'll take a book on geothermal if they want to just offer it to me. Take a book on construction, that's fine. Don't really need the rest of what I'm seeing. We have flak pants there that wouldn't be bad. A fire foam popper wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing either. For our stage in the game, I might just grab that. It's certainly not the best use of my resources, but they are good. And let's see about gifts. So gifts... Alright. Still working on all the books. Yeah, there's not much you want, actually. That's fine. So haul the book in here. I just realized we never did build the drug lab. Because I want to build the drug lab. So a lit campfire or ritual spot. Is that not one of those things? Oh, I bet you it's... Okay, it's probably the balloon thing. Not near... Oh, okay, I see. Alright, so it's a drum party thing. I don't have drums built. We'll have to... When we get our ideology room, that'll be another one to get sorted out. Yeah, so you're almost back up. We are not seeing any wood. We're running out of that. Okay. Can't remember. We start with tree sowing, right? Yeah. Okay, so I don't have to cut down my own trees all the time. Let's put some tree planting there. It won't be a lot, but it'll help out a little bit. We'll definitely want a better solution for that in time, but we can worry about that later. So I want them to carve their way down here so I can get my proper rooms going on, but I'm just dividing my my people too thin. I don't have a dedicated mining person, so we're doing without. That's fine. That's where the kids come in. Those kids are going to do something around here. Okay. Yep, so we have maxed out scrap codes stuff for growing. So anytime now they're going to age up. And then Stop Todd's working on it. And with that, scrap code should become an adult. Hopefully we get something good on them. And I'm really hoping we get a passion of mining would be really, really good. I could work if they get growing, because that would free up the other person who has mining to take over. It would kind of suck in that way, because I'd be giving up on all that extra skill they already have in planting. But still, that's just the nature of what happens sometimes. Okay, meanwhile, go grab you. And you can get back to doing all the tailoring and all that. Alright, we officially have a wood fire burner. We can have batteries and all that. Alright, let's see here. I'll go ahead and start researching the microelectronics. We're not ready to do anything with them. That's its own thing. We'll go to our power real fast. And I'm going to go ahead and put down a battery right next to this. Because of that battery, I should be able to keep the power more stable. And we're going to start getting rid of all these lights in place of, like, put, like, real lights in there instead of torches. Okay. So toggle deconstruct. We got our furniture, wall lamp. So I've got you here, you there, you here, you there, okay, and I think that'll be all the wall lamps set up. Alright. And did you already tear apart those? You didn't tear apart any of them. That's fine. They'll figure it out. In the meantime, toggle that off because I'm running power. That isn't powering anything. And we need to go in here, order smooth, and next bedroom. The good news is you're getting some really good construction really fast. Ghoul is attacking. Alright, so we got a ghoul attacking. They don't have any extra perks. They're solid melee ghoul, which is a little terrifying considering we're a full-on melee group. Which does mean I'm just going to be engaging them kind of on their terms. Okay, we could attune the monolith. Alright, let's grab everybody. So we're going to keep trying to fight within our base. Like, inside this area. The same plan, we got You two on this side, the ints on this side. You three hide in the cellar. Again, you kind of hang back here for a moment. You go hide in the cellar. Alright, nicely done. Because they had really high melee. So we got clawed in the neck. Luckily it wasn't a bad hit. But we knocked it down before it could do anything by just bullying it with numbers. Okay, how are we doing on our research? About halfway to the electro harvester. And just became an adult. And unfortunately, mining is not on the list. We will be giving you melee, so you'll have a passion in one of your combat skills. We can give plants and crafting. And so we have beautiful, meanderist, sanguine, abrasive. So sanguine here would be perfect because we have tortured artist, which is a -12. So sanguine is a -8, which is a +12. Beautiful ends up causing fighting down the lanes. That's a negative. That's a negative. That's a negative. Ascetic can be useful, but sanguine is going to be the one I'm going to go with. Basically counter that negative, and then some a little bit. Yes, I think that'll be fine. So let's do that. So with scrap code there, you now move up to the melee line. And let's go look at our work schedule and figure out what I'm doing with you, because you can take over on this front. So you can take over being the one who's planting, and when you're not doing that, you're able to do just about everything. You're a nice versatile pawn. With that, you're going to go on construction, and we can leave the rest of the way it is, and you're going to deprioritize construction and all this other stuff, so that you'll mine as your primary. And I think that's what we're going to go with. So, you mine, you construct, you grow, you craft, you research, and you clean up the floor. So that's all good news. Now, I do wish Scrapco to put on some clothes. Because right now, she is running around the place with a face mask on and nothing else. I'm assuming all of her clothes got used at some point. There we go. She's all dressed now. You're gonna need a lot more steel. But with this, now I have a dedicated construction person and a dedicated mining person and a dedicated growing person. So it should help a lot. The downside is going to be a lot of failures in the growing for a little while, but that's okay. We've already got a bunch of meals made. We already have a bunch of stuff planted. So in your current colony, you have a skill trainer for cooking, just waiting for a pawn with at least a passion cooking. Your only cook just hit level 6, no passion. Yup, that is the way it goes. Alright, go over here. That'll be our ideology room up here. So we can actually not suck at our ideology stuff. Novel concept, that one. And already level 2 on plants and flying. And level 3. That'll go fine. Oh, actually, you're a really solid cook, too. I forgot that I have you set as my cook. You know what? Honestly, I'm okay with him fighting over cooking. Having two people who can cook that I can switch back and forth depending on if I need crafting or planting is not a bad problem to have. Okay, so we're being attacked immediately by 3 people. Oh, also, you need your schedule changed. So they're all melee, and are you... What are you? Neanderthals? Okay, so we got a group of Neanderthals. So it's about to be a Neanderthal and Neanderthal melee group on a regular melee group. We've got Volcanic Winter. This would not be the worst time to take on a Volcanic Winter. We got a bad grower who's just going to kind of waste time for a hot minute. It'll be for 13 days. I might just take the silver. You know what? It's fine. That's not worth enough to me. Okay. So, in this particular case, unlike the previous ones, we're probably going to want to try and bunch them up as best we can. So we're going to go ahead and shift everyone there. Put 2 ranged back here. And then, per the usual, you go hide in your room. Actually, you don't even need to hide in your room. Just don't go up ahead. And if one does survive getting knocked, think of the follow. Welcome to the stream. If one does survive getting knocked, then we'll potentially be able to take a prisoner in here. We got the room. Okay, we got through that without any injuries. There's the first injury. As I say, they're Neanderthals. They have a bonus to melee. It'd be a real surprise if we got out of this with no injuries. Okay, you 2 chase. You 2 are hurt. You 2 get ready to get involved once they're clear of the door. Okay, and you made it. So let's go ahead and see if I can't go furniture, beds, kind of the room there, prisoner. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to patch them up fast enough, but you can, you know, make an attempt. Okay, so you got 3 hours. Quick sleeper, pessimist, fast learner, volatile nudist. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get you undrafted. And my other doctor is Sniper Spice. You go ahead and try and capture them as well. Because we can befriend the Neanderthals. So let's just see what we can do. Meanwhile, for our injuries, pretty bad cut, bunch of bruises. Okay, prisoner, convert, prisoner, convert. So we're gonna patch them up, convert, and then release them. We will see if I manage to patch them up before they die, because that's very tenuous in this particular case. Alright, that one did not make it. But this one did. I could have tried to tend him out in the field. I've had real bad luck where someone's right about to go, like, bleed out, and I slap a tend on him, and then as, like, a Neanderthal, they just pop right back up instantly, and then just wail on the person who is, you know, doing the medical. You all patched? Alright. At least not bleeding, which is good enough for me. What about you? Okay, that's fine. Starvation and Ichi Tenma, you're already on it. Haul that body out. And you're dealing with that. And haul that body out. Cool. The other downside with this is everyone's always injured. I forgot, you don't have any type of special stuff with healing. Yeah, no, you're just slow runner and then really robust in melee. Which is fair. Alright, once they're up, like I said, we want to convert them for the ideology point, then we're going to kick them out. To get ourselves a little bit of standing with the Neanderthals so they won't attack us more. Especially the types of fight I want to practice and learn is we're going to be dealing with people with like grenades and, you know, shotguns and all that. Those are going to be the fights that we're going to go ahead and want to get some practice in doing close quarters with, because that's the stuff I think is going to be the scariest beyond just straight up fire. But I want to say one of you should have grabbed that, yeah, fire foam pack. Ah, well, I mean, that's actually okay. I'm okay with the pacifist grabbing the fire foam pack. That means the pacifist can be the one to run and just go pop and then run away. It's not a bad one for that choice, to be entirely honest. Yeah, so be conscious again soon. Yeah, no, with the biotech stuff, it'd be really good if we can manage to get ourselves. Pacifists can't even use shock lance or insanity lances. Yep. No, anything that targets someone, they just can't. But like the fire foam pack, they can pop. I think they can pop like the smoke belts as well. So they can still do some stuff to contribute to a fight. None of it that's directly offensive. All right. Yeah, so I'll get a mood, or I'll get a reputation bonus if we release this person. We're just going to try to wait real fast to get the ideology point first. Get the next bedroom going. How is our wealth going, by the way? It's honestly not that high. Visitors, that's fine. Food's getting a bit low, and that's because Scrap Code over here is new to farming and just wrecking everything. Which is how it goes. Alright. Okay, so let's see what you got here. You've got some actual medicine. I'll tentatively say we want that. Take my worn face mask and my worn helmet. And my children's clothing that we were wearing. And the rest of those books you still have. Ooh, I absolutely want the jump packs. Jump packs is happening. Jump packs is something I've been fully planning on doing, because what I'll end up doing is having my first couple people they'll probably have shield belts, and then the backline will have jump packs, and the entire idea is, say we engage here, and we've got the main ones tied up in melee, and one breaks for it, I want to be able to jump pack someone onto the one who makes a break for it, in case they've got, like, you know, grenades, or anything else that would really not be good to be on top of, like, even like a minigun or whatever. Anything that them just standing back and firing on us would be a bad time. The jump pack would let me close that gap and try and keep as many of them out of being able to actually participate in the fight as possible. Which is going to be a big part of this. It's also a thing that what I can do is, while the fight's going on, I can take out a target of opportunity and then jump pack out. So say we've got a raid going on, there's a Doomsday launcher, we jump onto the Doomsday, take that person out, and then jump back out. Okay, so that was our book. So, we now have Devil Strand. Yeah, no, I got you, Mike. It's not that I couldn't say it or anything, it's like, just gonna not do it. Oh, we're gonna do anything with Devil Strand? Alright, so you went berserk because you're in intense pain. Okay. So everybody, I need you to go smack this person with a sword. Fall down. Good job. All right. So keep the converting going on, and then we'll release them. And I've got the better containment stuff, I'm just not bothering to build it till it's down there. Otherwise I'll build and just tear it apart again. And steel's been a problem because I only recently, like, just got someone who could dedicated mine. And they're working on opening up the space back here. After doing some chores, getting water and break. Hey, it's all good stuff. Okay, almost got it sorted. Yes, you're up to plants 4 and climbing. So it should start leveling out the food. See, you're not going to bring up the second thing, by the way. You don't think it's interesting for anyone unless it comes back up again? Nah, I gotcha. Okay, and we're going to start making some of these doors out of stone. And the reason for making our interior doors out of stone is the wood doors open really fast and all that. But one of the advantages with stone doors interior is, one, no one will attack it to try to set fire, which is good to not have to deal with internal fire if you can. But as another advantage, if I do walk through the door with the door closing behind me while it takes slightly longer to close, it means the whole thing. Are we still alive? Yep, no one's died, so, like, I should say it. We had the one dirt mole who joined us died. They got malaria, and because they were 93, we just weren't able to keep them. Like, we almost managed to save them, but ultimately, as a desperate play, we sent them off to the Empire when it was clear they were going to lose the race with their sickness. Alright, so we actually have 2 of them that make a good doctor. I think for right now, though, I'm going to leave them off of that. So one of them is a Hussar, which is not my favorite for having staying temporarily. They apparently hate hunting, which is certainly not going to help. You can handle, that'll help. Construction will help. Honestly, I'm just going to set all of this to, like, 2. Not going to have you do any of this. It's fine. Alright, so this group can betray us. They don't have any children among them or anything. And that is a reasonable number for them to have a betrayal event on. We did disarm them the moment we saw that. So what is your ideology? Animal personhood, supremacist darkness. In other words, they're gonna hate it here. Cool. Meanwhile, we'll set owner for you to... Yeah, you can be Itchy Tenmas. Alright. What does the queue do? When we get new colonists, I draw randomly from the queue, and whoever gets their name drawn gets to be the new colonist. Okay, so we're starting to get the lights built. I'm probably not going to turn that thing back on to the battery, because that'll help mitigate when it needs to be refueled and all that. We're also out of wood again? No, we're not. It's just not been hauled in because there's nowhere to put it. Okay. And with that, congratulations, sir. You are free to go. Okay. They're pretty soon to getting that room up, which is going to be our ideology room, so we can actually do the ideology things and not fail at them miserably. This is our pretend ship. We're using this for kind of just practicing fighting in very tight and enclosed spaces with lots of furniture and all that, because that's what the ships are probably going to be like. So that's the reason why we're going very heavy on the melee, getting our armor and all that kind of going on. Just trying to practice what I think Anomaly is going... Not Anomaly, Odyssey is going to have. So the entire idea is to move all of our stuff behind the ship so all of our fights happen in the ship. Other than, I guess, infestation, but I'm not super worried about that. Okay, so you practiced... You got all that steel mined. Do we have another thing of steel really close by for you to chip away at? Not really. It's looking like the next steel node is going to be a proper hike. There's one up here. There's one over there. But they got to go the whole way out and around to reach that. So probably just let them mine for right now. We'll definitely want to get ourselves the mineral scanner. See what we can do with all that. Yeah, no surprise, it's all underground mountain. As one would expect. Ooh, battery's online. So with that, I'm willing to turn that switch. And that should start to mean we get light in this place. Okay. Let's also go here and go compact. Compact steel, we've got it up there. Down here. Over there. Okay, those just got done. I see. Alright. I'm gonna unrestrict people for a minute. I really don't want to do that too much. And I'll set these to mine. But I want our people to go grab these components and do all that stuff right away. You're hauling a dead turkey. That's certainly a choice, I guess. Alright, that's fine. I don't care what you're hauling, just get stuff done. Low psychic drone. And actually, for that matter, I will keep our people restricted. But our guests can go run around wherever they want. All stuff from wherever they want. Don't really care. Yeah, because they're probably not going to get out there and mine much because we're doing all this in here. Alright. Okay, and you're ready for an actual conversion ritual again. So I don't really care who you're doing it to. We're just going to try and convert one of the guests to see if we can't get our point in ideology. Because eventually we're going to convert to Tunneler. Again, to move all of my stuff inside the mine so that we... For the raids, we have to fight inside the enclosed ship. Because right now, they'll just burn all this crap and then I have to go out. Terrible conversion ritual. Excellent. We are 0 for 0 on those because we're just shoving them in a tiny little room. That's awful. So hopefully this will improve it all. Okay. Yeah, so we've almost got all the lights set up. Oh, wait. Ibex are the animal we venerate. Animals. Hey, alpaca. I have a need for food. There are an alarming number of you. So you know. That's a whole thing. And that's just because we did switch who was doing our growing. And scrap code's gonna take a little while to learn. Those about ready to harvest? Not quite there yet. We can also go up here and just say... Any animals that aren't the ibex who happen to wander in to where we can hunt them, we can take care of some things. Alright, so we got a bunch more corn there. Getting it all cooked. Okay, so whose room is that? So that's Itchy Tenma. So Itchy Tenma's favorite color in the game is black. Alright. Insane ramblings on Alex, that's fine. Do your thing. And if I didn't already say already for you, Vitas, good morning. It's good to have you. We should finish those last couple of tiles. Cool, the psychic drone is ending, so that should help with our moods. We got some food back in stock, which is good news. We are getting all the plants planted and slowly harvesting them. Let's also go to the stove where I had it set to make 20 or 10 meals. Let's make it 20 before it goes up to the fancier ones. That's fine. I also assume... Yeah, so your cooking's coming along really well, too. So good stuff all around. We're gonna need to split up our person growing from our person cooking or crafting. They're kind of all doubled up on each other, but we'll deal with that later. Entity escape, a Gore Hulk and a Sight Stealer, and the Ints is right there by themselves. So... I guess good luck. Meanwhile, you two pop in to start helping. Well, the Ints... Oh, for a moment I thought the Ints just, like, one-tapped it. Okay. So I got that immediately handled. So I can capture that. Capture the Sight Stealer. Alright, so we just got a couple scratches. Nothing major. So we can go down here. Let's have you tend to them. And to them. And so I should get you sorted out in a moment. There you go. That's normally why I don't put more than one in a room, is you can run to that situation there where like a bunch of them all bully the same person. Okay, and we almost have enough bioferrite to make a bioferrite sword. Okay, so got this room done. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go to Orders, Smooth Surface, the entire Ideology room. Put the Ideology thing here. We're going to grab our Ideology symbol, reinstall it there. I'm going to need a lectern. Materials-wise, do I still have a bunch of marble? Nah, it's all granite. Okay, so we'll just make a lectern out of granite. That's good enough for me. So put that there. We need some kneel pillows. So let's go ahead and put down 8 kneel pillows right there. I need some drums. So we got those going. And I think we're good with that for right now. I'll need to get that cleaned up, and then we can put the medium altar here. Let's see. And it just needs to be fully floored. So we don't want to put in there till it's fully floored, but then we'll have all the stuff we need for Ideology in here. Probably put a fire in there as well, because a bunch of things that the fire helps out with. Okay, and we got all these lights set up. So let's change their color just because we can. Sure, why not? It's deep purple ship. We got advanced lights, we might as well use them. Okay, so we're only using a small fraction of our power. So we'll start running the power back here for the other stuff we need it for. It's all just going to take time. Yeah, so it looks like Shorty is probably the one that's going to convert the easiest. Yeah, during the day, that's not bad. Alright, insulting spree on Blitz. Thanks, man. Quit bullying the person in the hospital bed. That's just mean. Also, maybe don't pick a fight with all of the people who are learning to be really good at lobbing people's limbs off. It's not a great life decision. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we got another one of these rooms. Making all of our alpaca wool furniture and all that. Please go back to bugging your own people and not me. And how are we doing on wood? We got a pretty good pile up there. Getting through it pretty quick, though. Okay, so we have another convert. So 28, 28. So we got them attacking immediately. Everyone restricted to Area 1. Okay, so we got 1 grenade, 3 Molotovs, and a gun. And they do have Yayo on hand. Okay. So, I mentioned wanting to learn what it's going to be like to try and fight in enclosed spaces with a lot of potential ordnance. Here we go. Alright, so you two go hide in the back room. Same plan as before, sniper, spice. We're gonna have you kind of hang back for cover. We've got our guests. You're gonna chill back by sniper, spice. I mean, well, actually, he just got over it right now. Surprisingly, didn't social fight. Okay, so the plan's straightforward. We got everyone running in here. We got 5 enemies, 1 set of grenades, which is our biggest threat, but also those Molotovs are a pretty nasty thing to consider. I've got my 4 melee on standby. We've got some refugees who are not necessarily the worst for combat considerations. Did you seriously just throw... Hey, Bucky... You are lucky I'm in the middle of a thing, because I would straight up murder you for that. I just don't want to break formation. Destroy my Nutramine, you're a jerk, Bucky. Nobody likes you. You know what, Bucky? You know what that means? You're the frontliner. Bucky, right there. When all hell breaks loose, you get to be the very first in there. For better or worse. Okay, I need you to actually... I was not anticipating them doing it like this. Okay, so we got those 2 tied up. You... just... run on in. So this is going to be a real problem really fast. Honest needs rescue. Of course you. Please go down now. Don't drop him in the fire. This is bad. Because it's getting super heated in here. Don't burn my supplies. Okay, so the downside is there's no getting that fire under control without a lot of loss of life. Which means if we're considering everything here, you all get to work putting out that fire. Meanwhile, the rest of you... Alright, you're down where? You're down in that room, you're down in that room. You get in here, you get in here. You just do your best to get through. Ince, buddy. It's not worth it. Get out of the fire room. This room's bad enough. That room's... Would you give it a rest? I was letting you leave. Okay. Of course you died in the door. Of course you're the one who did that. So the problem we're gonna run in here, I need to haul this body out of here for 2 seconds and get back in this room. We are going to be taking damage. This is going to keep getting hotter. We're going to disallow this door, and you just start patching yourselves up and eating and doing whatever you can, and we'll see if we can't just endure the fire. Because everything's on fire out there, and they don't have a way of getting it under control. Like, that room is 1,000 degrees. I just realized this whole time, Infinite Simplex, I have a mission for you. I need you to beeline right out here real fast. I goofed that real bad. Go rescue the child. That's a problem. That's gonna be everyone dead. I can't pick them up. They either survive or they don't. Okay, well, lesson learned on that one. Medical emergency on the Ince. I can't do anything about it. Everyone's downed. I don't like Man in Black. Get back out of here. Yeah, so I goofed. I completely forgot that Infinity Simplex has that popper, because I usually don't have them. So I completely forgot I had that just sitting there this whole time. Unfortunately, with that room being at 1200 degrees, they are probably just going to die in here. Because this place is still heating up as everything burns. Let's see, think how much easier fire and unwanted boars would be once you have the spaceship. Just space them. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing, is... Yeah, so it's getting hot enough that now it's catching fire in here and everyone's down. So it's everybody dead. Do you have the seed for this map? Not handy, sorry. I know there's a way to look that up. Oh, where was it? It's been a while since someone's asked me that. Before you get too excited... the world generation in 1.6 has just really changed. That's getting maps with this much mountain is very easy now. Whereas 1.5 it wasn't. Yep, so the lesson we learned here is that went horrifically badly. And the reason it went horrifically badly is I had this group way too far forward, my melee group in the back. And so they started throwing Molotovs when I wasn't in position. I needed to keep my people over here to the sides so they would go in here and I could jump on them. But because of that, they were throwing Molotovs with impunity, and I had to try and rush through it. And needless to say, that is a concern you're going to have with your spaceships, probably, is being inside there and something making fire. But yeah, so that was the thing. And for the record, I could have fought that fight really, really easily, but it wouldn't have been doing the way we've been working out. The way I would have fought that easily is I would have run out into the open and then just engaged them out in the open. And, like, I wouldn't have had to worry about the enclosed space. Because it wasn't even the direct fire that killed me. It was the fact that we're in an enclosed space. And then just the heat. In space, you can open an airlock to fight the fire. Yeah, but that's the thing. We don't really know how it's going to work. You're probably not wrong. But if we consider we might need air and that our oxygen suits might be extremely limited on what they can do, it could be a thing that venting out into space if I don't have a place to retreat to could also be fatal. Like, that's what we don't know about Odyssey. Is all that going on. So with that, needless to say, the colony is dead. So we've got all that going on. So, because we're not close enough to the end of stream that I want to end, but we're also at a point that I feel like if I start a brand new colony, we're only going to get about an hour and some change into it. And so I'm not sure. That's what I'm debating. Let's put it up for a poll. We can put it up for a poll and see what people think. So let's see. What are we doing now? RimWorld. Oxygen. Not included. And I'll probably just leave it for the 2. So we got the poll going up. If you do not see the poll, go to the top of your chat and do that. If you still don't see it, refresh your browser. That just happens sometimes. But we'll go ahead and do that. But yeah, just go ahead and vote in there. My only ask is you don't deliberately tie it for the memes, because it is a thing that, obviously, if we're taking something that less people want to see and artificially lifting it, that means we're playing something that less people want to see, and it's a whole thing. Let's see, semi-new viewer here, you'd like to suggest Orc Massage 2. I have no idea what that is. It definitely sounds like the kind of thing that violates DOS, though. Yeah, no, we've been doing the Dinosaur DLC. Perhaps. Yeah, then please don't suggest that. But yeah, no, luckily, generally speaking, especially towards the end of stream, if someone suggests a game at random, I'm probably gonna be like, you know, put the recommendation on the Discord and I'll look into it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's not worth taking the chance, because it'll also be a game that sounds fine, but it's like some ridiculous over-the-top psychological horror, and that's fine if that's the type of content you do on your channel. But it's not on this one, so there's that. So it looks like it's solidly going towards RimWorld, which is fine. So we will go ahead and just start up another colony. I do think I want to stick with the going for heavy on the melee side, because like I said, that's kind of the worst case scenario of what we're looking at, is the very fire heavy or grenade heavy type situations in very small enclosed spaces. Because for those who missed why I'm trying this type of approach, where I'm putting ourselves in really like a tight like space station thing, is just because when it comes to Odyssey, they've implied when you get to the spaceship, you're going to be attacking spaceships and space stations to get the materials to advance yourself. And I think the reality is when we're going to most of those, it's not going to be areas where we can flank around and kite like you do in your own bases. I don't imagine we're going to be able to like draw them back to a defensive position that we can fight. It's going to be us fighting into their territory where they have defenses and getting that sorted out. So I am anticipating that being kind of the thing we're getting over. What I'm going to go here and do real fast is edit, add... Where are you? Disable incident. I'm gonna go down here. Or say man in black. Still don't get why this is in alphabetical order. Every single time it's like, alright. Where are you? There you are. Alright, because I don't like man in black. I used to play with man in black. And I've come back for that. No man in black. The only reason I don't do it nowadays is it does tend to be the vast majority of time you have man in black. You just kind of sit there and you've just drug things out. Alright, try to survive, commitment mode, because we're not looking necessarily for the absolute sweatiest try-hard thing. We are just trying to experiment, figuring out what strategies do and don't work for enclosed spaces and all that. You wonder if they're drawing inspiration from Factorio? Oh, you mean the space stuff? I wouldn't necessarily say that. That might have been a thing that encouraged it or whatever, but there's been a very popular mod for RimWorld for a long time called Save Our Ship 2, which is basically where you build your colony and go to space, because it's a logical progression for the game. You get the ship, you go to space. But what they did here with the grav ships is instead of, you know, in the Factorio one, you get off the planet and you go out. This one, it's the grav ship isn't like a full-on spaceship. It's kind of still beholden to the gravity well, from what I understood. And there's that. But that said, you know, it very well could be that Factorio came out with theirs, and that was the thing. It's like, oh yeah, we could finally do that. We don't know, not unless they tell us. So what I'm looking for here is I am looking for a very mountainous tile, because that's how we're going to be simulating the close quarters and all that, is we're going to go to a mountainous tile and just shove ourselves into a small area. Because I'm not looking at the base building side of it for how to survive. We just don't have enough information to make any type of informed decision on that regard. Because like there's more than likely going to be new buildings and all that we don't have access to. And since we don't even know what those are, we cannot make any kind of informed decision. But just basically knowing, hey, we're gonna fight in close quarters, probably. That's an enclosed space I can't get to. Let's avoid that just in case they put a toxic spewer there. I would physically be unable to get rid of it. Year-round. Is that too much pollution? Yeah, it's fine. That'll do. Tropical rainforest will be a little bit rough on the disease front. It's not that big a deal. That's a lot of pollution. I don't want to go down that. It's not a closed space. I'm being a little pickier than I need to be. Alright. Yeah, that'll do. Just checking to see if there's a spot that's like that. Yeah, fine. Five days out of the year we can't grow there. That's comical. That's fine. We'll just put it right here. We got limestone, granite, all that. I don't really care about the rest of this. It doesn't mean... Yeah, there are caves. Do we have one without caves right here by chance? Right there. We'll try that and see how that goes. Because that's the one thing, is normally I run like the map preview. We'll go for Prolicizer again, because that just helps us get our ideology. That is a lot of gods. And frequent. I really like the guilty ideology. It's one of my favorites, even though it is a nuisance. But for our purposes, I am going to be moving towards Tunneler and all that. We venerate squirrels. That is not going to go badly at all. Alright, so the last one I hit start and we had like nothing but good pawns. It was weird. Like we had literally passions and everything, and I didn't re-roll a single person. We're not getting that lucky this time, as we immediately get chemical fascination, incapable of mining, and alcohol addiction. We're not gonna... Tough Brawler Depressive. Depressive is really bad, and Tough Brawler is really good, and all of those incapabilities is a bad time. I do want Kind Hard Worker, Dumb Labor, that's good enough. Kind Great Memory, Not Able to Care, that's fine. Trigger Happy, Intellectual Mining, that one might go. Beautiful, that's fine. You've got a lot of passions that are good. Sickly, get out of here. We did a pass. You have a fertilized ostrich egg in your pocket. Incapable of violent or social. Night Owl Brawler. Okay, that gives us passions in literally everything. We don't have anyone who's particularly awful. We got a couple of scars, a bunch of malnutrition. That's pretty standard. We actually have a brawler in here, which is nice. But yeah, okay, so we'll take that. I think that's good. We got a little bit of everything. So let's kind of take a peek at what we got. So you can do mining, cooking, or plants, and you're a doctor, so that's a solid one. You're going to haul things, because that's all you're good for as far as that goes. You can animals as well. I shouldn't be unfair. You are also probably going to be hauling or cleaning or whatever. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. You could also be a really bad researcher. Oh, cool. We just hit 8,900 followers. Nice. I appreciate it. We got someone who can craft. That's good. And yeah, so we got a mix of people. We got one or two that kind of don't have a special thing they can do on their own, but that's okay. Average college campus. Yeah, no, that's every college campus has the, you know, our squirrels are the worst squirrels. And it's a whole thing. Alright, so before we get too far, let's go ahead and who is going to be our primary melee people? Where is our brawler? Alright, so you definitely are getting first dibs on the melee front. Because that's... anything that isn't that is going to upset you. Yeah, so Carl's going to be our utility ranged. Okay. So there's the Equa. There's the knife. I'll have you grab the club. I normally don't worry about the club. We don't have more of those, so we got all of the weapons sorted. And what I want to check real fast is Dirty Trick. If you want to see if this is hollow, grab your melee like you're going to hit stuff. And if you go over here and it turns into a no sign, it means it's hollow. So there's a hollow spot down there. Okay, so it looks like this is mostly solid. There's probably an ancient danger in here somewhere or whatever. That's all I was checking, is that sometimes we get a map that looks like this, and it'll be just this big open chasm back here. So that's all we're checking. So, what we're going to go ahead and do is I'll go ahead and make our fake ship up here. So we're going to go mine into this. Try a little bit of a different design this time. Okay, we can go over here. Have a wing over there. Nah. I was gonna try and make it like asymmetrical and all that. I feel like I have this way different on the both sides. Oh, I see. Okay. So basically just making a little faux fake ship. I'll put like engine nacelles kind of out here. But the point is to have just kind of narrow corridors, that kind of thing. Alright, and we can put 2 more in the back right there. Okay, so that is our fake ship. And then behind it we'll have our actual base. So needless to say, that's going to take them a while to work on. We'll go up here. We've got a bunch of fertile ground here, which is pretty nice. We didn't have that in the last one. So go over here. We'll drop some rice real fast. I'll get you unpaused. We can go to our schedule, start getting people sorted out. We had 1 or 2 night owls. So Dorgo is one. Okay, so Dorgo is our oh, you need to be undrafted. Dorgo is a night owl, so we'll go to 11 to 18. Give you some recreation. So get you to not be up during the day. We need to go to our work assignments. Like I said on the previous one, I mark all the things with passion to start. And unmark the ones that they don't have passions for. And then we flip to manual. And we make adjustments as we need. So with this, as you can see here, I have only 1 doctor. As far as I'm concerned, you always need at least 2. All that childcare is fine. Having you both handles fine. So Penguin here is going to be our cook. No question about that. We'll leave that at the way it is. So you're going to be our construction person. You are going to be our growing person. You're going to be a mining person. You're going to craft as well. And in research, that's unfortunately too many responsibilities on that person. You can clean hall. Yeah, so it's not great right now, but we'll get that sorted. Okay, so while they're working on that, we can start getting names on people. So we have our first contestant here, who is our melee brawler. You're going to be the one who's going to be up front and center, probably taking it to the face. So welcome in. We're going to have that be Canahawk. And our next contestant, Penguin here, you're going to be our cook. So when everyone gets food poisoning, it's your fault. I am going to want a different name from that. That was Mike was your other name? Yeah, that was Mike Jr. Alright. Just because I'm not dropping F-bombs every single time. Okay, we've got our trigger-happy person who is probably going to be meleeing, because that's just the way it works. You're going to be, I think hauling cleaning is what we figured we were going to do with you. So that'll be Illicit NZ. Alright, and then next contestant we've got our mining crafter. And you're going to be in here, and that'll be Kionachik. And then last but not least, we have our great memory kind who is also going to probably help with the hauling and all that. Later on, you'll probably specialize anyways. And I'll be S2D Vitez. And that's everyone named. As we get more colonists, we will name more people. We can also go over here, and we got all of the steel stuff right in front of us. So we'll take all that apart. Take all this apart. Let's see if we have an obvious... This is a really interesting map. The new world generation is really slick. So, like, genuinely, if you were wanting to do this as just a normal map without digging into the wall... Oh, don't... Alright, that's not what I want. I wanted this one. Without going to the map. Like, very genuinely, you can cut off these areas here and have just like a giant area back here with these nice little corridors. Ooh! I mean, that's actually kind of bad and good. The good news is, that means I'm getting plasteel right at the get-go. The bad news is, that plasteel's in my way. Plasteel takes forever to mine. So I'm not seeing an obvious ancient danger right now, but I could be overlooking it. Because that at first looked like one, but that's all stone. If you're wondering how we're looking for the ancient danger here, is if we see a brick wall, like an enclosed brick space, that's a pretty strong sign that you've got an ancient danger there. It's not always an ancient danger, but like 99% of the time it is. More than likely the ancient danger shoved inside one of these here, or might just not have spawned. Your map isn't guaranteed to have one. Alright, so we got all this going on. We've already got, you set up. We can go ahead and get... Oh, do I have stone and all that ready? No, we don't have any stockpiles or anything. Go ahead and get a dumping stockpile up here. And a regular stockpile right there for right now. That way we actually have inventory show up. And go to orders, floor, remove flooring. Don't worry about doing that other places. Oh, it's just, that's a really weird small spot of plasteel. Okay, so it's not looking like we got a whole lot of brick. That's sandstone. What do we have on the map? Terrain-wise, it's granite, sandstone, and slate. And the fallen monolith is actually pretty well positioned on this one for us as well. So meanwhile, we can go over here. That's a lot of rich soil. Okay, so we can go over there. We've already got the rice down. Put potatoes there. That's slightly different size. You can put strawberries here. And I do realize that there's a lot of this stuff is, like, there's pros and cons with all the stuff, that there's really not a reason to grow all the different food types. I like to, just for the variety. So we got heel root in there. We can go up here. This will be more cotton than I need. Actually, we're going to make good decisions. And I mean that sarcastically. We're going to plant a whole lot of psychoid. Okay, you'll be cotton, so not as big of a spot. And you'll be the dye. I am deliberately putting that not in the fertile soil. Okay, so you got all that working on it. They're going in here. What are you made out of? You're made out of steel. That's a good problem to have. So for right now, this first door going into the faux ship is going to be a wood door. We need a pen because our animals are... None of our animals are going to be great to keep around, so we're most likely going to eat those animals before it's all said and done. So a caravan post, we'll just shove that down there. Hitch them up to that. And we'll see how it goes. And then from here, as soon as we get that opened up enough, I'll toss a bunch of sleeping spots. And I'm just trying a little bit of a different hallway. I mentioned this on the previous attempt, that this is kind of what I'm thinking for a defensive position in my ship, where I got these little spots here. And my plan with those is to bait the ranged people to ducking in those, and giving me free reign, just run through with my melee and jump on them. Where I'll have enough room to just get my people there, jump back over there, all that kind of good stuff. That's at least the plan on paper. We'll see how it holds up when we actually get into a fight. And then meanwhile, let's plan entirely too much to be at all reasonable. Okay, so this will be our production room. We'll plan for... Your building symmetry is very satisfying. Thank you. And then we'll make a hospital over here. And I don't always make it symmetrical and all that. And then we'll have, like, so there'll be a hospital there. This will be a production room. Probably not an ideology room or whatever, but that'll be a production room, lab, like research building. And then we'll go back here. This is where we will start putting... Here, we can adjust your size. We'll start putting our bedrooms back here. Go. And if you're wondering why they're round, it's because rectangles are boring. Is there any pros or cons to it? Just cons, no pros. The only benefit is it's aesthetically pleasing, which means it's the single most important decision you're going to make in your entire colony. Plans for bugs? Bugs are easy. In all honesty, bugs are just easy. You don't need to not plan, but this is my plan right here. That little thing right there, bugs handled. Because what'll happen is, say we get an infestation in this room, I put my melee here, ranged back there, bugs come out, they just get piecemealed, 3-on-1, you get the idea. If we're going very melee heavy, that gives me a little bit more opportunity, where instead maybe I put my melee here, and it would have another room there. Feed them in, you get the idea. But if you bottleneck the bugs are pretty easy to handle. They used to be way worse back in the day. But nowadays, bugs aren't that big of a threat. About the only other way the bugs will get you is if you leave them alone so they can escalate, or if they show up when you're already kind of, you know, face down in the dirt, barely hanging on. They'll finish the job on you. But generally speaking, the bugs are not that big of a threat, not like they used to be. But they're going all melee. We're gonna be like mostly melee. Like, it's gonna be like all but 1 or 2 pawns are gonna be melee. I'm gonna have one pawn that's gonna stand back and either use like smoke grenades or EMPs or whatever's appropriate from the utility side. But generally speaking, it's gonna be fairly heavily melee. Because my goal here isn't to do a melee-only challenge. What I'm trying to do here is to kind of practice dealing with combat on ships, since that's what's going to be the thing in Odyssey. And that's part of the reason I'm not going in and being like, oh, let me put the fire foam poppers in the ship and all that kind of good stuff. Because this could be a hostile ship. It's to kind of simulate both if it's mine or hostile. Starvation, because we haven't done anything yet. So let's go here, go to production, butcher spot, plunk you down there, do this, bills, add, butcher creature, do forever. And you know what? That horse is yeah, let's kill them both. Those animals are looking mighty delicious right now. The example ship picks were using wood-fired generator. That's the curiosity with me is like long-term how people are going to be doing a lot of that stuff. Like what you're going to do. Because for those who don't know, and I haven't been keeping up, the way the ships work is you're going to have, I forget what they call it, it's like a grav core. So you got this thing in the middle of the ship. I can't remember if it's a 3x3 or I think it's a 3x3. But you got a grav core. And we don't know exactly how it works, but there is going to be some limitation based on your gravstone on how big you can make your ship. So I don't know if it's a radius thing. I don't know if it's a number of tiles things. We really don't know what it is, other than they've made it clear that gravstone is going to be the thing that limits the size of your ship. And so every implication is your ship is going to be very compact and very small early on. And that maybe if you get, you know, some get some extra supplies and all that, you'll be able to slowly build up a larger ship. The implication is also you'll probably have a higher fuel cost if you do. So that's the thing I find curious with a lot of that, is they're talking about putting like hydroponics in their ship and then running it on chem fuel burners, and you're like, excuse me? That's a lot of power. Those sun lamps of the hydroponics are real greedy on that power front. Alright, so Illicit, we'll talk to our person visiting. Okay, you can take my Pila. And I will take your medicine. Alright. Well, that's gonna kind of mess with our plans a little bit, but not the end of the world. It does suck that I made my mined out plan area disappear. I specifically went out of my way to choose a tile that didn't have caves, and that's not considered a cave for the purposes. Well, that's kind of annoying. Does that have... Yeah, and it's thin roof. That's fine. We'll get that figured out. Right now, we'll just have them keep working. Because what I'll probably do is I'll probably fill this in and make it solid. First research on this one. I probably should do complex furniture, but I'm going to go for the stone cutting just to fill that in to make it into whatever. And then plus, I'm going to have more stone than I know what to do with. Where are you going right now? Oh, you're just sampling. Oh, right. And before we forget, because between runs I often do forget to do this, put down some basic rec stuff, and we'll move it all inside when we're ready. Okay, and then meanwhile, while we're at it, we have ideology. We can plunk that down. And for once, I have two different people with social, so I think Illicit and Z here. You're going to not be any of those things. You're going to go ahead and get the moral guide. And I think Kanahawk was the other one with some social. Yeah, you'll be our actual leader. So get our roles assigned right away. Oh no, we're being attacked by our venerated animal. Okay, you three. Get into position, just here. You two get into support. Sorted. Okay, and why are you mad? Are you hungry? You're ravenously hungry. Well, go eat. Because then we're going to have another role change. Eat the sacred squirrel. Oh, wait. Butcher spot. Butcher spot real fast. Details. Squirrel. Do not butcher the squirrel. Meanwhile, go to assignments, manage food policies, lavish. Do not eat corpses, do not eat baby food. Go through here, go there. Herbal medicine, go through that. Set your that's not what I wanted. Go here, set your defaults to herbal medicine, get that. Set you all to herbal medicine, do that. Yeah, now the problem is RimWorld, if you eat a sacred animal or a venerated animal, they absolutely flip their lid. Okay, so let's go ahead and here, and you're now going to get your assigned role of the leader role. Good job, Lynx. You enjoy that rabbit. You've earned it. We're probably gonna have to kill that Lynx. I will take your leftovers because I am not picky. Okay, the light festival that requires an alternate light. We're just gonna go ahead and try it immediately. It's probably gonna go badly, but you know. If we manage to get some quick ideology points, that'll be good. Because then we can try and go early for like Tunneler or something like that. Hey, we had a fun festival. That is a point. That hollow spot in here really kind of ruins it. Yeah, I missed that there was a little slice in there. Hopefully it's not too bad like that, but that's fine. Yeah, so you're getting slate blocks. I'm pretty sure slate happens naturally on this map. Yeah. So I can go ahead and do for this. This is going to be a big waste of time that I shouldn't be doing. But I am going to go and slowly fill in this area to make the ship still the same shape. Because our construction and our mining people are different people, so that's fine. Got a lot of dangerous animals nearby. Don't love to see it. A few moments later, knocks on a wall, wakes Durin's Bane. Last of the Balrogs. Okay. We'll just find the circus from Dwarf Fortress. Okay, so for the name of the faction and all that, name of the faction. It's gonna be boring, it's gonna be shipbreakers, I don't know. Colony, why was there a cave there? Excellent. Put a door here, and then this will become our kitchen slash whatever. Psychic Soothe, that's cool. Okay, and we're starting to get our very first harvest. I don't like that there's a bear right here, there's a lynx right here, and there's all these dangerous animals right here. Before we have like any combat skill or any weapons yet. It's not an unmanageable situation. It's just a little annoying that they're basically expecting me to step up right at the get-go. That grizzly bear's almost certainly gonna hunt us. And what are you mad about? Observed a rotting corpse. Oh, I see, because we had... Okay, don't do that. Do not allow rotten. And do not allow human-like corpses. That's from the monolith. Alright. They're getting the whole grow area set up. This is way overkill, and also, don't look directly at it, it'll upset you. Let's clear off that line that's more than it's supposed to be. We can go down here to production. Alright, how do I want to go about this? So we can put the butcher spot there, the fueled stove there. Generally, you don't want your butcher spot and the stove right next to each other. This makes a mess. That penalizes you if you have a mess. But that sounds like someone else's problem. Like Tomorrow Me. I hate that guy. That guy's the worst. He's never done anything for me once and always expects so much of me. So bills, add simple meals, do forever if you, but don't use anything but meat. Make sure you don't include squirrel meat ever. Okay. Meals, do until you have 10, just anything, don't care. Sci-T, do forever. Yeah, what has Tomorrow Me done for me lately? Exactly. You get it. Tomorrow Me's a jerk. So entitled. Okay, we can go up here, structure, build. Little by little, we'll fill that all in. It's like, I shouldn't waste these materials. Oh wait, I'm digging out a mountain. Yeah, that's fine. Has that wait for a bit? We still doing the spaceship design? Yes, we still are doing a spaceship design. Unfortunately, we had a cave in here. So it did kind of screw it up a little bit, but we're going to fix it. Alright, so we got one person showing up. They're good at shooting and have a club. Both of their legs are injured, and they had a wooden foot, and they've got go juice addiction. But unfortunately, they do actually have the go juice to go with that addiction. So, you know, that sucks, I guess. Alright, so let's grab the team. This one is going to be a straightforward fight. We're just going to go boom. Melee people, front line, ranged people, get in behind them. Hold that door open. You're going to burn my stuff? You can get out here and fight. Okay, he's going to chase us. That's my only big problem. That's the reason I want to get to Tunneler right away. You know, you don't have to be a jerk. There. Okay, let's look at you. You got any gear I want? No, it's all rubbish. Well... sucks to be you. Alright, so we just got one bruise. We'll deal with them in a minute. Meanwhile... so the lynx... we got multiple lynxes up here. Come on. There's so many oh my god, there's so many dangerous animals on here. We've got 6... I mean, I guess the red foxes aren't bad. But we got a lot of really, really bad time animals here. It's not really a great place to dump those bodies, in all honesty. So I think what we'll do right now is we'll go down here, dumping zone, do this. Storage, low, clear. And we'll just say corpse of all kind, I don't care. And then we can go to home zone. It's not my home zone. Did you actually get bandaged up? Yeah, you did. Alright, and we got a little bit more here. So, orders, structure, slate wall. But yeah, so we're going to make our ship design here, just like we were doing before, because that's the whole idea of what we're trying to do. Just trying to make, like, a very enclosed place for doing all of our fighting. We'll still run the colony the normal way of colony, since we don't know the infrastructure we'll have for these. But we'll do a lot of our work inside the ship anyways, to try and prepare ourselves for the types of fights we might run into in Odyssey. And I guess after this, we learned last time that 9 was too big for these rooms. Let's have a little bit of a gap here. Or actually, what we could probably get away with, still go for the 9 size. But trim the edges a bit more. And that should be a size that we could make into a grow room. So you're what? 5 by 11. Okay, and then we go like this and like that. Those will be our grow rooms when we switch to Tumbler. I've got way too much queued up over there. It's going to be a problem. I shouldn't do that. But also just standing around waiting for stuff to get done. I just tend to keep queuing stuff up because there's more to be done. And go structure. Wood door here. Wood door there. I gotta kill that bear. When the rain breaks, we're gonna kill the bear. It's gonna be a little dangerous with just 2 bows and a bunch of people meleeing. There's a good chance we could take an injury that sticks, which is why I've been putting it off. But that grizzly bear just hanging there, it's just a matter of time before someone's down here and a man like goes hunting them, and then that one person is trying to just survive while everyone else is trying to chase a bear around. Okay. Okay, we can go over here, structure, slate. One tile at a time. Okay, and this will be our first storage room. And I think we'll also just use the engine to sell as storage rooms for right now as well. I didn't really make a room to be the room that has the gravestone or whatever. I probably should have. We can probably just put it in the back if I really care. I mean, technically one of the side rooms could be it where we just put a 3x3 in there to represent the gravestone. And part of the reason I'm filling this in versus just leaving it as it be is just the fact that otherwise you could have infestation inside the wall, and then I gotta tear down the wall and deal with it and just be annoying. And since I have a dedicated mining and all that this time, I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable paying this. I was hoping you'd go up here so you get the lab. I don't really want to put the lab in this production room over here. I guess it'd be fine, honestly. Yeah, there's a penalty. I don't think I actually care that much. We work on that. Get ourselves another door here. So zone, stockpile, do this. Do not allow Raw resources. Storage, priority low. That way they take all things that aren't raw resources and they start bringing them inside. Okay, and meanwhile we'll go and not be stubborn about it this time, and we will shove a torch right over our research bench, and we'll get that all going. And let's actually do the complex furniture. I was going to make it stone cutting first so I could just make sure to fill all that in, but it's honestly looking like I found enough slate brick on here to at least get most of it sorted out. And that's good enough. Because then you have that. That's the door there. Don't have that spot. And I'll make that, and we'll leave it at that till you get that done. Okay. The Ambush Knight, don't care about honor. We're not going to worry about the royalty stuff this time. That's not just what we're doing. We can go up here, and you'll need a door there and there. I mean, who is my... Oh, right. Right. Our person who could mine is also a person who can research, which means they won't ever do that. So everyone will have a low priority research, and we'll just figure it out as we go. Why are you moving so slow? You just decided to. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, and you won't research. I'd hate to put you on research with how not good at it you are, but right now, I have my mining, crafting, and my research are the same people, and they can't do it all as one person, so... starvation. Is that bear still around? I've been meaning to kill it. It's way down there. Alright, let's grab our people. Deal with the bear real fast. That'll feed us for a while. Okay, so bear has no health issues. We're gonna have minor penalties from starvation. So grab our melee. Okay, we of course did aggro it immediately. Not a great hit for slowing you down. Yeah, so it is going to be probably just a straight up fight on the bear. So if we get a stunning hit, that'd be great. Nicely done. So with that, you are set to hunt. Make sure the bear stays dead. Okay, and then we can get rid of the little butchering spot. And you're queued up here to butcher creatures and cook. Our cook is... Why are you not cooking? You're having malnutrition, then opting to not cook. Who is our doctor, and why are you not doing it? Ah, our cook is our doctor. Of course, that is how this always works. We always have very important responsibilities shared. Alright, well at least they got some food for right now. This is about to be grown and ready. We got that bear that's been looming around here this whole time. Did you get up mid-tended because you wanted to go walk? So tend to elicit so they don't get sick. Okay. So we got our storage stuff started. We have a huge mess here. This is going to be our barracks for the time being. I don't really have enough materials to do any meaningful barracks. So right now we're just going to shove some beds in there and call it a day. Until we get advanced furniture and all that. Yeah, and what we'll do is, for a simple plan, this is, I keep grabbing the same one. This will be our rec room or whatever you want to call it. We're going to install you here. We got the rare Thrombo. Yeah, I can't tame him. Because we're checking. Alright, so have that as a rec room. For our construction person, we're gonna go and start trying to improve these. So let's go orders, smooth. You can smooth all of, well, actually you're not done with that, sorry. Smooth all of that out for the rec room. Okay, so here we'd want to go structure, slate. So it'd be 3 wide. You have to fill that spot in and get all this over here. Alright. Leave that door open and this door open. The good news is Kiona Chick is already mining faster than our ones were. You are angry because you are in pain. You did get a bite scar, which I think you already had, but I'm not sure. But yeah, all in all, that's going pretty alright. We're just mining this out, the fake ship. We have run out of slate. Just that was already as bricks, which is fine. I want to go over here, furniture. Put a light over there. That's one really long hang there. Imps for Fortune. Okay, so for the Imps for Fortune, we could get a low shield pack, which is kind of nice. It'll be 1 archer, so I feel pretty good about knocking it down. That could be a pretty good find early on. We're going to be close quarters, so it'd be harder to use that well. I'm probably just going to take the goodwill on this. Schedule, that's fine. Because you're going to be here in 5 days. Okay, so for this, that'll be that back room, and then this is all ship, or this is the ship here, and then this will all be the actual base later. Okay, we go over here, smooth the floors. That's the barracks. So with that, we can go here, go orders. You no longer sleep in what's going to be like the helm. Okay, and we can grab you, go furniture, put a light in that room. That's fine. Alright, so let's go and double check, because yeah, so alright, so you are asleep right now. That's fine. So we're getting some progress here. We're not going to be getting any research in a timely manner just because our work assignments, I would need Kiona to stop mining to do the research, so instead we're just having Vitez sub in because they clean, and when there's nothing left to clean, might as well have them research since no one else is available. Pulling up that little bit of tile. Alright, so it looks like our food is getting properly secured. We're getting some research done. Our break room is getting cleaned up. Our barracks is getting cleaned up. Right now I've got all these other rooms that I don't really have a purpose for yet. So for the time being, they're all just going to be storerooms. And we'll want to go through in later and make that not just random storerooms everywhere. But for the time being, that'll serve our purpose for making the ship, you know, be a ship. You know, again, a fake ship. All right. And just like last time, we are probably going to put a little bit of a priority on making sure we get our, you know, actual weapons and all that sorted out pretty early on. So, you know, going down the path of getting the long blades and the armor, even though plate armor's movement penalty is dire, there are a lot of you hanging out right here, and I am not a huge fan of that. Probably gonna have to go out there and kill the lynx. The fox should leave us alone, but that lynx will hunt us. Okay, so at this stage, we're gonna go ahead and delete that stockpile. I'm going to expand this one a lot. We can also get rid of that, considering we ate all the animals. So now they can start getting all this stone out of here. Alright, just like before, just going to make that into another stockpile for right now. We'll find uses for it later. Right now, the focus on getting the barracks and all that up and running. And then just continuing to get things going. Got more food coming in, so that's good. Like, honestly, Kiona just mining really fast for us is probably the biggest thing we can have right now. Oh, let's also go in here, structure doors to those rooms. And also, let's be smart about this, and instead of waiting till I have problems with wood, let's just go ahead and put some poplar in there right now. It'll be easier just to chop down trees, but that at least gives me something to do in the interim. Alright, let's, don't worry about that. You'll get that done relatively quick. Did I queue up any other ruins to take apart? I think we're good. Alright, that'll be fine. Yeah, so just pull up those last little bit of brick round. And then you should be able to just go in there and start smoothing it out, which will make it go from terrible barracks and terrible break room and all that to being at least... It probably won't get quite too impressive, but at least not awful. Okay. Yep, with that mined out, we've got the ship sorted. Just gotta fill in this spot, but that's kind of behind the ship, not really part of it. Okay, and the idea is most of the fighting would happen in here. So just like last time, I'd probably use these areas around here to give me places to kind of hide the melee until we're ready. Ranged pop in here, I bait them into the back with my own ranged like person just kind of tucked behind here, or even a pacifist or whatever, just anyone. It can even be other melee. But we put people behind cover back here. They run in, go to cover, we run out and go after them while they're in their cover. And that should let me gang up on them multiple on one. At least that's what it is on paper. I think the goal will be probably to eventually replace all these doors with stone so nothing in here is flammable. So even if they start hitting us with fire, there's just not much stuff to stay on fire. Okay, so set all that to hull, and once again, stockpile, do that. Okay, so we got most of that is just a ridiculous number of stockpiles that are just wholly unnecessary. Then meanwhile, our actual production room is getting built back here. We will go back here and build a wood door there. And a door here. That's just to separate up the ship from the base. Okay. So we got people attacking. That's a good pawn. That's a legitimately good pawn. A kind Yetkin will mean it'll be a lot less likely to have violence and all that. If we down this person, I don't know where we're gonna shove them. Probably in one of the engine nacelles, but we're gonna make them part of our colony. If we can knock him without killing him. That is a solid pawn right there. Okay. I should have had you already on your way back there. That's a mistake on my part. So let's go and grab you all here. You two run there for right now. Yeah, psychically dull, I don't care one way or the other. Kind is a really nice thing. I'm just looking, they can do cooking, planting, animals, medical, and melee and shoot. They can't research, but I can live without that. And sure, they have a scar, but who really cares? Alright, so if you could do me a favor, Conies, and just fall down. Well, they were a nice pawn. They fell down a little too hard. That's fine. They weren't the you drop everything and make it happen level of good pawn. But they were a nice pawn. Like, if it was something like, you know, tough, nimble brawler, and it's like, alright, well, let's just try and get one whack on them real fast and then just kite them. See if we can't get them to, like, bleed till they collapse. I guess this won't treat them, it's fine. Yeah, because you're... Illicit NZ's the hauler. Okay, so we got a much better start on this one. Even with the little annoying cave through the middle of the ship kind of nonsense. Things are going pretty smoothly. We certainly need our people who are actually doing the building to get this stuff done. Versus they're still running down here pulling up brick. Which is fine. Because they'll get done and they'll stop complaining. Night Owl in the daytime. You're in a cave. That sounds like a thing that you get to be upset with for yourself. Maybe I just make this the common room back here and leave the production up there. It's fine. I don't know. Because like having a weird fake base in front of my base, it's like, oh, I guess I just build our research bench and all that back here. Yeah, I think this'll do fine to simulate our production room. This is fine to simulate our recreation room. We'll make like more proper stuff back here. Because they'll probably be back here in the base anyways, and I don't want them running all the way up here just to do basic things like throw a hoop ring or whatever. We'll build a bunch of shelves and all that as we go. I'm really looking forward to Odyssey. We're down to, what is it, 9 days now? Yeah, 9 days till Odyssey, so 1 week, 2 days. I do think I'm leaning more and more towards when Odyssey drops. I know a lot of people are going to jump right on to the spaceship build, or the spaceship start, because it makes sense to do that. I do think what I might do as an alternative is, assuming we can, I do think I want to try doing a start on either, like, the lava biome, like one of the new biomes that seems like it'll be more interesting. Because, like, the fungal biome seems like it'd be the least unique thing. We do have biomes that are very cave-like, mushroom-like, whatever. And while it's certainly going to be its own flavor of that, it is similar to some of the stuff we've had. Whereas, like, the mushroom, or sorry, the lava biome, we just, like, lava's not a thing in the game. We don't have a comparison in the game as it stands. The ruins biome, which is going to have mechs and sulfur and all that, or like toxic gas, that could be interesting. It's kind of like a pollution tile. That's a lot of jade. That's going to be some wealth. But you get the idea. I'm leaning towards that, I think. And mostly just from the creator standpoint, I think what's going to happen is we're going to have, like, everybody doing the ship start, because the ship stuff's the cool new stuff. And I want to kind of differentiate myself. Plus, people are going to want to see what the new biomes look like. And if everyone's doing the ships, that's going to just take time. Yeah, Illicit is carrying those blocks out one by one. You know, getting the art bench there. Okay, bills, do this. Okay, so this time we don't have a specific thing for us. So we'll make it out of jade, no steel, no wool. And we have what on the tile? Slate, granite, sandstone. Okay, so anytime you get something that is not slate, sandstone, or granite, by all means make art. And I guess we'll put furniture just like a regular like there. Alright, so we got a waste pack attack. Or waster attack. So we got a recluse, no dumb labor. Really solid melee pawn. Yeah, so really solid melee pawn. Not someone I probably want in my colony because waster. But definitely not a bad pawn. So we're going to try and take this a bit farther back so we can get a couple little hits in here on them. So I'll put you two back there and cover. Get into position. Now there's a good chance they're going to light my field on fire. He's unwavering? Yeah. I'm not going to take him either way, but yeah, you're not wrong. Where do I see unwavering? Yeah, it's down there. I usually don't take that many prisoners anymore. Like, these days, so many of my colonists come from, like, people having kids and stuff like that. Alright, Noct, do you have any gear I want? Nope, it's rubbish. So, forget your knife. And you're not going to go anywhere. And did we even take an injury? No, we must have gone the stun off and just beat the crap out of him. Honestly, that's pretty good considering 11 melee over there. How do you get them to have kids? So when you look at your pawns, and you see where it says romance, so we probably don't have anyone who's got a high chance of romancing right now. It's a very new colony. Actually, Kionochick, Kanahawk would really go for that. That would actually wouldn't be bad. But you basically get them into a couple, and once you have that, if you have biotech, they will just have kids on their own, and you could... I mean, I'll take, even with slow learner, I would take fast walker and all that. A crafter? Not my first choice, with an impid being, you know, the mood penalty. But that'd definitely be one I'd consider. Alright, drop you back in here. They're probably gonna light my crops on fire. I keep waiting for it. But yeah, no, it's just a thing since biotech came out that there are now kids in the game that pretty much... Oh, are you gonna prepare first? Helps if I read my messages. Alright, so you go back to doing your thing, schedule home zone. That's good enough. You can all just get some sleep, take care of stuff, it's fine. But yeah, so with biotech, what'll end up happening is you have a couple, if they share a bed, you know, they do their lovin'. Did I accidentally accept a quest or something? None of these are particularly bad raids. Kind, steadfast, that's another not bad one. You have two married couples, but they haven't done the nasty yet. Yeah, no, if you have to have them so they both go to sleep around the same time, and that they share a bed. Those are kind of the two big things. So if they have, like, weird schedules relative to each other, you'll want to go up and switch out their schedules a little bit. And then make sure they're sharing a bedroom. Alright, so we got two separate impid raids from the same faction. They're probably going to burn my crops. They're not. I appreciate that, because normally they beeline for my crops immediately. Alright, you've got a bow. Well, that's kind of sucks. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to try and bait them back here. So we're going to open these doors, we're going to lock them. So melee team's going to go and run up here. Range team's going to run down there. Do parent skills matter or passions? No. The way kids work in the game is you have the kid, and at first they're an infant, and the infant doesn't really have any stats. What is with this long hanging? So they don't really have any stats. So you take care of the kid for a little while, and then it becomes a toddler. Once the kid becomes a toddler, that's when all sorts of cool stat stuff start happening. All right, you melee or you ranged? Let's be smart about this time. So you're ranged. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to take two of our melee and run them up here, one down there. And for ranged people, we're going to tuck them way back here. Actually spread them out a little farther. Disturbing vision, that's monolith stuff I don't care about right now. And... Ooh, 15... What is happening? That's like 4 raids back to back. Like, it's fine, we're handling it okay. It's just a bit strange. Yeah, we got 4 back-to-back raids. But yeah, so they don't derive stuff. The only thing they derive from the parents is you have, like, what their stats are. So if we look, we're just baseliners that you start with. They don't have anything special going on. Meanwhile, these are impids. So if we look at the impid, they've got stuff where they run faster, they can breathe fire, but their immune system is weak, and they heal slower, and they're bad at some things. You know, there's pros and cons. So those things, it'll split the difference between the parents, which could get really messy. Oh, you are standing in a room that is actively on fire. So you deal with that for a second. Alright, jump on him. Why are you breathing on the fire on the one uninvolved? Impids are the worst. Okay, all of you start putting out the fire as aggressively as you can. Fast learner, kind, steadfast. 4 hours death, you did lose a leg. I might just let you go. That is a really good pawn. Those are really good stats. Okay, alright, let's think about this. So, I have a room I could shove you in. We'll see if we can't bring you onto the team. Who is one of our doctors? Of course, all my doctors are injured. So let's grab you, we will... Cannot capture. Oh, I need to set to be prisoner. So you deal with that. For the people who got injured, minor bruises, a little cut to the torso. Oh, right, we also have you. You're just an undergrounder who can craft and cook. That is unfortunate for you, friend. You've got nice clothes, though. So, you know, I do feel like I would like those clothes. Are you not gonna bandage them? You know what? I'm not gonna bother. We're gonna just take that. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And we're not digging that person. I debated bringing them. The big reason I don't want the Impid is that one right there. Unhappy, genetic pessimism, -5 forever. That kind of sucks. And then the weak immune system and slow healing are also pretty awful. Alright. Schedule, you are now unrestricted. Yeah, so everything's cooled off in here, so just a little bit of heat stroke, so we still haven't gotten this fixed. One thing that did help us is there was less flammable stuff in here. They do spit out that oil or whatever that they can that catches fire and stays that way. You'll never do hauling. So haul that body out of here as well. Haul this body out of here as well. You're getting all these corpses out of here before everyone starts getting mad about it. But yeah, so fire is still going to be the main threat, I think, in the space stuff. Now, granted, it could be a thing again that we could have spacesuits that give us some resistance to fire, or that we have like an internal oxygen and we can pop a door open and just vent the air to get rid of fire. Those are the things we don't know what capabilities the game is going to give us, you know, until that DLC drops. But it definitely is looking like fire is going to be a problem. We'll definitely want to go and get that kind of stuff. So, it's feeling like having a pop pack in your group is going to be a pretty big thing to like a defensive measure. So that we can run in, pop the pop pack, and then when all the fire comes out, you're just already ready for it. Because again, assuming this isn't friendly, this isn't our base, you would run in here, they would start making all that fire, kind of guaranteeing their own deaths. But you could pop pack the room and do that, or retreat back out and do whatever. My concern is if this is space and you have your ship here, and there's just nothing of substance out here. There's nowhere to retreat to, so if you retreat out here, they get cover, you don't. You know, at worst case scenario, or no cover to no cover, which is still not great. At which point there's a lot of figuring stuff out. Transport pod crash. Okay, we got careful shooter, slow learner, fast walker. They are good at plants and medical, unable to social or animals. One moment. Alright. Oh, I didn't realize the alters devs made the war in mind. That sucks. Yeah. That's the thing that burns me so bad about that whole thing. Is it's not only that they didn't disclose their use of AI, But now it's like, okay, well, because even, like, last I looked, unless it happened during stream, they still, despite having come out saying, yes, we did use AI, that, they're required to disclose it on Steam, and they still haven't done so, so, you know, people can't make their informed decision. And it just means every single game they come out from now on, there's always going to be that moment where you're like, okay, does this game look like they used AI or not? And again, if that's something that doesn't bother you, that's fine. But they do have a requirement to disclose if they use generative AI, and they've still, last I checked, not done so on Steam, which is where the requirement is. And it's a big old bummer. Because it's bad enough, like, if I have to decide whether or not to support the game because it uses it. Even worse, if they use it without, you know, disclosing it per requirement. Because again, that just means every single game they come out, I'm going to stop and be like, does this have Gen AI in it? For me, honestly, I think the answer is, if you break TOS on Steam, you know, as a person selling a game, usually the procedure is you kind of get like, hey, shape up. And if it's bad enough, what they'll tend to do is eventually they'll delist your game. And it's still there. Like, if you bought it, you can still download all that, but no new person can buy it until whatever the issue's resolved. So, like, that's what they did with, not Coral Island. What was the game? There was a game that came out not too long ago. I'm blanking on it. Oh, it was it was like, it was like Stardew Valley, but it was like Paleo times. It wasn't Paleo Pines. It was like, oh man, what is the name of that game? It's a good game. Come on, it's gonna bother me so much if I don't look it up. Where are you? Roots of Pacha, that's the one. Roots of Pacha. So there's a game, Roots of Pacha. It's like a Stardew Valley-esque game, and the game was really good, but they had an argument with their publisher, the devs and all that, and they went back and forth. And Steam's policy is when you're having an argument with your publisher about royalties or anything like that, that, you know, whether or not they can release a game or whatever, that Steam pulls it off their store until it's resolved. And that was really bad for that particular game. And in that particular case, it didn't seem like his Roots of Pacha's fault. There was a misunderstanding about the agreement between the two, and they had to sort it out. And it sucked. And that's understandable. Because Steam's stance is basically, we're not going to be in the middle of this. You sort yourselves out and then come back. But they can do the exact same thing, and they have done the exact same thing when games like blatantly lie about stuff. Like, if they say, hey, we're rated E for everyone, and they're not. Or like, there are certain things that if you have certain content in your game, you're required to have a disclosure saying, hey, this game includes this content. And if you do not disclose that, you can get your game pulled from the store, delisted, until you put the disclaimer there, which comes back. If it's particularly egregious, Steam will even go out of the way to issue refunds for anyone who bought it between the time you launched that you didn't disclose the thing and you corrected your disclosures or whatever. So, like, if you... Oh, wait, don't kill the squirrel. Squirrels are venerated. I instinctively went for it. Squirrels are venerated, so weirdly enough, I'm gonna keep the squirrel. It's utterly useless for me, but I am gonna keep it. It's probably gonna get eaten by a wolf or something, and our people are gonna get upsetty spaghetti about it. But it is our venerated animal. I will keep it around. But yeah, so my thought with the altars, for those who don't know, getting context, the altars, the game that came out recently, was generally well received. And then people observed it had generative AI in it, and a bunch of stuff. And they did not disclose it. And as I said, Steam has a requirement that if you have generative AI in any capacity in your game, you are required to disclose it. It doesn't mean you're not allowed to or anything, you just have to have the little thing in the bottom that says, hey, this game uses generative AI for XYZ. And all that kind of stuff. Let's see, do Steam will lean on the big publishers? Yeah, that's what I'm hoping Steam will do that thing where it's like, hey, you know, set an example kind of thing, being like, okay, this game has been pulled until such time it adds its disclosure, and then, you know, like if it's not prompt, refunds will be offered to anyone who bought it between that time frame, which is really bad when that happens. So my first thing is, it's like, I would want Steam to be like, hey, your game is going to be delisted if you don't add this, like, very publicly. And then in the future, when games do that, it's literally, once you get caught that you were using generative AI knowingly and not doing that, I do hope they will be like, your game's delisted, get it done. Like, I hope, whether it's Electronic Arts or whoever, that they'll do that. And just be like, hey, you can use it. It's not against the rules. You just have to disclose it. That way your customers can make the decision. You know, if it's a big deal to you as a customer, you should be able to make that call. Let's see, let's see, you presume it's because there's no specific legal standards and repercussions as far as not disclosing generated IOs. Does Steam tend to lean with big publisher? Steam has held its ground against big publishers before. Like, they had the whole thing where a bunch of the publishers were trying to break off into their own stores and all that sort of stuff and find loopholes with the 30%, and Steam even went once or twice and was like, okay, your game's delisted because, you know, per our policy, you're required to do transactions in this way so that Steam can get its cut or whatever, and they weren't. And I can't remember the name. It wasn't... Maybe it was, I think it was Ubisoft, like, tried to, like, see if they could get Steam to buckle. The thing is, when it comes to the gaming industry, Steam is, like, the entire PC gaming industry for the most part, like, as far as lion's share of the thing. So, the big publisher against Steam, Steam's the bigger one in the room so far as its impact on the industry as a whole. Like, it's not good for either of them to fight, but, you know, there's a reason why companies like Electronic Arts and Ubisoft and all of them branched off, made their own platforms, and then ultimately came crawling back to Steam. They just couldn't get their own stuff off the ground. Alright, so we're gonna plan for this to be the hospital. We're gonna get that going. So once they're done smoothing this out, we'll start getting that set up to be a hospital and going from there. Our research is very slowly dragging along, but that's because we don't have a proper researcher. Because these squirrels are friends, not food, for the time being. This is RimWorld. Will the run make it? Yeah, if times get desperate enough, the big thing is when you have a venerated animal and you eat a venerated animal, that is, like, you don't just take the penalty. There's a penalty for eating it, there's a separate penalty for butchering it, there's a separate penalty for killing it. It is a whole thing. Do you like the tribal start? Oh yeah, so, generally speaking, in most of the games I play, you're going to find I tend to prefer the slow burn kind of runs. Like, I'm like the reverse of a speedrunner. I like the run where I'm dragging myself out of the hole. Before streaming, I did a lot of naked brutality and all that kind of stuff with high percents and all that. The only reason I really stopped that is naked brutality. If you're not leaning on traps and stuff, there's a lot of RNG around it. There still is, even if you're doing it with the traps, because you can roll that where you start a naked brutality run, you get slapped with malaria really early and just go, well, self-tend with like 4 medical and some tribal medicine, and you just die because there's nothing more you can do. And that just does happen on naked brutality sometimes. You can have it where you start the run and, you know, you're just trying to get things off the ground. I haven't had toxic fallout that early, but there's certain events early game on naked brutality, especially if you're doing like Ice Sheet or whatever, that can really just hammer you by the knees. That you'll have like false starts and all that, and that's fine. And like, it can even be good content for stream, but for me personally, I found I much more enjoyed being able to do big, ridiculous bases. You know, all these corners missing are not optimal, like rectangles, you get more of a room size. And when you're really leaning into a lot of like the really, really high percents, kind of the more, like the less and less you can kind of get away with doing silly, non-optimal things. And so I do like Like, for example, wealth management. When you're playing in 500% naked brutality, wealth management is tremendously important. Like, if you don't need it, you don't take it. If you can do without it for now, you burn it and you destroy it and you get rid of it. Like, even the corpses on your screen can kill you at that much. That if you have like 2 or 3 big raids, the corpses dropping on the ground add so much wealth to your tile that they will escalate your raids. So it's literally a thing that after your fight to go over and like Molotov the corpses real fast to just try and bring that wealth back down. And to me, that's not fun. Like, it's not that I want all that wealth, it's so much of the game at that point is around wealth management and nothing to do with the actual colony side. You're playing with the numbers on the back end. And again, no judgment about people who play that way, I think it's great that that exists. But for me, after doing that for a long time, I'm like, you know what I want to do? I don't want to have to sit here and pile the corpses and Molotov them after every fight. I don't want to have to, like, grab every crappy little knife and club and shove it into a little pocket like this and burn it to keep the wealth down. Or, you know, make utter cheese kill boxes just to get by and have to add them like big maze of traps. Because I've done the thing where you have the maze that you go like this. 5 wide. And I've even done it a little bit on stream when we're doing weird challenges, but where you do like the whole thing where you have like your traps like this. And then you'd have your barricades like that. That one's wrong because I got caught by the autosave. Like, I've done all that. And sometimes I'll do stuff like that because it's fun to experiment. Like, I've been experimenting with the incinerator and silly gimmicks you can get by using an incinerator near a lake, which there are some broken, silly things you can do with that. But I would do that to figure it out, and once I figured it out, I'd probably stop doing it, because you can, like, or the other one where you do this whole nonsense, where you'd have, like, this would be your burn room. So you have your burn room here. It would have, like, a door. Why are you not giving me the choice? Okay. You'd have, like, a door here and a door there. And you'd have your safe area back here. So you might have an extra room in between or whatever, depending on how you're dealing with your cooling. So you'd be... Yeah, so you'd be back here, hucking Molotovs into that room, and then this would be considered an exterior room so that the heat doesn't go back and forth. And you get this room going up to ridiculously hot temperatures, so whoever goes in there instantly starts getting burned. And you can get to the point that anyone who isn't immune or heavily resistant to fire basically falls over dead almost instantly in that room. Just immediately gets ignited and killed. And I don't think it's bad. I think it's great to figure out all those things. I think it's wonderful that, one, those things exist in the game. But there's definitely an enjoyment to figuring it out. It's just, unfortunately, once you get to that difficulty, that becomes necessity more so than optional. Your runs all start to feel a little bit the same after a while. So we did just accept a bunch of refugees. That's fine. They are all adults, so they can betray us. It's also the same reason, there's a couple reasons actually, I don't do no pause. For me as a content creator, I like being able to stop and having a conversation with my viewers. When you're doing no pause, it really doesn't give you that time. You just gotta perform. Let's see. So we got crafters here. No researchers, unfortunately, in the group. We'll put you all as a low... I'll put you all as a low priority for mining. Oh, actually, take that back. You can research. Okay, so we got a bunch of refugees showed up here. We got beds for them. Yeah, we should have just enough beds for them. That'll be fine. We can go in there. But yeah. And even once in a while, like, I've done a couple naked brutalities on stream. Not often. But that's just the whole thing. Once you get to, like, a couple thousand hours in the game, you kind of have to figure out what you really enjoy and what you're kind of tired of. Same thing that happened with me with, like, Project Zomboid, is I've got, like, over 4,000 hours in Project Zomboid, and after I set a world record, I can't play that game very long without burning out on it. Versus this, I could still have a whole lot of fun as long as I'm not going full sweaty. So I still do challenge runs. Usually the challenge runs I do more nowadays are like, I'll choose a tile with 100% pollution and then not take anyone who's resistant or immune to pollution. And not allow myself to just jettison or caravan the pollution off the tile. I have to deal with it on tile. Or I'll do like an Adam and Eve run where we start with 2 people and a couple and the entire colony must be the descendants of Adam and Eve. We don't bring in new people unless there's no longer... Like, unless we no longer have the ability to have kids, like Adam or Eve dies. You know, it'd be stuff like that. So I'll do gimmicky challenges that you're probably not going to want to go really high difficulties because the raids aren't the thing that are your primary concern. I'm very much looking forward to the DLC. That's actually one of the reasons why I like, for me, while I will first say that, you know, biotech and ideology are the DLC that gave us the most, you know, replayability, variety, like that kind of stuff. That very genuinely my favorite DLC is actually Anomaly, even though I'm very not into the whole horror thing, because it changes the nature of your encounters. If we go back to before Anomaly, raids came in a couple of flavors. One, they just walk in your front door and they attack you. Fair enough. Your very standard raid. 2, you get Breacher raid where they go through the wall and they attack you. Fair enough. You've got the drop pod raids, which are still probably the most unique ones. And then you got the whole siege thing where they set up back here and they launch at you. Now, for the most part, those are either they come into your kill box, you can bait them into your kill box, they drop into a room in smaller numbers that you can usually just handle them, you know, if you know what you're doing. Again, not counting right now where there's a bug where they pop out instantly and then they doomsday you in the dirt. That's getting fixed. But, like, those drop pod raids, while they can be very dangerous, once you know how to handle them, they're usually not your biggest threat. It's usually, for me, the biggest one is the Breacher rage, are the ones that cause me the most grief. And then the siege rage, if you have your own mortars, you can usually just mortar them into the dirt. Or you can go up with a sniper rifle, pick them. There's ways to deal with it. But almost all your raids fall into those handful of slices. Now, with Anomaly, you've got all sorts of weird stuff, like you got the Revenant, which doesn't actually hurt your people, but it's a DPS check. It singly drops one person, then runs off, and it's a cat and mouse game. You've got the Sight Stealers, where you don't really know they're there until they're on top of you. You've got the Devourers, who are also a DPS check, but they kind of take pawns at a time out of the fight. You've got the Pit Gate, where you got to drop in and kind of fight them in their own little lair, hunting around in dangerous territory. You've got the Maze. So I like Anomaly because we've had those same handful of types of fights in RimWorld since the beginning, and they're good. But it was the first one that I actually had to, like, design my bases different. So, like, historically you wanted to have lots of different doors going in and out of your bases to kite stuff around. Early on, early game with the Revenant, having a base with one way in, one way out is really good for the Revenant, because if you bait it into the back of your base, you can just hammer the thing until it goes invisible again on its way out and get a lot of damage in on it. And you can, like, by mid-game, you can drop the thing before it has a chance to get very far. Hey, Dunkster, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Let me go ahead and get you a shout-out. For those that don't know, Dunkstar, absolutely fantastic content creator, playing some Crosswind, which my understanding from that is a sort of Valheim piratey game, if I remember correctly. But I hope you had a really good time with that and all that. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. But welcome in, Raiders. I do hope you had a wonderful time. Got a raid and run? Absolutely no problem. You go ahead and get to that adulting and all that. But welcome in, Raiders, and all that. And again, thank you so much for that raid. But welcome in, Raiders. We are playing some RimWorld tonight. We are doing some experimenting for preparation for the new Odyssey DLC. I should probably introduce myself first before I get into any of that. And all of our guests are angry as all get out because... Let me guess, you don't eat meat? Complex furniture. We'll go for complex clothing next. What is your ideology? Oh. Okay. It's terrible is what it is. But yeah. So, I'm Rual, Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. Now, you'll notice there's a past tense on that, but it was 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life with no mod to change itemization or vehicles on sweaty tryhard settings. That said, as you probably gathered, that record has been beaten, and by a large margin. But I am a variety streamer, I do play a whole range of games, and right now we're playing a bunch of RimWorld. We've also been playing some Oxygen Not Included recently, as well as PlanetCraft and a bunch of other good games. But tonight we're playing RimWorld, and we're kind of doing a little bit of preparation for the new Odyssey DLC that's coming out in just over a week. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because that DLC is adding space travel and all that sort of stuff, where we're going to have to worry about going into space, fighting things in enclosed areas. And generally, a lot of our strategy we've used historically in RimWorld involves stuff like kiting the enemy, adding choke points that you can bait the enemy into and all that. Versus, it's looking like the new DLC is going to be a lot more of dealing with really confined places and all that, and fighting from there. So, we're doing kind of a practice for enclosed space where I've got my fake ship right here. Nice, really small closed quarters area. And where normally in this game you'd create like a kill box to fight enemies from, we are using our fake spaceship as our, battlegrounds, even when it really doesn't make sense. Even in fights like where you're gonna get a lot of fire and explosion, which you don't want in confined places. The fact of the matter is, we're probably not going to get that choice when we're doing Odyssey. Like, you're going to be going into a ship, you're going to see the people with Molotovs and going, great, this is going to suck. And you got to make it work. Let's see, RimWorld part of the inspiration for Stranded Alien Dawn? Yes. I'm pretty sure the devs behind Stranded Alien Dawn literally called out there like, yeah, we were inspired by this game. Because honestly, they didn't. Everyone would assume it anyways, and it would be fair. But yeah, so for right now, our actual base is going to be back behind here. We'll probably go tunneler, and the entire reason we're doing that is we want the raids to go into the fake ship so that we can fight the enemies in the fake ship. So I am treating this as, this is neither mine nor their territory. Right now we're staying here just because, but I'm going to have to fight in from one side, they're going to fight in from the other. Sometimes we'll be able to intercept them. We'll get the whole thing. But the point is just fighting different enemies, figuring out what we can do to work with stuff like the fights I've been struggling with have involved fire, because enclosed spaces and large volumes of fire is a real bad time. So, like, why am I getting weird doubling up events? Okay, so I got one dude with a gun, and they suck with their gun. Alright. So, the plan for dealing with ranged people going in from this is going to grab all of our melee people, we're going to duck them to the side here, and our ranged people are going to be hanging back here. But it's not that we're a melee-only colony, but I'm going to be a very, very melee-forward colony. The plan is to have just one or two people who are going to be doing ranged for, like, smoke grenades, EMP, that kind of stuff. As you imagine, you want a hospital, kitchen, research, and storage in the ship at the very least. Most other things can probably be rebuilt outside the ship, whatever you want. Yeah, so I'm not trying to mimic what it'll be like living in the ship, because there's going to be a bunch of stuff we just don't know what it's going to be when the mod drops, or not when the mod, when the DLC drops. We might get new tech that's going to help us out with a bunch of stuff. We're not really sure. Oh, you're going to get ruined. You got a bad back? Alright, and so what happens here is you wait till he gets inside, and then everyone swarms him. And he immediately regrets his existence. Okay, you anyone I want. That's not terrible, because you just have a penalty on cooking, and then a penalty on manipulation. But having some medical, which manipulation will hurt, but having plants and mining right now, we could use that. So, for right now, I think, at a minimum, whether or not we keep him or not, we will, we'll go ahead here real quick. Oh, unwaveringly loyal. That's fine. We'll just patch him up. And thank you, Smash 8, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. And I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, so they're unwavering. That's fine by me. What we're going to do here is go prisoner. We're going to convert them. And let's see, time to worship the Dark Ones to break his unwavering loyalty. In this particular case, no. I absolutely am not against doing that. But the time it'll take me to set that up and actually get it, I will have had dozens of other options by then. So I believe we can still convert you. Yeah, it'll just be really, really hard to convert you. So work on converting you. To get ourselves a point in ideology, and then we can kick him out, and he'll give us 12 standings with the pig people. The good news is he's kind enough to deliver me a gun. So I appreciate that contribution to the colony. Alright. Major break risk on Vitez because you have food poisoning and you're ravenously hungry. Which is not surprising to literally anyone. Yes, I got... Actually, I don't have plenty of food outside. What happened to all my food? Oh, I mean, sorry, I actually do have food. It's all hauled inside. Why are you so far behind on all that? And why is everyone angry? You got people rebuffing each other. So we've got to the point of slightly impressive barracks and all that. Yeah, no, the Mega Sloth will definitely do a hard munch, but I'm seeing a bunch of grass growing here, which means it's just not getting done. And that's Mike Jr.'s job. But they also are a cook. Which is one of the things I mentioned earlier was a problem, is when you have those shared responsibilities. Yeah, and that's a big thing, so a whole lot of people got food poisoning all at once. So that's gonna take a minute. Festival of Life Us? I believe it is. Yeah. So once people aren't in as dire a situation here, mood-wise, we'll deal with it. Yeah, meanwhile, Canahawk here is getting that all sorted. So what we're going to go ahead and do is Mike Jr. is going to get themselves a nicer room. They upset, they yelled a whole lot, and we went, okay. You were the loudest ones, so we're gonna go ahead and give you better digs. That's just the way it works sometimes. Is it right or good or anything? Absolutely not. But they did yell the loudest, and we were tired of hearing it, so you know. So be it. Can I have you... No one here. Alright, that's fine. So this time our base is getting spread. It's just our grower is our cook, which means when there's food to be cooked, they're getting it done. Oh, right, and I made a much larger psychoid area, didn't I? Yeah, so when you harvested all that psychoid, you're just now out here cooking more and more. Making all that tea. I see. Okay. I can worry about that bedroom here in a minute. Yeah, I don't have anyone else set up for plant cut or whatever. It's fine. You'll be plant cut 1, which is a little dangerous. But that way they can deal with blight and all that. And how long are our refugees here for? Departs in 12 days. In other words, a while. They're here for a while. Okay, so it looks like people are over their food poisoning for the moment. Hawk is over there taking care of their stuff. We've got you going on there. Can Kyoto Chick be freed up to do something else? I mean, we could have them craft and research, but that's not really what I'm looking for right now. Manhunter Pack we've got showing up. So we are going to be fighting squirrels, which doesn't seem like a bad idea, except they're a venerated animal. So that's not the greatest. Hey, Night Driller, how's it going? We get everyone in position real fast. Is there not 3? I thought there's 3 of them. Okay. Nah, just bruises. Alright. If you had doors closed them all, Manhunter Squirrels would have took a day or so, but then they would have forgotten your people. Yep, no, it even says in the dialogue. I'm deliberately trying to not ignore engagements. I'm trying to deliberately fight them in here. Not waiting till like I'm on my terms kind of thing. Just to make me deal with a bunch of it. So haul that squirrel. And we've got a betrayal. So you get over there. Vitez. The barn's there. You go to get to this door. You get in there because they're outnumbered in there. They're not going to have time to break out. Open the door. My God, please open the door. Okay, they're not willing to open the door for some reason. I don't know why. Come on. Knock down Martin already. What are you made out of? Okay, I need you to back up. Where are you at, Mike? Oh, you're not even there. Alright, go here. You hold this spot. You fall back. Alright, they grabbed our bows. That's fine. Okay, how badly are you hurt? Yeah, most of you are bruised up. It's fine. Okay, and what about you? Bio. Fast learner, optimist, trigger happy, who can craft. Say no more. Capture them. Or we may or may not keep them, but yeah. Meanwhile, who are our doctors? Of course, it's Mike Jr. But you two are mostly bruised up, so you're not actually in any real danger. And you are tending to them? Okay. Rather than cleaning where they're bleeding out all over the floor, maybe haul them out of here. Prisoner, convert. Yeah, so Fast Learner Optimist is good. Trigger Happy will be fine if we decide to give them something. That's another person who could be a really good one for throwing stuff. So honestly, what might happen is Tony here might become our utility chuck stuff at things. Oh no, so you'll notice if we look at our moods, we're not going to get any penalties for killing the squirrels. And that's just because when it comes to the way they work, you only get penalties if it's guilty or whatever. Glad I know that time. Or if you butcher it, or if you eat it. So if a animal attacks you, you can defend yourself against a venerated animal with no penalty. But if you butcher it or eat it, you take a penalty. Or if you just hunt it and kill it just for the sake of hunting it and killing it. Alright, you've gone catatonic. Because you had a mood break because of intense pain. Disease infection on Tony. It's fine by me. Alright. I'm not super attached to this person. If they die, they die. Yeah, and their clothes are crap, so I'm not going to bother pulling those off. What about you? Your clothes, on the other half, are getting stripped. Canahawk's the warden. So please feed them, then convert, then strip them, then feed them, then convert. Don't worry about the deserter, we don't care. Starvation on Canahawk. Alright, so all that's just going to take time. But the real problem comes when non-colony ideologist colony kills a venerated animal, then they don't care. Then they go pair, but everyone else does. Yes. Alright, so you're going to binge on Psychite. Cool, man. How many do I have? Oh, 75. You're going to have a proper binger. You're going to get as much as you can want and or handle before it's over. Okay, do we have another melee weapon ready or not really? It's not looking like it. So I'm probably still using those bows as I don't have the melee weapons handy. Once we get the research done here, we're going to end up going towards smithing, getting long blades, and make ourselves some long swords. And then later on when we get bioferrite, we use the bioferrite long swords because they're amazing. Fine, we'll make all that. More of this area. Go over here. You're not part of my home zone, so please stop sweeping it. Yeah, so you're cooking, but you're not planting literally anything. We're gonna have to split that up. Gonna be a problem. For right now, that's fine. Psychite addiction. Heck yeah, that is awful. Cool, man. That'll be a whole big old roller coaster. Honestly, for right now, don't allow sowing the Psychite. I need you to not be spending all your time cooking it. I need to focus on other things. And I need Canahawk to get over that addiction. Because that is going to be a bad time for me for a while. Medical emergency on Tony. You gonna make it? No. You're right on the fence there. You're about 1/4% behind. So That is a pretty good tend, as long as you stay fed, which you are not fed because I need someone to feed you. You're actually winning, surprisingly, for you being malnourished. Yeah, you should be in the clear. Psychite Bench. Cool. Yeah, everyone's upset because they're sleeping on the ground and all that and in pain. I'm honestly not used to having this level of, you know, people just being inconsolable this early. Because they actually have a relatively positive room. If we look at, like, slightly impressive, that's not amazing. But that is a whole bunch. We apparently defeated a hostile leader. I didn't even catch that one of those people was the leader who showed up. Okay. Yeah, it's mostly the food situation right now. Like, we've got plenty, it just needs to be cooked. And then we need to get the stuff growing for the next round. Okay, so Shote's actually back up. And thing of the follow, welcome to the stream. Yeah, and the reason why we're trying to convert these is for the ideology points, so we could move towards Tunneler, so we could stay inside. Psychite addiction. Oh, lovely. Who needs one addict at the same time? I don't think I've had an actual addiction trigger in one of my colonies, and I couldn't tell you. Not counting, we had one run where we started with everyone addicted that would show up on the tile just about. Like, it's a percent chance, but you put it to, like, really high, and everyone has, like, 4 addictions. Where the whole point of that run was a challenge to treat everyone for their addictions, basically run a rehab. Outside of that run, I don't think I've had an addiction happen in one of my colonies in a hot minute. Let alone 2 back-to-back. In what situation shouldn't even be dealing with that much in the way of mood breaks. But it is what it is, so we've got a bunch of Psychite. Man, they've already gone through 32 Psychite. Correction, 33 Psychite. Between the two of them, 34 Psychite. Between 2 people, 34 Psychite got packed away in the last 24 hours. It's surprising they're not in worse shape, actually. Okay, we're starting to get some planted. That's good news. Large tolerance large. Yeah, I bet it is. You just want a total binger over it. Alright, so catatonic breakdown usually doesn't last terribly long. It's usually a couple days, like an in-game week or so. I'm sure people will be like, it's actually exactly up to 12 days or whatever the amount is. Which, you know, cool that you know that. But it's usually not that bad. It's a little annoying, but it's not like paralytic abasia where it can just take 30 plus days and make you really suffer through it. You can trade at the U real fast. Let's see what we got here. So we got a bunch of little scraps of leather. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of those. Okay, take the money. Get rid of all the rest of the Psychite, because we apparently cannot be trusted with that. You got a book on social and electricity, so we'll take those. Take my worn out clothes. Got one poker table. Not right now. We don't have the medicine research and all that, so for right now, we'll just stick with that. So let's haul that book in here. And you haul that book in there. Because that'll be another source of recreation, as well as that will help us, you know, learn electricity just on the side, as well as... The social's good for literally everyone. It'll reduce your risk of stuff like social fights and that kind of stuff. So having everyone get a little bit of social as they go is pretty good. Yeah, I don't care about that person, so they can just do their own thing. Speaking of which, I don't care about Ship to the Stars. We're not going to be raiding any of those things. Not doing the Deserter, so we're good. We're getting the next bedroom ready to help with our moods with that by giving them nice bedrooms for the higher bonus. We look at Mike Jr. here. And get his needs. Let's see. Slightly impressive bedroom is a 3. And then we have a decent barracks as a -3. So that bedroom being there is going to give a little bit of a mood bonus versus a little bit of a mood penalty. Okay, so everyone is all recovered. So we're now just waiting for that catatonic breakdown to go away. And they'll keep picking on Shote here till they're converted. Getting all the bedrooms carved out. That's going to be our hospital once we get inspired surgery you don't need right now. Yeah, this will be our hospital once we've got complex furniture. Actually, do I have complex furniture? Did we already get that? We did. So that's going to be our bedroom right now. So furniture. Forgot that we got that with everything else going on. Gift from them. They gave me a revolver. Speaking my language. Alright. There's granite, slate, and sandstone here. So we can go ahead and do here is we'll go furniture. We will grab the bookshelf. We make it a sandstone. And tuck that on the wall. You're going to make a small sandstone shelf here. And that sandstone shelf's going to be for the food, and that's going to be for the books. Pretty straightforward. So that's going to still be the break room there. Got those floors smoothed out. Still got some more wood outside. Not a lot. Yeah, it's not enough wood for a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and need to cut down some more trees. It'd be really nice if you got up. Okay, so mood should be stabilized. I think it was just a combination of the food poisoning and the pain and all that. Just kind of really escalated really fast. Oh, we also have that. There was a family member among the raiders that we killed. Yeah, so we killed a family member because the raiders had one. That's also fair. Could you... Yeah, there you go. That's fine. We're practicing our social. Oh, you're only 13 years old. I missed that. Fast Learner Optimist, they just hit an adulthood. So they just hit their 13 where they got adulthood. Like, they only have crafting going for them. But Fast Learner Optimist is good. Trigger Happy is also useful. Great for stuff you just need to get out there and you don't really care about hitting your targets carefully. You get a major break risk because Psychite withdrawal, and that's just something we're living with, unfortunately. Because unfortunately, there isn't a concept in RimWorld about, you know, starting at a higher dosage and working your way down until you wean yourself off entirely. RimWorld, it's like literally if you take a single hit of it, you go right back to, all the way back to fully addicted. So it is, you got, like, your only strategy is cold turkey. It's just what it is. And Illicit's the one who'd keep all these torches running. Should be getting up very soon. Now we're getting all our crops replanted. That's good because we were starting to burn through our supplies. There we go. And immediately had a crisis of belief. So we got our catharsis, and we're going to be chasing that catharsis with the catharsis. Didn't get across the room before they had another break. Alright though, chat. It is going to be about that time, unfortunately. I was actually wrapping up right when that raid showed up, so I was like, you know what? I'm going to go a little bit longer since we had the big raid, but I'm going to need to be wrapping up. But don't go anywhere. We're going to go find someone to raid. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe because the stream will be ending abruptly for you, and I do not have a host planned over there. For those over here, though, on the Twitch side of things, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on.